Chapter 1296, Duel of Two Stars, Chapter 1296, Duel of Two Stars. Yeah. White King, please advise. White King stood above the arena stage, a heavy sword grasped in his hands as he faced June Blue Moon. June Blue Moon had an indifferent expression on his face, still holding the rust-stained sword as before. White King! White King! The entire audience erupted with heated cheers. This was the home ground of vast universe heavenly palace, thus they naturally cheered for White King. White King calmed his mind. This battle was not one he could afford to lose. Otherwise, he would lose all of his momentum. After that, he would lose to Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, and the others. There was no need to mention the three terrifying characters that were Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Heng Qi. This could only be called White King's bad luck. White King was already very strong. In the past, White King would have been able to struggle for the top 3 ranks of the Heaven Proclamation, but now 3 dark horses had suddenly galloped up behind him, each one darker than the last. One of them had defeated an Empyrean descendant in 3 moves, one had savagely beaten the Monster Prince, and the other was the disciple of 3 Lives Old Man, and 3 Lives Old Man was an ancient supreme elder that even Empyrean Divine Dream respected. Those 3 Lives pupils were able to see through all laws. How could anyone deal with that? How could he not feel the pressure? After all, he was part of the hosting sect. If he were to lose to common mortal martial artists, then that would be very ugly. Unfortunately for him, his opponent June Blue Moon was such a person. He was extremely strong, and yet he didn't have any background at all. "Make your move," June Blue Moon said. White King didn't hesitate. He immediately attacked. Vast universe, supernatural art. White King immediately used the transcendent, divine might of vast universe heavenly palace. In that instant, White King's aura exploded, rapidly rising. It doubled and continued rising until it was 3 times what it was originally. Not only was his aura 3 times greater, but his true essence and the power of the world within him were also 3 times what they were. Vast universe supernatural art? Lin Ming was startled. This was a cultivation method capable of rapidly increasing one's aura, similar to the heretical god force. But the range was greater than the heretical god force, and while the heretical god force was a momentary explosion, the vast universe supernatural art seemed to persist longer. From that point alone, the vast universe supernatural art was much stronger. But the key point of the heretical god force lay in the heretical god tree and its ability to control the power of thunder that surpassed the heavenly Tao laws. In this point, the vast universe supernatural art could not compare. I never imagined that White King would have already practiced the vast universe supernatural art to the 2nd stage. White King's talent is mind-boggling. On the divine seal altar, White King managed to climb 65,000 feet up the last step. Although he is worse than Lin Ming and Dragon Fong in that regard, that is because White King's methods were lacking. The divine seal altar cannot explain all strengths. With so many peak geniuses converging at this first martial meeting, I hope that White King can create a miracle. Vast universe supernatural art was an auxiliary transcendent divine might. Its most basic principle was to open a second world within one's body and even a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even more worlds. Currently, White King had only opened up his 3rd inner world and was constantly improving upon it. Every single transcendent divine might was a heaven-defying ability, and those Empyreans that could create a transcendent divine might were outstanding amongst their generation. With the support of the vast universe supernatural art, White King finally attacked. Gold light instant kill sword. What White King practiced was the metal laws. With the support of the vast universe supernatural art, this sword strike was in no way inferior to an all-out attack from a late divine transformation powerhouse. Facing this attack, June Blue Moon took a step backwards. one of his hands drawing a diagram in the air. Yin-yang energies fused together, forming a yin-yang primal chaos diagram in the air. The primal chaos diagram spun in the air, containing innumerable mysteries. As White King's sword light pierced into this primal chaos diagram, a strange scene occurred. The sword light submerged into that diagram and completely disappeared. What? White King was shocked, because he had cared too much about this battle. He had immediately revolved the vast universe supernatural art as soon as he stepped on stage. He had used this all-out attack, and yet it was nothing but a fist that struck a load of cotton. He simply wasn't able to reveal his strength at all. What's going on here? Before White King had enough time to think, June Blue Moon had already pierced his sword out. The rust-stained sword was covered in the dazzling light of yin and yang, thrusting straight towards White King's chest. In that moment, within this world, everyone turned stark black or white. This was an incomparably strange attack. Metallic luster slash. White King grit his teeth and chopped down with his sword, striking June Blue Moon's sword light. The two sword lights were both destroyed at the same time, but there was no eruption of energy. Rather, the sword light, true essence and power of the world seemed to be swallowed up by some invisible power until nothing was left in the world, leaving behind nothing but an eerily calm peace. This feeling of absolute silence left White King's heart tightened. June Blue Moon's techniques were too strange. Fighting him gave off an incomparably suppressive feeling. Show. June Blue Moon thrust out another sword. This was also the yin-yang laws, but the power behind it was greater than the last strike. The speed was also faster, making it nearly impossible to read its trajectory. The yin-yang diagram spun, as if the entire world would be swallowed within it. There was no gap between these two sword strikes. It was as if June Blue Moon's true essence was endless. White King was startled. Fortunately, he had the vast universe supernatural art backing him up. With 3 inner worlds, the world power within his body was enough to continue fighting. By relying on this strength, White King and June Blue Moon began a fierce melee. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 5 swords, 10 swords. June Blue Moon's sword strikes became increasingly fast and increasingly potent. After his sword light collided with White King's techniques, they constantly died out, vanishing into nothing without a single trace remaining. Even though this was an extremely violent battle, there were no violent explosions of energy. This left the audience feeling extremely repressed. This feeling of the unknown was very uncomfortable. Soon, June Blue Moon had cast out 63 sword strikes. Even so, White King was just barely managing to deal with this barrage. Although he was distressed, he was able to shoulder this with his true essence that was 3 times deeper than that of an ordinary genius. In truth, the intensity of White King's true essence surpassed June Blue Moon's. But it was only in the aspect of laws that June Blue Moon occupied an overwhelming advantage. White King's sword light was inexplicably swallowed, and not even White King knew how June Blue Moon was doing this. This was White King with the support of the vast universe supernatural art behind him. If it were an ordinary Empyrean descendant, they would have already been defeated. Just what sort of cultivation method did this June Blue Moon train in that his techniques surpass Senior Apprentice Brother White King in ferocity? Senior Apprentice Brother White's greatest superiority lies in the depth of his true essence. If he's also suppressed in this aspect by June Blue Moon, then he's in danger. Why are you trying to tear down others to make yourself seem better? Senior Apprentice Brother, White does have an advantage. That is his endurance. Our Heavenly Palace's vast universe supernatural art is a transcendent divine might that is the best in prolonged battles. As long as Senior Apprentice Brother White can draw June Blue Moon into a war of attrition, then he'll win. White King had 3 separate inner worlds within his body, It was nearly impossible to measure the total amount of true essence he had. He could even use 2 worlds to fight, and then use the third to restore his strength. If that happened, then this battle would continue for a long time. If he fought June Blue Moon for a long time, he wouldn't consume too much energy, and he would still be able to fight. And at this time, after June Blue Moon struck out with 63 sword strikes, his movements suddenly slowed for a breath of time until he slashed out with his 64th sword. As June Blue Moon attacked with his 64th sword strike, a sudden change occurred. Around June Blue Moon and White King, dozens of yin-yang primal chaos charts appeared. Counting them, there were 63 in total. The positions of these yin-yang primal chaos charts were exactly where June Blue Moon and White King exchanged 63 attacks just now. Each time they fought, their sword lights had disappeared, making it seem as if they had vanished. But that was wrong. The energy had hidden, turning into yin-yang primal chaos charts. Now, with June Blue Moon's 64th sword, all of those primal chaos charts were summoned together. With the final primal chaos chart that was summoned with the 64th sword strike, there were 64 in total. As the legend said, the endless void gave birth to primal chaos. Primal chaos gave birth to 2 complementary forces. 2 complementary forces generated 4 aggregates. For aggregates generated 8 trigrams, and 8 trigrams formed 64 diagrams. What June Blue Moon used was exactly 64 yin-yang swords. In that moment, 64 yin-yang diagrams joined together, blocking all the space around White King. White King felt as if he had fallen into a separate space-time, as if he were blocked by an arrayed diagram, leaving him no space to dodge. Pung, 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 pung. 8 diagrams exploded together. In that instant, White King's protective true essence exploded and he flew backwards, his entire body stained red with blood. Pung! White King crashed into the ground. June Blue Moon had stayed his hand at the last moment. Otherwise, White King would have been severely wounded. He stood up and looked over at June Blue Moon. With a rueful smile on his face, he said, "I've lost." So those 64 sword strikes that June Blue Moon used was a single sword technique. The first 63 sword strikes paved the way for the final blade. It was only that White King wasn't able to see through the profound principles behind it. The difference was simply far too great. June Blue Moon victory. Vast Cosmos announced from the stage, a strange taste in his heart. In truth, the reason that White King wasn't given odds in the gambling house was to not only avoid suspicions of throwing games for profit, but also to retain the face of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. According to Vast Cosmos's original estimations, White King's odds should have been worse than Lin Ming's, June Blue Moon's, Dragon Fong's, and even the Monster Prince's. It was just a bit too ugly. There was no miracle in White King and June Blue Moon's battle. The disparity was simply too great. It seems the background of our Vast Universe Heavenly Palace is still lacking Vast Cosmos side. The most outstanding disciple that had appeared in their heavenly palace for the last several hundred thousands of years was actually defeated in such a miserable manner. Of course, this was related to White King's bad luck. "Well fought," June Blue Moon faintly said. He stepped off the arena and sat back down on his chair. After he put away his sword, he held his little white bunny in his hands and closed his eyes in meditation. As the several 100 million people in the audience saw this, all of them were left speechless. Wasn't this fellow just a wonderful piece of work? He was so strong, and yet his behaviors were so strange. After White King was defeated by June Blue Moon, the first round of the finals officially concluded. There would be an hour of rest time before the second round began. The first match of the second round was Lin Ming against Dragon Fong. As Vast Cosmos announced this match, the entire arena boiled over with excitement. Lin Ming against Dragon Fong. This was a battle between 2 superstars. Dragon Fong's battle against Shirku had left far too deep an impression on the audience. Not only did he possess eyes that could see through all laws, but he even had the strongest space and time laws behind him. With all of that together, Dragon Fong was a nearly invincible opponent. However, the scene of Lin Ming brutally defeating the Monster Prince had also left a deep impression on everyone. It seemed as if he had infinite potential. If these two abnormalities were to bump into each other, that would be a battle for the ages. Everyone wanted to know who would win. Lin Ming and Dragon Fong stepped on stage. And at this time, even June Blue Moon, who was deep in meditation, opened his eyes, ready to watch Lin Ming and Dragon Fong's battle. Chapter 1297, In a Spark of Time. Chapter 1297, In a Spark of Time. Dragon Fong stood on the arena stage, his black clothes fluttering around him. His hands were wrapped in white bandages, and as he stood there with the Dragon Fong blade in his hand, his complexion was still pale and delicate like before, and his eyes seemed as bright as the stars. Lin Ming stood across from him, dressed in blue. He grasped the phoenix blood spear, his body straight like a spear. "You've caught my attention for a long time," Dragon Fong suddenly said. Lin Ming smiled. "Same here. I've always wanted to fight with you, but on the divine seal altar we both weren't in our peak conditions, and in order to climb up the 33rd step, we both had to save our strength. The result is that I've waited until now. I've been looking forwards to this battle for a long time, and I will put my best into this battle. As will I." Their conversation revealed just how much Lin Ming and Dragon Fong valued each other. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong. Before the match had begun, the audience was already cheering at the top of their lungs. Those that shouted these two names were all young elites of different great influences. They were certainly crazy because of this fight. A battle of this level might not happen for even 10,000 years. To them, it was a lucky chance if they were able to observe and emulate these young heroes. They could study their techniques, their abilities, and broaden their horizons. "It's so lively." In the contestant area, a bright voice like silver bells echoed out. Everyone turned to see a black-clothed girl emerge out of thin air like a ghost. No one had seen where she had come from, as if she had always been there from the start. Xiao Moxian. Many people instantly recognized this young girl. She was the direct bloodline descendant of Empyrean Demon Dawn, as well as someone who possessed half the inherited bloodline of a phoenix. In terms of potential, she could be called number one within the entire divine realm. And beside Xiao Moxian was another young woman dressed in white and clad in a dreamy illusion, her entire body exuding a holy aura. Without needing to mention it, everyone knew she was Frost Dream. Frost Dream's face was blurred, as if a layer of fog perpetually shrouded her. And not too far away from these two women there was a tall and thin, bald youth. He wore straw sandals and loosely hanging cloth robes. There were 9 Buddhist scars that marked his head. This youth was Hang Chi. Frost Dream, Hang Chi, Xiao Moxian. The 3 great masters had all come out to watch Lin Ming and Dragon Fong's battle. From this point alone, one could see just how extraordinary this battle would be. Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian. As White King saw these 3 people, he walked forwards to greet them. They were all old acquaintances. Senior apprentice brother White King, you lost a bit too miserably. Xiao Moxian loved to poke at one's wounds. White King awkwardly traced his nose, saying, "If my skill is inferior to others, then I have lost fair and square." Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian, do you have the confidence to face Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, and June Blue Moon? Hee. Xiao Moxian clucked her tongue, playfully saying, "Guess." White King's voice stalled in his throat before helplessly shaking his head. Although he had known Xiao Moxian for some time now, he didn't know just how far she had grown. In his opinion, although Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, and June Blue Moon were all formidable existences, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat Xiao Moxian at all. The growth of Xiao Moxian's strength was astronomical. She was someone who would grow stronger just by eating and sleeping, and even her laws would rise to a higher level without her doing anything at all. Just who could compare to the likes of her? It was a pity that Xiao Moxian never seemed to grow up and always had a playful mentality. Otherwise, if she was diligent in training like Hang Qi was, then she would be much stronger than she was now. On the arena stage, vast cosmos slowly announced, "Match begin." In that instant, Dragon Fong moved. His speed was extremely high. To cross the distance between him and Lin Ming, he only needed a tenth of the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As Dragon Fong flew forwards, his figure divided into 4 spatial mirror images. 4 dragon fangs, each cut down with the Dragon Fong blade. For a time, every location for Lin Ming to dodge had been sealed off. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He knew that back on the Divine Seal altar, Dragon Fong already had the ability to transform into 8 spatial mirror images. But now he had only formed 4. It was clear that he was just testing the waters with an exploratory attack. But this tentative attack was also incomparably swift and violent. Compared to several months ago when Dragon Fong had summoned 8 spatial mirror images to defeat Bloodless Sword, the difference was like the heavens and the earth. Those 4 crimson lights shot forwards at incredible speeds, all of them piercing through Lin Ming's body at once. CA. As the sword lights penetrated through Lin Ming's body, they thrust into the ground behind him, causing the ground to shatter. The audience cried out in alarm. They didn't believe that the match would end like this. However, this sense of shock was too strong. Although they had correctly guessed it was an afterimage, Lin Ming's speed was too fast. No one could tell whether it was an afterimage or not. "Your speed has indeed not disappointed me," Dragon Fong said with a dignified tone. Rather, to be more accurate, it was 4 dragon fangs speaking up at once. Their expressions were completely identical, and they spoke with one voice. As Dragon Fong continued speaking, Lin Ming's afterimages began to slowly fade away. Several 100 million people watched the 4 dragon fangs on stage. The young martial artists simply weren't able to tell which ones were fake and which one was real. This was because the 4 dragon fangs were spatial mirror images and not illusions. Like a person reflected in the mirror, their movements and expressions were all the same. The eyes of the 4 dragon fangs began to transform at the same time. Their pupils condensed, and condensed more until they were the size of needle tips. Their eyes were covered with mysterious patterns, and even the blood vessels in the sclera began to bulge. He had opened the 3 lives pupils. As Lin Ming saw these eyes, his expression was also solemn. In this condition, Dragon Fong was at his most terrifying state. "My cultivation is known as the 3 lives pupils," Dragon Fong suddenly said. "This is the strongest secret ability that my honorably master taught me. With the 3 lives pupils activated, I can display my space and time laws to their greatest degree of strength. Now, I will make my attack." Before Dragon Fong made his move, he had actually warned Lin Ming. This was the epitome of his confidence. Of course, this was also to ensure the fairest battle. Only by utilizing their abilities to the limit could they engage in the greatest of showdowns. The entire audience's eyes popped wide open, unblinking, lest they miss any movement at all. Dragon Fong's techniques involved the space and time laws, and Dragon Fong was also a freak who had cultivated both the space and time laws to the 5th level concept. If these 2 laws joined together, it was unknown how strong they would be. Many people were sweating nervously for Lin Ming because what Lin Ming had exposed so far was only the 5th level concept of the fire laws. At this time, Dragon Fong began to slowly move forwards. His steps were strange, both slow and fast, without a determined direction, as if he were walking through a space maze. The 4 dragon fangs began to slowly separate as they moved forwards, each one dividing into 2, 4 of them dividing into 8. Dragonfang had created 8 spatial mirror images. The might of 8 spatial mirror images was over 2 times stronger than 4 spatial mirror images. Ca. At this time, a dark gray light shimmered above the blood-red edges of the 8 Dragonfang swords. This was the substantialized power of space. Hum hum hum. Space trembled as Dragonfang attacked. With 8 swords, each one transformed into thousands and tens of thousands of sword lights. For a time, shadows of the Dragonfang swords filled the air. These sword shadows were not illusions but spatial mirror images. To use space to project sword lights, this was an omnipresent attack. The several hundreds of millions of people in the arena gasped as they saw this. This was tens of thousands of sword lights, blocking off every possible route to dodge. Moreover, each sword light had a faint touch of the time laws. It was simply impossible to judge their trajectory. No matter how quick one was, they could not be avoided. As for defending against them, that was an even greater joke. If these sword lights fused as one, even a mountain made of divine stone would be turned to ash. How could one block this? At this critical moment, Lin Ming suddenly erupted with the heretical god force, releasing it to the limit, even as he opened the 8 inner hidden gates and burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. Facing Dragonfang as his opponent, he had to go all out. In full bloom, prime Emperor Lotus Flower, with a resonant dragon roar, the phantom of an azure dragon appeared. Behind Lin Ming, a deep blood-red prime Emperor Lotus Flower slowly blossomed. Grand Mist Space exploded outwards, crashing into those endless sword lights. Chi 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 chi. As the sword lights pierced into the Grand Mist Space, they violently collided with the elementary Grand Mist energy. The elementary Grand Mist energy that was as heavy as a mountain was twisted apart by the sword lights. But at the same time, the sword lights were also destroyed, vanishing into nothing. Grand Mist Space was a complete offensive, defensive, and suppressive ability. Even though Lin Ming had only obtained 1/3 of the inheritance, it still possessed an incomparably terrifying might. Pung! An explosive force surged outwards. Out of Dragonfang's tens of thousands of sword lights, over 99% of them collapsed as they entered the Grand Mist Space. As the remaining sword lights rushed around Lin Ming simply swept out his spear. Like the tail whip of a divine dragon, the spear point drew an arc in space, and with a series of explosive sounds, all of those sword lights were crushed to nothing by Lin Ming. All returned to nihility. The countless young geniuses watching this were dumbstruck. Heavens, he can actually defend against that. Under everyone's gaze, that nearly unstoppable sure-kill move was actually broken through by Lin Ming. The all-annihilating Grand Mist Space was indeed one of Lin Ming's strongest techniques. Once he used it, it was hard for anyone of his level to match it. In that instant, Lin Ming suddenly stepped forwards. The Grand Mist Space spread forwards, completely covering Dragonfang. And Dragonfang had just attacked, so his old strength was used, and he hadn't caught himself yet. His front was wide open. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity. His speed rose to the extreme as he hurtled forwards, his spear thrusting outwards. Whew! As the Grand Mist Space enveloped Dragonfang, Dragonfang's strength began rapidly fading from his body. True essence was decomposed by the Grand Mist Space, and even those spatial mirror images began to blur. Lin Ming only needed 1,000th of the blink of an eye to determine which was Dragonfang's true body. Chasing thunder, a thrust of the spear, a flash of electric light. Lin Ming didn't use a move with a stronger striking power like virtual disintegration or blue lotus flame dance, but the fastest attack in his arsenal, chasing thunder. Every fleeting moment of battle was different, from one to the next. What he needed now was speed. The speed was so fast that it surpassed the ability of everyone to react. Dragon Fong's eyes flashed with a sharp light as they immediately turned cold. Fantastic, but what a pity. In that moment, the 8 dragon fangs combined together. His sword suddenly reversed as he slashed back at an unbelievable angle. Chapter 1298. The Greatest Battle. Chapter 1298. The Greatest Battle. Dragon Fong's attack path was extremely strange. He didn't attack Lin Ming, nor did he attack Lin Ming's sword light. What he attacked was the void. As his sword thrust out, a sharp light flashed in Dragon Fong's pupils. In that instant, every circulating flow of energy within the Grand Mist space was reflected in Dragon Fong's 3 lives pupils. Power of space. The power of space attached to the Dragon Fong blade suddenly erupted. With a loud cracking sound, several strands of elementary Grand Mist energy were cut apart by Dragon Fong. In that instant, the pressure on Dragon Fong rapidly fell. With a quick movement of his feet, his figure flashed at unimaginable speeds. Punk! Dragon Fong broke through the Grand Mist space and flew away. At the same time, Lin Ming's spear struck empty space as it crashed into the ground. The surface stone of the arena stage was shorn off. Crushed rubble flew into the skies. He broke through my Grand Mist space. Lin Ming looked at Dragon Fong with surprise in his eyes. In truth, Lin Ming's Grand Mist space was not unbreakable. The closer the Grand Mist space was to Lin Ming, the more intense it was. The further away the Grand Mist space was, the weaker it was. It wasn't strange that Dragon Fong could break free from the shackles of Lin Ming's Grand Mist space with absolute strength. But what Dragon Fong used just now to break through the Grand Mist space was not absolute strength. Rather, he used the 3 lives pupils to see through the circulation of the energy within the Grand Mist space and then cut it apart. That was truly an incredible feat. My Grand Mist space, I'm not fully proficient in it yet. Or, I should say that I haven't completely learned it at all. Lin Ming thought to himself. He didn't believe that the Grand Mist space was inferior to the 3 lives pupils. Even Empyrean Primordius himself was someone who was in no way inferior to a ruthless master like Empyrean Divine Dream. There was no questioning his strength. The transcendent divine might that he created would undoubtedly be terrifyingly powerful. But the problem was that Lin Ming wasn't considered a full descendant of Empyrean Primordius. When he had entered the eternal demon abyss and ventured into the road of Emperor, it was unknown whether Empyrean Primordius was still alive, and all that was left over was some inheritances and ancient relics. At that time, Lin Ming didn't possess the ability to pass Empyrean Primordius's tests. His cultivation was too low, and his talent was lacking. It was natural for him to fail. Thus, Lin Ming had only scratched the surface of the Primordius' martial intent. On the other hand, Dragon Fong was the sole disciple that 3 lives old man had accepted in 300 million years. With 3 lives old man personally teaching him, there was nothing that wasn't explained. Every cultivation ability was revealed in absolute clarity, and all sorts of precious resources that 3 lives old man had gathered in his life were freely spent on Dragon Fong. There was simply no comparing them. Because of this, it wasn't strange for the 3 lives pupils to see through the Grand Mist space. I can easily pass through your domain. The 3 lives pupils is the king of 10,000 laws. Underneath the gaze of my eyes, there are no laws that can hide. Dragon Fong confidently said, his blood-red sword firmly grasped in his hand. As Lin Ming heard Dragon Fong's words, he faintly smiled. Is that so? Unfortunately, I am also confident in my laws. Why don't we give it a try? Lin Ming's astonishing words left the entire audience stunned for a moment. Dragon Fong had just said that the 3 lives pupils was the king of 10,000 laws. Although many people found this hard to accept, they didn't have the means to question it. After all, the facts were placed in front of them. Whoever fought with Dragon Fong would lose all confidence. If your techniques were broken through, how could you possibly continue fighting? And this Lin Ming actually said he was confident in his laws. It was well known by all that Lin Ming's weakness lay in the laws. Lin Ming had reached large success in the 5th level fire laws, and his thunder laws were slightly worse compared to Dragon Fong and June Blue Moon, who were exceptionally skilled in the space and time laws and the yin-yang laws. He was a bit lacking. In truth, it wasn't that Lin Ming was weak, but that everyone else was too freakish. It was truly difficult to judge Lin Ming and Dragon Fong's strength. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Ming was a versatile genius skilled in all aspects, whether it was endurance, defense laws, striking power, mortal body, soul, will domains. Everything he possessed was approaching the highest levels. But that was only approaching the highest levels, not the true peak. This made everyone feel that Lin Ming didn't have a true strength. Although he was skilled in various aspects, he wasn't invincible with them. And Dragon Fong possessed the 3 lives pupils. In the aspect of laws, he was invincible. No one would want to use their laws to fight with Dragon Fong. Otherwise, they would be seen through. But if a martial artist didn't use their laws, how could they fight? Moreover, Dragon Fong had mind-boggling accomplishments in the space and time laws. If you were to fight with Dragon Fong, and he were to use the laws while you couldn't, wasn't that just standing there waiting to be beaten up? Now, Lin Ming's strongest grand misspace was also seen through by Dragon Fong. Many people were fearfully sweating for Lin Ming, feeling that he was in a very bad spot. Is that right? Then let me experience your laws. Dragon Fong gripped his sword and split into 8 forms. The 7 spatial images seemed to emerge from Dragon Fong's body. After his space laws had reached this boundary, he was already able to freely use the spatial mirror images with skill and ease. Lin Ming spun the Phoenix Blood Spear. True essence converged into his inner world as the heretical god tree crazily grew. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. This 100,000-foot tall divine tree pierced into the heavens. The audience didn't know what sort of transcendent divine might the heretical god force was, but they still had an extremely deep impression of it. When Lin Ming had summoned this heretical god tree, he had used the thunder and fire laws to break through the Monster Prince's space cage. At the same level, the fire laws had broken through the space laws. What sort of concept was that? It was no minor matter at all. And now, Lin Ming was using this heretical god tree to deal with Dragon Fong. Virtual disintegration. Lin Ming thrust his spear out, summoning virtual fire to coat the Phoenix Blood Spear. Purple and red beating flames danced on the spear as it thrust towards Dragon Fong. These were flames that faintly surpassed the heavenly Tao. They were beyond ordinary. Facing these monstrous flames, Dragon Fong's expression didn't change. His needle-like pupils swept over Lin Ming, seeing through all. What? Dragon Fong was startled. He discovered that the path of this virtual fire was only faintly recognizable, and it was extremely difficult to see. Even with the 3 lives pupils, he could feel the heat of the flames burning into him, causing a needle-like pain to stab into his mind. Flames of virtual fire? Lin Ming's fire laws are truly different from an ordinary martial artist's. Even his laws are at a higher degree. Even my 3 lives pupils were nearly unable to see through them. However, 3 lives pupils, all existence to void. Dragon Fong had opened all existence to void. On the divine seal altar, Dragon Fong had done this once before. All existence to void was a single state of the 3 lives pupils' transcendent divine might. The 3 lives pupils had many different states, and they could even be opened in tandem. When one cultivated the 3 lives pupils to the limit, and all states were open together, even the heavenly Tao laws would fall silent. Although Dragon Fong was far from reaching this boundary, just the state of all existence to void was able to increase his ability to see through the laws several times over. I can see it. Within Dragon Fong's field of vision, the energy circulation path of the virtual fire was clearly seen through by him. Break apart. The 8 dragon fangs simultaneously slashed their swords. The 8 dragon Fong blades erupted with a tremendous power of space as all of this energy rushed towards Lin Ming as if it had a mind of its own. The power of space was the sharpest weapon. It was omnipresent, able to cut apart all. And underneath Dragon Fong's control, this power of space completely stabbed into the weakest points of the virtual fire. After these monstrous purple flames were pierced through by this power of space, they suddenly shivered before exploding with a loud bang. Purple flames dimmed as endless purple lights shot out. Lin Ming's virtual disintegration was also broken through. Dragon Fong let out a long and deep breath, a stabbing pain throbbing in his eyes. Even some meridian channels in the corners of his eyes had ruptured and were leaking deep red blood. Even though Dragon Fong was at the late divine sea realm, he was still barely able to use all existence to void. Not only did it consume a great deal of true essence and world power, it also created a tremendous burden on his eyes. As long as he activated it, the pressure on his eyes would be unbelievable. The blood vessels in his eyes would blow up over time and even cause him to gradually lose his eyesight. Thus, Dragon Fong was only able to maintain this state for a very short time. Dragon Fong grasped the long sword in his hands. At this time, his eyes were burning with flames, like 2 suns were contained within them, and all around his eyes, meridian channels bulged upwards, seeming just like sunlight. The current Dragon Fong exuded a savage aura. As he looked at Lin Ming, he grimly said, "Lin Ming, your virtual fire is truly amazing. I now understand that it is a transcendent divine might. Otherwise, you could never have reached such heights." The heretical god force was a transcendent divine might and was more complete than the primordious martial intent. But Lin Ming didn't expect it to be complete. Those transcendent divine mights that were dug up in ancient ruins were often incomplete. It was only that Lin Ming hadn't cultivated it to a high enough boundary, so he was unable to determine whether or not it was complete. Also, practicing the heretical god force was not easy. He needed to constantly absorb divine flames and thunder in the world in order to nourish the constant growth of the heretical god force. Just as it was, the heretical god force's exquisite profoundness in the laws was extremely exaggerated. It wasn't even easy for Dragon Fong to see through it. Dragon Fong said, "You have forced me to open all existence to void, and with that, this battle will approach its finale. This is because, in this state, I can only maintain myself for half an incense stick of time." As the 8 dragon fangs spoke, they slowly stepped forwards. But as they stepped forwards, another mind-boggling scene occurred. The bodies of the dragon fangs split apart once more, each dividing into 2, 8 of them dividing into 16. 16 dragon fangs had appeared in front of Lin Ming. What? The entire audience was completely bewildered. Even those holy lords and world kings were utterly shocked. 16 spatial mirror images meant that Dragon Fong had touched upon the 6th level concept of the space laws. Although he had only touched the 6th level concept, he was still many steps away from reaching it. Even so, this accomplishment left one trembling in fear. These juniors are too terrifying. An ordinary half-step holy lord would have reached this level. In terms of the comprehension of laws alone, Dragon Fong has reached the standard of a half-step holy lord. Old, we are far too old. The geniuses of this era have already surpassed our understanding. To touch upon the 6th level concept at just 36 years of age, that was simply unimaginable. The space laws that Dragon Fong practiced were famed for being difficult. This left the heroic young elites present feeling far too inferior. This disparity was too great. The match is over. In this state, I can only attack one final time. But that will be enough. The 16 dragon fangs looked towards Lin Ming, all of them indifferently speaking as they raised their dragon fang blades. Chapter 1299. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Chapter 1299. Heavenly Tao Judgment. This was Dragon Fang's final strike, and also his strongest strike. The joint attack of 8 dragon fangs was already so terrifying, and now he had divided into 16 spatial mirror images, and had also opened the 3 lives pupil state of all existence to void. The might of this attack could be imagined. On the other hand, even Lin Ming's 5th level concept of fire that was supported by the heretical god tree, virtual disintegration, was broken through by Dragon Fang. Any and all laws would be seen through by Dragon Fang. As long as one attacked Dragon Fang with the laws, then they would be restrained. The impression that others had of the thunder and fire laws was always weaker than the space and time laws. Moreover, Dragon Fang had also opened the 3 lives pupils as a complete, transcendent divine might, and even a peak existence amongst all transcendent divine mights. Its power could be imagined. This is my last attack. Prepare yourself. Dragon Fang cautioned Lin Ming once more. This was how confident he was in himself. Facing Dragon Fang's last strike, Lin Ming's face was cold and determined. If he couldn't use the laws, then there was no way he could battle Dragon Fang. With things having come to this step, he only had one final move remaining to him. This was the only law attack that might not be seen through by Dragon Fang. In terms of laws, it was a technique that stood beyond the heavenly Tao. In that instant, energy erupted from Lin Ming's body, rising to the limit. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared once more. This is the divine tree phantom again? Useless. The fire and thunder laws that this divine tree releases are mysterious, but I can still see through them all the same. Dragon Fang was not boasting. The virtual fire of before had already been seen through by him. As the martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan saw Lin Ming about to use the same move for his last strike, all of them were worried for him. The power of thunder and fire? Was this technique still any good? Take my sword, void annihilation. The 16 dragon fangs slashed out with their swords together, and 16 sword lights came hurtling out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void trembled, time twisted. The power of this sword strike had reached the peak of any divine sea martial artist. And at the same time, Lin Ming also shot out his spear. The entirety of his will, his battle spirit, his world power, his true essence, his energies, all of it was poured into his spear. In that moment, Lin Ming's strength detonated like a volcano, rapidly climbing up without end. The law fragments that fused into his body during his 9th stage life destruction also activated. Lin Ming's strength grew higher and higher, quickly surpassing Dragon Fang, and still climbing. Dragon Fang shouted out loud, and all of the sword light gathered into a single beam of light. All of the power of space and time around it was swept up into it. And suddenly, from within Lin Ming's inner world, thunder and fire heavenly tribulation that was absorbed by the heretical god tree began to rush forth, swelling out in infinite waves. In the skies behind Lin Ming, a terrifying boom blasted across the world. The power of endless thunder erupted, turning the skies into a roiling sea of purple thunder. And within that sea of thunder, flames madly howled, concentrating into a river of magma that dashed forwards. Thunder, fire, 2 wild and violent energies wove together in the sky. This inexhaustible strength caused the world to shudder. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Thunder, fire, tribulation. Lin Ming had used his strongest attack, and also the strongest cultivation method he had created. This is deep within vast universe heavenly palace. Empyrean vast universe's eyes popped wide open. The the power of heavenly tribulation. This is equivalent to the height of the heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming is summoning heavenly tribulation. Even Empyrean divine dreams, appearance changed, a cultivation method equal to the heavenly Tao that was a transcendent divine might. When an ordinary Empyrean created a transcendent divine might that would truly reach the level of controlling the heavenly Tao laws to an extent. However, they also needed to cultivate that skill to the highest limits. It was not something that a divine sea martial artist could ever hope to accomplish. This was because when an Empyrean created a transcendent divine might, their cultivation had already reached an exceedingly high boundary. If one wished to thoroughly comprehend and cultivate this transcendent divine might, then that person would need to be at a similar boundary to the one who had created it. For instance, if Dragon Fong wanted to cultivate the Three Lives pupils to its highest degree, then he would need at least an Empyrean cultivation. And because of this, Dragon Fong was only able to display the tiniest portion of the Three Lives pupils' true strength. But Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment was completely different. This ability was established during the divine sea realm. Thus, he absolutely was able to display its full power during the divine sea realm. This was a cultivation method that belonged to Lin Ming alone, and also the cultivation method that suited him the best. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder roared, flames howled. The entire sky turned into an endless ocean of red and purple. Lin Ming's spear shot towards Dragon Fong. A sharp light flashed in Dragon Fong's eyes. He wanted to use all existence to void to see through this heavenly Tao judgment, but no matter where or how he looked, all he felt was a stabbing pain in his eyes and an endless sea of red and purple roiling before him. It was simply impossible for him to see through the energy composition of this thunderfire heavenly tribulation. What? Dragon Fong was shocked beyond belief. Even though he had opened all existence to void, he still wasn't able to see through Lin Ming's attack. As he was left dumbstruck, he immediately understood what was happening. It wasn't that heavenly Tao judgment was stronger than his Three Lives pupils, but because the degree to which he had trained in the Three Lives pupils was lacking. These were two different cultivation methods. For example, suppose the height of laws in Three Lives pupils was at 100 and the height of laws for heavenly Tao judgment was 10. A person who practiced only 1% of the Three Lives pupils cultivation method would be inferior to someone who had cultivated heavenly Tao judgment to 100%. This was where the disparity lay, facing the power of heavenly tribulation that stood beyond the heavenly Tao. Dragon Fong wasn't able to see through it at all. If he couldn't see through these laws, then Dragon Fong could only bet everything he had in a direct frontal collision with Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming's original true essence intensity added on to the erupting power of the 8 inner hidden gates had surpassed Dragon Fong, not to mention that he was also utilizing the might of heavenly tribulation. Bang! The spear light and sword light struck each other, and a wave of wild energy swept through the entire arena stage, lifting off the top layers of stone and leaving nothing behind but the hard, timeless God stone foundation beneath. This was a truly apocalyptic scene. Ping, 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 ping. Besides Dragon Fong's true self, the 15 spatial mirror images he created completely exploded. And Dragon Fong himself was also surrounded by endless thunder and fire. He used the Dragon Fong blade to resist Lin Ming's spear light, but his body was still sent flying backwards from the impact. Pung! The space enchantments protecting Dragon Fong exploded apart, one after another. Ka, 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 ka. As the space enchantments collapsed, the power of thunder and fire also melted away. Blood leaked through Dragon Fong's lips, and his palms were completely cracked apart. This damage was the result of the tremendous impact force rushing through him. Pung! At that time, Dragon Fong's protective true essence was no longer able to withstand the impact. It also shattered. In this critical moment, Dragon Fong shouted out loud, overdrawing all the strength within his body. He gathered a massive amount of the power of space, causing that spear light to explode. Blood vessels in Dragon Fong's eyes burst open and blood flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back dozens of steps before barely coming to a stop with the Dragon Fong blade supporting him. Dragon Fong looked up, his blood-stained eyes staring at Lin Ming. Flames still flickered around his pupils, and it was impossible to see his expression. You can actually create such a technique? Even my 3 lives pupils cannot see through it. As Dragon Fong spoke, more and more blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Lin Ming was astonished. Heavenly Tao judgment could be considered his strongest attack in a situation where his laws weren't suppressed, and its strength had completely covered Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong had actually been able to persist through it, not even vomiting blood and falling to the ground. This Dragon Fong was strong to the point of being a freak. The reason he could persist until now was because his space laws were far too powerful, whether it was in attack or defense. Otherwise, he would have long been spitting out blood and would have fallen unconscious with severe wounds. But even if Dragon Fong didn't collapse to the ground, that didn't mean he still had the ability to continue fighting with Lin Ming. Opening the state of all existence to void just then had placed a tremendous burden on his body. At the same time, he had overdrawn his potential and completely used up his strength. The flames in his eyes gradually diminished until they fully dissipated away, turning back into ordinary pupils. Even his complexion paled more than usual. He only had 30 to 40% of his true essence remaining. And what was most important was that the blood vessels in Dragon Fong's eyes had exploded because the burden was too great. He would be unable to open the 3 lives pupils again for some time. This battle had been decided. Dragon Fong's attainments in the laws were extremely high, but he had a weakness, and that was that his endurance was far inferior to Lin Ming's. Moreover, his physical bodily strength and defensive ability were completely flung away by Lin Ming. If Lin Ming were the one to take such damage, then he would have been able to maintain his combat strength and keep fighting. But with Dragon Fong being the one to take so much damage, it was no longer possible for him to continue. "I admit defeat," Dragon Fong quietly said as he wiped away the blood from his mouth. As these 3 words spread through the arena, the several 100 million spectators fell into a silent lull. In this battle, Lin Ming victorious, Dragon Fong defeated. The results weren't too shocking. After all, Lin Ming was extremely strong, and people didn't know who was stronger between him and Dragon Fong. However, the entire fight had been far too shocking. Lin Ming is too strong. I really think he might make the top 3 rankings. I really have no idea what would happen if he were to fight with Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream. What was Lin Ming's final move just now? It's as if I was facing the vastness of the heavens and earth. Many of the martial artists present hadn't experienced heavenly tribulation, but they were all dragons and phoenixes of their generation, outstanding geniuses of their era. They all had a faint sense of understanding towards the heavenly Tao. I'm not too sure, but I also feel the same way. I think that Lin Ming's move was similar to some extreme powerhouses when they used their transcendent divine might. I have no idea if this is his limit. It would be fine if this was it, but if he can continue past this, then that would be too horrifying. Within vast universe heavenly palace, Empyrean vast universe and Empyrean divine dream were both silent as they witnessed this victory. After a long period of silence, Empyrean divine dream eerily said, "That is an elementary transcendent divine might. Elementary transcendent divine might." Empyrean vast universe let out a long breath. He had also been able to see that Lin Ming's transcendent divine might was extremely weak. It could not be compared at all to complete transcendent divine mights created by the likes of Empyrean divine dream or 3 lives old man. Even when compared to those eternally incomplete, transcendent divine mites created by weaker Empyreans, it was still far inferior. But Lin Ming was only 31 years old. He had far too much time ahead of him, as well as a future without limits. As Lin Ming grew, this elementary transcendent divine might would continue to develop and improve again and again until it reached perfection, becoming a truly all-encompassing ability. At that time, the endless variations of laws contained within it would reach incredible heights and would even be comparable to the divine dream law that Empyrean divine dream created, or the primordious martial intent that Empyrean primordius created. Chapter 1300, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Art. Chapter 1300, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Art. Dragon Fong put away his sword. He deeply looked at Lin Ming, saying, "I have convincingly lost this battle, but next time I shall be the victor." Lin Ming replied, "I've heard those words far too many times before, but up until now, no one has ever managed to fulfill them." As Lin Ming spoke, the entire audience was secretly dumbfounded. These words were a bit too arrogant. Dragon Fong is crazy, but Lin Ming is even crazier. You're wrong. It isn't that they are arrogant, but only a truthful reflection of their history. When we listen to it, it seems exaggerated, thus we think they are arrogant, but in truth the two of them have similar personalities. They are both characters that will patiently wait, but when they attack, what they do will often be fatal. Dragon Fong didn't answer again. He only turned around and left the stage. Lin Ming looked at his back as he departed. He was well aware that Dragon Fong's potential far surpassed that of any genius he had ever defeated before. Dragon Fong had just opened the 3 lives pupils, and his strength was just at the beginning of the period where it would rapidly rise. He hadn't had time to fully realize his potential yet. In the future, he would inevitably become an extreme character of the divine realm. Of course, even though Lin Ming believed that Dragon Fong would rapidly grow, he himself would also quickly grow. On the divine seal altar's 33 steps, he had comprehended the concept of the 33 heavens. This was a concept that no one else possessed. Lin Ming, in this battle you nearly used everything at your disposal, but there are still several unfathomable geniuses waiting for you. If you fight them, victory won't come easily. M.O. Eversnow's voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind. Originally, M.O. Eversnow didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to rise into the top 3 rankings, but afterwards Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed her calculations. Even so, at the same time, the strength of Lin Ming's opponents also exceeded her anticipation. Now, facing the 1 or 2 peak characters of the Divine Seal 10 Children, Lin Ming still didn't have confidence he could win. Dragon Fong is strong. If I didn't use Heavenly Tao Judgment, then I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Ever since Lin Ming joined the first martial meeting, this was the first time he had used Heavenly Tao Judgment under the public gaze. It was simply impossible for him to continue holding back. I wonder just who my next opponent will be. I shouldn't face Xiao Moxian, Hang Chi, or Frost Dream yet, but June Blue Moon might be a possibility. Of the Divine Seal 10 Children, after deducting Shirku and Hua Xian, it was impossible to tell who was stronger or weaker amongst the several top characters. They would only be able to find out after fighting. If he really had to fight June Blue Moon, then Lin Ming would need to give it his everything. June Blue Moon's 64 8-trigram sword, where he fused together all of that strength, was far too terrifying. The second match of the second round, Xiao Moxian against Lord Monster. The name that the Monster Prince signed up with was Lord Monster. Thus, vast cosmos deferred to the registered name to announce the match. The original intent behind Lord Monster was to imply a lord of all monsters, in other words, a monster Empyrean. Luckily, the Monster Prince had the vigorous bloodline of his race. Even after being brutally beaten up by Lin Ming, He only needed several hours and some valuable medicines to restore himself to peak condition where he was bursting with energy. His figure flashed as he seemed to teleport on stage, and in front of him, countless black feathers emerged from thin air. A halo of dim light shimmered, and Xiao Moxian appeared in the arena like a dark fairy. This beautiful entrance scene left the audience mesmerized and crying out in acclaim. Xiao Moxian was the dream lover of far too many heroic young elites. Frost Dream and Xiao Moxian were the two unquestionable goddesses of the divine realm. Frost Dream was mysterious and holy, while Xiao Moxian was cute and lovable. There were countless young elites that yearned for them from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Xiao Moxian possessed the Dark Phoenix bloodline, the true bloodline of a Dark Phoenix. If one could obtain her primordial gene, then the benefits would be unimaginable. Not only could someone greatly improve their physique, but their talent would rise to new levels. Moreover, they could directly engrave runes of the dark fire laws into their body. In the future, even if they were eating or sleeping, their strength would still be rising. Who would not desire such benefits? Not just that, but Xiao Moxian herself was as beautiful as an immortal fairy, and her grandfather was Empyrean Demon Dawn. If one could marry Xiao Moxian, then they could ascend to heaven in a single step. The monster prince laughed. Xiao Moxian, "Heh, you are truly a beauty. Let me tell you something. The reason that someone like me would join such a boring first martial meeting is all in order to see you. I have admired you for a long time." As the monster prince spoke, the many young elites in the audience suddenly widened their eyes. The monster prince's face was really thicker than the walls of a city. If he had won all of his matches and then called this first martial meeting boring, then no one would have said anything. But he had been beaten up so badly by Lin Ming that not even his mother would recognize him. And yet he still dared to say that the first martial meeting was boring. This was simply the same as him stretching his face out and saying, "I am cheap, slap me, slap me." This idiot! I have never heard anyone so stupid before in my life. To be honest, if I were him, I would find myself hard-pressed to do anything after being beaten up so miserably by Lin Ming. Even standing on stage right now is a type of courage. I have to say I admire how thick his skin is. Don't try to use your own logic upon those from the monster race, or you'll go crazy. For them, the strong win and the weak lose. All they care about is the law of the jungle. Anything they do is based on their own whims. To them, the concept of face doesn't exist at all. The audience noisily discussed, no matter how arrogant one was, or how thick their face was, they would still lose in this regard to the monster prince. Xiao Moxian tapped her chin as she looked at the monster prince with interest in her eyes. Her expression was just like a little imp looking at their favorite toy. "Are you saying that I should be honored?" "Ha ha, far from that. I am only hoping that you can understand the depth of my feelings towards you within my heart. You are also considered a part of our monster race. If you continue mixing with these riffraff humans all the time, then that will dilute your bloodline and cause your future descendants to become increasingly weak. Rather, wouldn't it be better to return to the monster race with me? In the future, once I become the monster emperor, you will be the empress." "Fuck off." In the audience, someone had already stormed away in a rage. "I can't stand this. Gods, please save me. Someone hurry up and sweep this idiot away." The monster prince had actually dared to proposition Xiao Moxian and wanted to marry her and bring her back to the monster race. In front of everyone, he was actually trying to dig in their corner. This fellow was simply out of his mind. And most importantly, he actually dared to say such things after being beaten up so miserably by Lin Ming. All the young elites present felt as if they were going to collapse from secondhand embarrassment. As Xiao Moxian heard that the monster prince wanted to marry her, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she teasingly smiled and said, "Okay, but my future husband has to be able to defeat me Moreover, he has to be the top genius of the divine realm. If you defeat me, then I will marry you. However, if you lose to me, will you be my slave for life? This Xiao Moxian was not easy to deal with. To lose was to be her slave. Who would agree to that? Even if the monster prince was beyond arrogant, he still wasn't dumb enough to agree to something like that. His voice turned gloomy as he said, "My royal bloodline has yet to awaken. But once it does, my cultivation will rise 10,000 miles every day. My current achievements do not represent my future limits. One day, I will become the strongest monster emperor that our monster race has ever seen." Then I'll wait for you. But now, how about you withstand 3 of my strikes before you continue speaking? As Xiao Moxian spoke, she suddenly attacked. With a resonant phoenix cry, a massive dark phoenix phantom appeared behind Xiao Moxian. Black feathers, black flames soaring into the sky. At that moment, a vast and hallowed aura covered the entire martial field. What an amazing phoenix race aura. Even my bloodline is resonating with it. Lin Ming was surprised. He could feel a burning heat on his forehead. The ancient phoenix mark on his forehead began to shimmer, beating in tandem with that sublime aura. Both of their bloodlines came from a similar origin, but in terms of bloodline density, Lin Ming was far from being able to compare with Xiao Moxian. This caused the bloodline within his body to be suppressed by Xiao Moxian. And this was occurring to Lin Ming even though he had absorbed a massive amount of ancient phoenix blood essence. The other powerhouses of the ancient phoenix clan were likely feeling an even greater suppression. Facing Xiao Moxian in such a state, the monster prince didn't dare to hold back. In truth, he was well aware that he wasn't Xiao Moxian's match. The desolate halberd in his hand thrust out. The power of space revolved. Rule the world. Kacha? The power of space came shrouding down. The monster prince wanted to use the power of space to bind that dark phoenix, but the difference in strength was far too great. The dark phoenix spread its wings, ripping apart all of the surrounding power of space. Halberd shattering the universe. The monster prince thrust out his halberd once more. Xiao Moxian chuckled as she took out a thin black whip from her spatial ring. This whip was 30 feet long and was completely pitch black all over without a single hint of luster, as if all light was absorbed by it. Dragon tendon whip. In the honored seating area, an old man couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Many weapons were crowned with the title of dragon. For instance, dragon tendon whip and dragon hair whip. But those were only exaggerated examples to highlight the strength of the whip. They weren't truly related to a dragon. But Xiao Moxian's whip was an exception. It was truly crafted and refined from a dragon tendon. It was naturally indestructible, and after being struck by this whip, not only could it easily break through one's true essence, but the force would pass through one's bones, even injuring their soul. This was a truly terrifying weapon. Ping! The dragon tendon whip struck the monster prince's desolate halberd. The whip bypassed the halberd shaft and slashed towards the monster prince. The monster prince was shocked. His entire body erupted with energy as he hastily withdrew. However, this whip was like a viper. It chased straight after him at an unimaginable speed, instantly reaching the front of the monster prince. Ha! The monster prince shouted out loud. He wanted to use his halberd to defend himself, but it was too late. Xiao Moxian's figure flashed. She pumped her thin arms, and the long whip in her hand instantly tore through the monster prince's protective true essence and struck his body. Puff! The whip tail slashed across the monster prince's shoulder, causing blood to rain down. To the monster race, this level of injury wasn't anything at all. However, Xiao Moxian devilishly smiled. She reversed her true essence, and the whip wrapped around the monster prince as if it had a mind of its own. Heaven-swallowing demon art. In that moment, for hundreds of miles around, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy gathered towards Xiao Moxian from the monster prince's body, his true essence, blood vitality, and even the law fragments embedded within him were sucked towards Xiao Moxian by the heaven-swallowing demon art, rolling towards her like a storm. As these energies gathered within Xiao Moxian's body, the monster prince was suddenly horrified. What? He felt his strength rapidly fading away. This was not a temporary fading, but a permanent loss. Xiao Moxian was sucking up all his true essence and world power. This heaven-swallowing demon art was the transcendent divine might created by Empyrean Demon Dawn. It could permanently absorb an opponent's true essence for herself, and it could even reduce an opponent's cultivation. All of this permanent. Everyone thought that Xiao Moxian was a cute and lovable young woman, but they forgot that she was also the granddaughter of Empyrean Demon Dawn. She was a true sorceress. The monster prince had dared to offend Xiao Moxian with his words, and now this was his fate. Chapter 1301, Hengqi. Chapter 1301, Hengqi. Little witch, you dare? As the two world kings from the monster race heard the monster prince scream in pain, it was only then that they realized what was happening. They simply didn't recognize the heaven-absorbing demon art. From the start, the two world kings moved at the same time. But at this moment, vast Cosmos's figure flashed as he arrived between them and Xiao Moxian. With a wave of his sleeves, the two monster race world kings were swept away by a surge of wind. At the same time, vast Cosmos turned around and struck out his palm. A fierce and strong palm, wind, shut down the energy connection between Xiao Moxian and the monster prince. As the referee of this match, he naturally couldn't sit around idly and allow this sort of matter to continue. Xiao Moxian, absorbing the monster prince's energy and blood vitality, was simply going too far. Shio. The dragon tendon whip instantly withdrew. With a loud thud, the monster prince fell to the ground. Xiao Moxian fluttered backwards like a black butterfly, lightly landing on the ground. She looked at the pale monster prince, and a diabolical smile bloomed on her beautiful face, revealing a pair of cute white canines. As the audience saw this, all of the martial artists felt a chill crawl down their spines. This Xiao Moxian was definitely not easy to deal with. She was sufficiently cruel in her actions. Just because the monster prince had harassed her with some words, she used the heaven-absorbing demon art to deal with him. Moreover, from the very start, there wasn't the least bit of anger or killing intent coming from Xiao Moxian. All she did was smile, as if this were all an enjoyable little game to her. Even some heroic young elites who took Xiao Moxian as their heart's love shrank their necks backwards. They began to wonder whether or not their cheap lives were enough for Xiao Moxian to toss about like that. Without sufficient ability, if anyone dared to provoke this sorceress, then they would have no idea how they would die. You little witch, you... The two monster race world kings fumed with anger. What did I do wrong? Xiao Moxian coquettishly blinked her large black eyes. Her face, one of pure innocence. What did you do wrong? Just what good deeds you have committed. This matter will absolutely not end like this. The two monster race world kings had already examined the monster prince. He had lost 15% of his total true essence in that attack just now. This was permanent loss. Even his inner world and the laws he had comprehended had been swallowed up by the heaven-absorbing demon art. If he were to make up for this loss, it would take 1 or 2 years of hard work and effort. This loss was far too great for a genius. It would delay their growth. Xiao Moxian pointed at the pale-faced and nearly unconscious monster prince. She began to speak as if she were the one being wronged. How can you blame me for this? Didn't you hear him brag about how fierce he was just now? He said he was more powerful than the top master in the divine realm, and he would become the monster emperor in the future. Moreover, He even refers to himself as Lord Monster, an Empyrean of the monster race. I'm just a weak little girl. I was very nervous going on stage. I was scared that I wouldn't be able to beat him, so I had to go all out. My most powerful move is the heaven-absorbing demon art, and I thought that someone like him would be able to easily block it, but who knew that this would be the result? Xiao Moxian shrugged, her cute mouth curved upwards. Her night-black eyes seemed to speak the truth, appearing innocent to the extreme. Just looking at her made one feel as if she was really telling the truth, and that because she was far too naive to the world, she hadn't been able to determine the monster prince's true strength, thus her attacks had been too heavy-handed. The two monster race world kings almost choked on themselves as they heard Xiao Moxian's explanation. As for the heroic young elites present, they were dazed for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Although they were all aware that this Xiao Moxian was a cruel and ruthless little witch, her cute appearance and coy words combined with her movements made everyone feel she was extremely lovable. Even Fairy Frostdream was smiling. This Xiao Moxian was absolutely a little imp who loved to court disaster. But with Empyrean Demon Dawn standing behind her, no one would dare to move against her no matter what she did. Very well. This old man doesn't care whether what you say is true or false. Now hurry up and return the true essence you stole from our young master. One of the two world kings roared. I can't give it back. Xiao Moxian shook her head. I also want to return it, but I just don't have that ability. Once I absorb someone's energy, it will press into a specific location of my inner world and become my own demonic energy that others cannot use. The heaven-absorbing demon art could swallow the cultivation of others in order to strengthen oneself, but it couldn't increase one's power infinitely. Within the inner world of a martial artist that cultivated the heaven-absorbing demon art, their world power was separated from the world power of others. This was to ensure stability in their foundation. The two world kings found it hard to give up like this, but at this time, vast cosmos's icy cold, true essence sound transmission echoed in their ears. I advise you both to stop where you are. Xiao Moxian's grandfather, Empyrean Demon Dawn, is also watching everything that is happening from deep within vast universe heavenly palace. That senior has a fickle temperament that can change at a whim, and the number of people he has killed is countless. As for whatever war between humans and the monsters, you can simply forget about trying to use something like that to scare him, because he doesn't care at all. If you both wish to return alive, then you had best know when to give up. Vast Cosmos's words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over the two world kings, immediately sobering them. They were used to being arrogant, but today they had really kicked a wall. This Xiao Moxian's background was extremely tough. That monster is nothing but an idiot, nothing but a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He needs to tuck his tail between his legs and scurry back to where he came from. Ha ha, this is awesome. First Lin Ming beat that idiot to a pulp, and now Xiao Moxian has sucked away his strength. This feels too great. All of the young heroic elites were ecstatic. They were long sick of seeing this monster prince. Since the first martial meeting finals started, this was the most enjoyable battle by far. Xiao Moxian's strength is terrifying. During this battle, what Lin Ming cared about was not how Xiao Moxian happily ruined the monster prince, but how strong she was. The heaven-absorbing demon art that Xiao Moxian had used had the ability to absorb the monster prince's true essence and blood vitality. That was already terrifying enough, but the true strength of the heaven-absorbing demon art was clearly not limited to this alone. The absorbed strength was not wasted, but stored in a certain part of Xian Moxian's body. It was likely that this strength could be used. It might even be able to be used to directly attack an opponent. That would probably be the strongest attack of the heaven-absorbing demon art. Then, the third match of the second round began. June Blue Moon against Hua Xian. This was a match without tension. Hua Xian simply came up on stage and admitted defeat. The fourth match White King against Frost Dream. White King didn't hesitate either. He also came up and admitted defeat. The two matches had far too great a disparity. There wasn't really any reason to write. The audience members that wanted to see Frost Dream fight were disappointed. Before this, Frost Dream had never met a worthy opponent, thus she hadn't revealed any of her strength. No one in the audience knew what Frost Dream's laws were or what technique she used. Even though June Blue Moon and Lin Ming also gave off an unfathomable feeling, at least their general abilities were known. Those that hoped that White King would be able to force Frost Dream to display some of her abilities were disappointed. The battle didn't even occur. This White King's luck is really poor. Mo Evers now commented from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This should have been the year that vast universe Heavenly Palace was able to blossom into wondrous glory. Vast universe Heavenly Palace wasn't considered to be amongst the top Empyrean influences, and it was extremely difficult for them to produce a genius like White King. The reason that Empyrean vast universe stepped forwards to help conduct the first martial meeting was likely because he thought his Heavenly Palace could obtain the limelight. But now, far too many geniuses had appeared. Every time White King went on stage, he would lose. Moreover, it was likely that he would continue losing. Chances were he would even lose to the Monster Prince. After losing so much on his own home grounds, even though White King had a good mentality and a positive outlook, he would likely feel somewhat embarrassed. The second round, last match, Hang Chi against Shirku. This Shirku was a man of much character. He wasn't willing to admit defeat. Hang Chi, everyone says you are strong, but I believe that I am also strong. Admitting defeat without fighting it out isn't my style at all. Shirku extracted his staff and aimed it towards Hang Chi. Hang Chi's 10 fingers and 2 palms were touching in prayer. He respectfully bowed and slowly said, "Benefactor must be joking. Although Mount Potala's inheritance is deep, my skeletal age is less than 40 years. The amount I have learned is still limited." As Hang Chi said this, many people in the audience also felt this was true. Mount Potala had inheritances gathered over 6 billion years, and the number of cultivation methods and rare techniques had long been countless. However, having many cultivation methods didn't mean that one's descendants would be strong. Even though there were endless cultivation methods to choose from, one would still only choose a few. Where would they have the time to study more? Hang Chi said, "Mount Potala possesses 6 transcendent divine mights and 108 extraordinary skills. I began studying martial arts when I was 6 years old, but my martial talent is low, and I am dull-minded. Until now, I've only learned a tiny bit of a transcendent divine might, and of the 108 extraordinary skills, I have only practiced 2 to a barely adequate level, backboxing fist and leopard climbing the wall." As Hang Chi said these words, Shirku was a bit dumbfounded. Even the audience was left speechless. The names of these cultivation methods were too basic. No matter how one listened to it, it seemed like the most low-level martial arts of the mortal world. It didn't seem at all similar to the mainstream cultivation methods of the divine realm. For instance, hearing about Xiao Moxian's heaven-absorbing demon art or Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils, they had extremely domineering and mysterious names, as if they were packed with world-shaking powers. Compared to them, backboxing fist seemed as if it would fall apart at any moment. Backboxing fist? Good. Then let me experience it. As Shirku spoke, he immediately attacked, instantly opening all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates and combining that with earth laws, bringing about his peak combat state. Facing Hang Chi, he simply didn't dare to underestimate him. Facing the menacing threat of Shirku, Hang Chi unfolded his arms as his entire body emitted crackling sounds. Universe Staff. Shirku smashed out with his staff as the phantom of a dragon turtle appeared behind him. But facing the staff, Hang Chi only used his bare hands. His moves were electric, not giving enough time for anyone to react. His hand simply grabbed Shirku's staff and spun it around. Although this move seemed simple and plain, it actually touched upon one of the staff's greatest weaknesses. This staff was pushed away by Hang Chi. What? Shirku was shocked, but before he could respond, Hang Chi had already punched out a fist, smashing into Shirku's protective earth essence barrier. Ka ka ka. Shirku's earth essence barrier began to crack apart after a single fist from Hang Chi. Shirku began to panic and fear at the same time. The way his battle unfolded with Hang Chi had completely surpassed his imagination. Shirku swept out his staff towards Hang Chi's waist, but Hang Chi suddenly floated away like a piece of cotton, as if he were blown away by the wind around Shirku's staff. He moved like ghosts and gods as he appeared right behind Shirku, his fist pounding out once more. Pung! Shirku's protective earth essence barrier completely shattered. Then one of Hang Chi's fingers gently poked a spot on Shirku's back. This single poke caused Shirku's entire body to go numb. Even the staff in his hands fell to the ground. "You let me win," Hang Chi's figure flashed, and he returned to the point where he stood at the start, as if he had never moved to begin with. Chapter 1302, Lin Ming vs. Xiao Moxin. Chapter 1302, Lin Ming vs. Xiao Moxin. Hang Chi victory. Vast cosmos loudly announced. Even so, the audience still hadn't recovered from their shock. Hang Chi hadn't used any laws from the start to the end. He hadn't even used any true essence. It was hard to imagine how he had defeated Shirku. This Hang Chi, did he rely on just his movements to win? Lin Ming felt this was unbelievable. Hang Chi's actions attacked the weakest point of Shirku's martial skill. He had used a simple attack to overcome him, not wasting a single ounce of strength or even using his laws. It was simply incredible. And Hang Chi had done all of this easily. The reason he had been able to easily expose his opponent's flaws and counter was all because of his movement skill, leopard climbing the wall. In the legends, the agile leopards could fall down from an extremely high pagoda and not die. Hang Chi's movement technique was known as leopard climbing the wall. Although this sounded very low class, the truth was that it was simple and straightforward. It was a movement technique that utilized the simplest and most direct movements to the greatest effect. An unrivaled movement technique, in truth, did not need some magnificent name to prove itself. This leopard climbing the wall was even superior to Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void. I wonder which senior from Mount Patala created this set of martial arts and gave it such a casual name. Lin Ming wondered as he sighed with emotion. At this time, Mo Eversnow suddenly responded. The disciples of Mount Patala consider themselves austere ascetics. The seniors of Mount Patala spend their entire lives diligently praying and cultivating, studying Buddhist texts and cultivation methods. Each and every one of them is considered a martial arts grandmaster. And after creating a set of martial arts, they simply do not care too much about the name, only coming up with something on their whims. This is how the martial artists of Mount Patala pursue their road of martial arts. Even if the martial arts they create are brought to fame by their descendants, they wouldn't care about this at all. Most of them don't even leave behind their names on the cultivation method jade slips. I see. No wonder why Mount Patala has managed to continue on for such a long time. They are a low-key sect, and their background is so deep. Even the martial artists in their sect spend all their efforts cultivating without caring for external conflicts. Who would dare to provoke such an influence? Lin Ming suddenly realized a vicious and crazy sect who wildly provoked others could arouse fear, but after a long time passed, they could also fade away. In this world, there would always be another influence that was even more ruthless. But a low-profile sect like Mount Patala never provoked others, and was also strong themselves. This type of sect was the most likely to last. Hang Chi is also a terrifying opponent, and he didn't even use laws in his moves just now. I wonder what level his laws have reached. Lin Ming thought to himself, if he were to fight Hang Chi, he simply couldn't say what the results would be. At this time, the second round of the finals came to an end. Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage, loudly proclaiming, "The second round has come to an end, and now we shall give special notice to the first match of the third round." Vast Universe Heavenly Palace has specifically opened up a separate gambling bet for this match. Everyone may place bets, and these bets will not affect the previous bets placed. As Vast Cosmos spoke, everyone in the audience was suddenly excited. If this was a match worth opening up a separate bet for, then it was naturally going to be a battle of heavyweights. The match for the separate bet is Lin Ming against Xiao Moxian. As Vast Cosmos said this, the entire audience was stirred up in a frenzy. This match was truly worth looking forwards to. Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. One was the #1 genius girl of the divine realm. Her cultivation methods were cruel and callous, and she was a sorceress capable of eating someone up without leaving behind any bones. As for the other, he had a mysterious history. Since the first martial meeting began, he had yet to be defeated. No matter how strong his opponents were, he rose to the challenge to strike them down, especially in the last battle. After defeating Dragon Fong and his 3 lives pupils, his fame had risen to unprecedented heights. The two of them exuded an unfathomable and invincible aura. But if one invincible person were to fight another invincible person, there would inevitably be someone that died. As Lin Ming heard Vast Cosmos's words, he turned to glance at Xiao Moxian. He just happened to meet Xiao Moxian's own gaze. She playfully smiled at him. "I didn't think I would need to fight Xiao Moxian so soon. I thought my next match would be June Blue Moon." In the third round, he would have to fight one of the top 3 seeded players. This battle was basically a battle for the top 3. Vast Cosmos said, "The odds for this match have been set. Xiao Moxian's victory has a 1-to-1. For compensation rate, Lin Ming's victory has a 1-to-2, 9 compensation rate." Gambling on the outcome of an unknown battle was extremely electrifying. Moreover, the compensation rates that Vast Universe Heavenly Palace put out were very fair. If one were to bet 100 million violet sunstones on Xiao Moxian and another 50 million on Lin Ming, then no matter who won, the losses wouldn't be too great. This naturally motivated people to bet even more. From the compensation rates, it seems that Vast Universe Heavenly Palace favors Xiao Moxian's victory more. However, even if Lin Ming loses, he still might be able to rank in the top 4. It seems more likely that Xiao Moxian will win, but Lin Ming cannot be underestimated either. No matter who he fought, he still won. He might be able to score an upset against Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were both undefeated. Of course, if one had to choose sides, Xiao Moxian seemed the superior choice. She was the granddaughter of Empyrean Demon Dawn, and her mother was a true god beast. The descendant of a person and a god beast was an existence that might not be seen even in 100 million years. It could be called a miracle of life. Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian chuckled at Lin Ming, taking the initiative to greet him. "I hope you'll show me some mercy on stage." Xiao Moxian playfully smiled. Lin Ming also laughed. "I would also like to show you mercy, but I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to do so." "Haha, I know you still have some cards you haven't used. Why don't you give me a little clue?" Hearing Xiao Moxian's words, Lin Ming was left a tad speechless. She actually directly asked someone else what cards they still had hidden. "I have almost nothing left. Dragon Fong was very strong. It was impossible for me to hold back against him." "How stingy. I knew that you weren't going to say anything." Xiao Moxian rolled her eyes before swiveling around. After having this conversation, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Lin Ming, how confident are you in this battle? Mo Evers now asked from within his spiritual sea. I have no idea. There is no way I can estimate the limit of Xiao Moxian's strength. She is at the Middle Divine Sea realm, and I am at the Middle Divine Sea realm. If I lose to her then, I have truly lost. There is no excuse or reason to give. Growing up until now, this was the first time that Lin Ming hadn't had full confidence in being able to defeat someone that was at his cultivation level. Moreover, Xiao Moxian was even younger than Lin Ming by a great deal, so her talent could be seen from this alone. Don't look down on yourself. Xiao Moxian has had a much better environment to grow up in. She was born in one of the greatest influences within the divine realm, and her talent is truly too formidable. As for you, you wasted an immense time with your life starting at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. For instance, at 15 years of age, most Empyrean descendants would have been exploring the divine realm. They would have already reached the Xiantian realm, perceived the laws, and even trained in transcendent divine mights. As for you, you had to diligently train in the 7 profound martial house as a student, and your growth afterwards was filled with countless trials and tribulations. You obtained the Nirvana Dragon Root at the Demon God Imperial Palace by risking your life to struggle with Xian Wuji and the others who were countless times stronger than you at the time. But even so, to these Empyrean descendants, a medicine of the level of a Nirvana Dragon Root is nothing but a joke. You spend a great deal of wealth to purchase the Boundless World pill, but to Xiao Moxian and the others, that is merely a common pill. Mo Evers knows words defined how difficult it was for a common martial artist or a martial artist from the lower realms, for any one of them to grow to the degree at which they could battle an Empyrean descendant was already a miracle. This sort of probability was so negligibly low that it could basically be ignored. Only by adding the incalculable number of lives in the divine realm and lower realms combined together could such a singularity appear. Miss Mo, the tribulations I experienced in the lower realms, they may have been difficult, and I may have wasted a great deal of time there, but they are still a precious wealth of mine. If I didn't begin in the lower realms, then I would never have obtained the magic cube. I wouldn't have obtained the inheritance of Empyrean Primordius, nor would I have been able to temper my will. A person's destiny, their karma, all of their causes and effects cannot be forced or faked. If I didn't originate from the lower realms and was born into an Empyrean influence of the divine realm, then my current achievements would have been far from what they are now. I would only be an Empyrean descendant, someone similar to Hua Xian, and even that might have been exceptional. Lin Ming's words were his philosophy of living. Mo Evers now also nodded. You're right. As long as you can maintain your path, then you can definitely create an even greater miracle, especially now that you have comprehended the concept of the 33-layered heavens. In the future, there is a slim hope that just maybe you will be able to reach the boundary of Empyrean Divine Seal. Empyrean Divine Seal. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He found it hard to imagine just what the world was like 6 billion years ago, but he knew that Empyrean Divine Seal was the most terrifying Empyrean that he knew of, even more horrifying than Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Primordius. He might have even surpassed the boundary of an Empyrean altogether. Of course, these matters were still too distant for Lin Ming. There was no need to think of them. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, preparing himself for the upcoming match. The noise of the audience and their discussions could not affect him at all. 1 hour later, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. The time for his decisive battle had arrived. Many high-level figures of the divine realm were paying attention to this match. Even Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe, and Empyrean Demon Dawn were the same. The audience was even more zealous. Before this, a massive number of people in the audience joined in on the gambling bet between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. with several 100 million people present. Even if only 10% of them participated, and each person only bet 10 billion or so, that was still hundreds of thousands of trillions of wealth. That was hundreds of thousands of 9 sun jades. And to the disciples of these great sects, 10 billion was nothing at all. This massive gambling bet was something that only an Empyrean-level influence was able to handle. There was no smaller influence that would dare to host this sort of bet, because if they lost, then they would really be finished. Lin Ming stepped onto the arena stage, grasping the phoenix blood spear. Xiao Moxian stood 1,000 feet across from him. Xiao Moxian playfully smiled as before. No one knew what card she had hidden or what the limit of her strength was. She seemed completely confident in her abilities. Match begin. Chapter 1303, Clash of Dragon and Phoenix. Chapter 1303, Clash of Dragon and Phoenix. On the arena stage, the auras of the two people were extremely powerful. On one side was Lin Ming, his aura swift and fierce, piercing through all. On the other side was Xiao Moxian, her aura like a blazing inferno scorching down the skies. At this time, Xiao Moxian suddenly attacked. She slashed her whip, and with a howling sound, the space around her seemed to be cut down. Even if a mountain were placed in front of her, that mountain would be shattered by her whip. A soft whip was an extremely difficult weapon to create, and also an extremely difficult type of weapon to train in. However, once one mastered it, its trajectory was easily changeable and very difficult to defend against. Lin Ming swept out his spear. A swift and powerful spear light met this whip, and with a crackling explosion, the whip light and spear light struck each other, producing a sound like rolling thunder. Within Xiao Moxian's pupils, black flames suddenly shimmered. Her entire body was enveloped in roiling black flames as her speed rose to a dramatic new level. A dark phoenix was a divine bird of the skies. Its speed was not any worse than a golden-winged roc's. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Moxian happily chuckled. When I have fought other juniors of my generation, none of them have been able to keep up with my speed. If you can't keep up with me, there's no way for you to fight me. Xiao Moxian's voice was like the clarion cry of a phoenix. As she spoke, she pumped her whip at Lin Ming. This whip transformed into 10,000 whip shadows in the air, filling the skies, completely covering Lin Ming. Whether it was in attack speed or her movement speed, Xiao Moxian was unparalleled. She could only be called a young girl that was blessed by the heavens themselves. In the aspect of talent, no one was able to keep up with her. Golden Rock shattering the void. Mystic lightning shade. Lin Ming revolved 2 movement techniques at the same time. Even as he did so, he also opened the Gate of Wonder, erupting with his highest level of speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Ming instantly avoided hundreds of whip shadows. His speed was extremely fast, forming dozens of afterimages as he soared through the air. However, there were simply far too many whip shadows, and they were far too fast. Just as his afterimages formed, they were nearly instantly slashed apart by these whip shadows, turning into nothing. Even if Lin Ming's movements were nimble and agile, and he was able to avoid more and more whip shadows, he was eventually being corralled into a dead end. Lin Ming's movement martial skills are too low level. In the honored seating section, an old-world king suddenly spoke out. At their cultivation, besides judging transcendent divine mights, they could determine how weak or strong other cultivation methods were. That is a problem of inheritance. Lin Ming's background has placed tremendous limits on him. Otherwise, having an Empyrean level movement technique is the most basic foundation of all. Golden Rock shattering the void and Mystic Lightning Shade were not martial skills created by an Empyrean. Within the lower realms, these skills were certainly enough to shock and awe everyone, but in the divine realm, these skills seemed quite shabby. when compared to those of geniuses from Empyrean influences. If it weren't for Lin Ming supporting everything with the gait of wonder and forcefully upping his movement speed, then these whip shadows might have immediately defeated him. I'll force you into a dead end and see just what you'll do then. Xiao Moxian grinned. At this moment, Lin Ming was covered with endless whip shadows with nowhere else to go. Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, Grand Miss Space. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of an azure dragon suddenly appeared, and a blood-red lotus slowly bloomed. The vast and boundless Grand Miss Space erupted, surging outwards, swallowing up all the whip shadows. Pa 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 pa. A terrifying, explosive sound filled the air. Many of the whip shadows that were swallowed up by the Grand Miss Space blew up. However, Xiao Moxian's attacks were too violent and fierce. A great deal of origin energy still penetrated through the Grand Miss Space and drilled through Lin Ming's protective true essence. With a crackling sound, Lin Ming's protective true essence issued a series of bursting sounds. Power broke into his body, causing wanton chaos. Gate of View. Lin Ming opened the Gate of View and simultaneously activated the power of the Dragon Bone. His defensive abilities suddenly rose to a dramatic new level. Never-ending world power erupted from Lin Ming's inner world, forcefully suppressing the chaotic true essence within him. Hudash! Lin Ming fell onto the arena, his face flushed red as blood tumbled in his body. Xiao Moxian's speed was indeed terrifying. Her attacks were tricky and swift, just like a deadly viper. You blocked it? Xiao Moxian's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. Your domain is really amazing. It was actually able to swallow up my attacks. It seems that my striking power was insufficient just now, but that was only once. Now I will be serious. I advise you to show me your complete strength. Otherwise, you're going to lose in an extremely ugly fashion. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she spread out her arms. In that instant, for several hundred miles all around, all of the power of fire gathered to her, forming a massive origin energy vortex. Her aura climbed up without stopping, and behind her the shade of a dark phoenix began to gradually form. This didn't look like a phantom, but was vivid and real, just like a true dark phoenix. As this dark phoenix appeared, the pressure of a god beast fell onto the entire audience. The dark phoenix faced the heavens and released a long cry. Its voice pierced through the clouds and cracked apart mountains. Suddenly, behind Xiao Moxian, a pair of voluminous black wings stretched out. These wings were large, expanding 15 feet out in each direction. Combined together, they could easily wrap around Xiao Moxian's small body, completely folding her within them. These were phoenix wings. These wings were not transformed from energy, but were wings of true flesh and blood. These wings were a part of Xiao Moxian's body. They were the symbol of a phoenix's true descendant. With a gentle flap of her wings, Xiao Moxian rose into the air. At this time, she was like a dark angel, mysterious and beautiful, but also containing a terrifying power. Let me caution you, when I reveal my dark phoenix wings, that is when my attacks can display their highest level of power. Moreover, my mortal body defense is extremely strong. A normal attack cannot break through my defense. Xiao Moxian tittered. This was the powerful body she inherited from her mother. Even if she didn't cultivate, her bodily strength would far surpass that of almost all body transformation martial artists. As the audience looked at the flying Xiao Moxian, they were completely stunned. After transforming, Xiao Moxian with her dark phoenix wings was like a goddess of night. Her atmosphere and strength were as different as night and day from before. Her entire body exuded a sacred aura. How terrifying! This is the descendant of a god beast and a person. In the entire divine realm, That is a miracle of life that might not appear in 100 million years. Her strength is mind-boggling. It's more than just 100 million years. I fear that in these last 6 billion years, the number of monstrous geniuses like Xiao Moxian can be counted on a single hand. It might be possible that she is unique, the only one to have existed. The child of a human and a god-beast might have appeared somewhere along the river of history. But 6 billion years was simply far too long a span of time. No one was able to trace back this entire span of time and determine if there were such precedents in ancient times. We have underestimated Xiao Moxian's strength. I thought that she would be the weakest among the 3 top Empyrean descendants because she was limited by her age. But now it seems that might not be true. Don't forget, she still hasn't used her heaven-absorbing demon art or the power of her nearly 6th level laws. Lin Ming might lose this battle. It's not a shame even if he loses. Lin Ming is already extremely good. For him to reach this step, even though he comes from a mere peak holy land, and also has a humble mortal background, that in itself is enough for him to be proud of. Within the raging winds, Lin Ming stood tall upon the arena stage. His body was straight and tall, just like a spear. As he saw Xiao Moxian unleash her dark phoenix wings, he knew that this would be a grueling battle. Xiao Moxian was absolutely not an opponent he could defeat in one move, because her defensive capabilities were also phenomenal. Roar! Behind Lin Ming, the Azure Dragon Phantom appeared once more. The power of the dragon bone revolved to the limit. Dragon and Phoenix, 2 extreme geniuses clashing together. You have absorbed the blood of the Azure Dragon, right? Interesting. However, your bloodline density will never compare to mine. Xiao Moxian laughed, her words coming from her absolute confidence. Amongst humanity, any genius bloodline was nothing to her. Take this! Xiao Moxian's arms flashed. She hurtled forwards even as she slashed her whip at Lin Ming. This whip strike was several times stronger than the one before. The tail of the whip was also alight with black flames. Xiao Moxian was using her laws in this attack. After transforming into her phoenix form, even her fire laws had become incomparably fierce and wild. Heretical God Tree. Lin Ming didn't hold back. He poured all of his strength into his inner world and summoned the phantom of the heretical God Tree. The heretical god force opened to the limit. As he thrust out his spear, a towering blue lotus smashed into that brutal black whip to use the heretical god tree to suppress Xiao Moxian's dark fire laws. In that moment, the entire heretical god tree seemed to shine with a flaming light. In the skies, the phantoms of the Azure Dragon and Dark Phoenix crashed together, violently struggling. Chapter 1304. Forcing Back Xiao Moxian. Chapter 1304. Forcing Back Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming has manifested that divine tree phantom again. Someone in the audience shouted as they saw that heretical god tree phantom. Before, in the battle against the monster prince, this heretical god tree phantom had broken apart his space laws. To crush the space laws with the fire laws, that was something that left a deep impression on everyone present. Although they didn't know just what this divine tree phantom was, they knew that as long as this divine tree phantom appeared, Lin Ming's combat strength would multiply. Xiao Moxian looked at that heretical god tree phantom that was emitting a blazing light. She could immediately see that this divine tree phantom was something formed from the fire laws. Ha ha ha! Xiao Moxian laughed out loud, her voice like beautiful silver bells. Lin Ming, you are strong, but to think you would actually use such a move. Do you plan on dealing with me, using the fire laws? As the child of a dark phoenix, she was the ancestor of fire laws. If someone tried to fight her using the fire laws, how could she not laugh at that? Within the entire divine realm, The phoenix is known as the spirit of fire and stands upon the pinnacle of all fire laws. I am an incarnation of the dark phoenix, the queen of fire. I want to see just how you'll use those fire laws of yours to deal with me. I will burn that little tree of yours into ash. Xiao Moxian cried out, and her black wings covered the skies. Behind her, a fiery phoenix shot up into the heavens, diving into her flames. Then, the terrifying black flames expanded into an endless sea of fire, turning everything in the skies a shimmering black. It was like a hellish apocalyptic scene. The audience began to cry out in exclamation. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they still felt as if they were being burned alive by these flames. Many young elites pushed their protective true essence to the limit in order to resist the might of Xiao Moxian's turbulent flames. Then, the pressure of having to directly withstand the attack of Xiao Moxian's flames could be imagined. Facing Xiao Moxian's all-out attack, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit as he burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. His eyes shined as he looked at Xiao Moxian, slowly saying, "If you are the queen of fire, then I am the king of fire. Let's see just whose flames are stronger." Lin Ming's voice rolled over the audience like a billowing thundercloud. As the martial artists present heard this, they were stunned. Queen of fire, king of fire. Wasn't that just a pair? Although Lin Ming might have another meaning, just how arrogant was someone like Xiao Moxian? That was the same as touching upon her reverse scale. One had to make sure they could pay the price of doing so. One only had to look at the monster prince to see what the fate of someone who provoked her was. King of fire? Ha ha! Then let me see what makes you the king of fire. Xiao Moxian laughed, her voice impacting in the clouds. On her face and her arms, countless profound runes appeared. These runes were the law runes that were engraved into the body of a dark phoenix. In other words, these runes were the miracle of laws that were carved into the flesh of a dark phoenix upon their birth. Xiao Moxian's 10 fingers linked together, moving at a high speed as she cast out hundreds of seals. These seals submerged into the flames. At that moment, those monstrous flames burned even brighter, as if a black sun had appeared in the world. The Xiao Moxian who was using her law runes was going all out. This was proof that she was moved to anger. How terrifying! The power of those flames that Xiao Moxian released is far too terrifying. How can this be blocked? In terms of the fire laws, Lin Ming's attainments seem worse than Xiao Moxian's. Very few people believed Lin Ming could win. Xiao Moxian had already reached perfection of the 5th level fire laws, and she had even glanced upon the boundary of the 6th level fire laws. As for Lin Ming, if he hadn't hidden anything, then he had only reached large success in the 5th level fire laws. Moreover, Xiao Moxian also possessed a dark phoenix body. This caused the might of her laws to be even greater. Lin Ming only had his own mortal human body, so how could his fire fusion compatibility catch up to a phoenix? Against this killing strike that came from the suppression of levels and laws, Lin Ming suddenly bit down on his tongue and spat out a red mist of blood essence. This blood mist covered the phantom of the heretical god tree, fusing into it, combusting his blood essence. No, that is the ability gained from the 7th gate of the 8 inner hidden gates. Martial artists that have opened the gate of life possess greatly strengthened regenerative abilities and blood vitality. Even if their fires of life weaken, they can still restore it. They can burn their blood essence in times of need to display their greatest power. Many martial artists present had an understanding of the body transformation technique. When an essence gathering system, martial artists burned their blood essence. That was a sign of their desperation. In a martial arts tournament that wasn't a life or death struggle, they would never burn their blood essence. Otherwise, they would only destroy their enemy by ruining themselves. But a martial artist that opened the gate of life could actually combust their blood essence. This was a commonly used ability that they had. For them, Burning their blood essence in a martial arts tournament wasn't strange. Combusting his blood essence with the support of the Gate of Life. This was one of Lin Ming's final abilities. In that moment, the heretical god tree released a dazzling light as it welcomed Xiao Moxian's surging black flames. Bang! The heretical god tree took root in that sea of endless flames, wildly absorbing the energy, and that turbulent sea of flames seemed as if it would swallow up the heretical god tree. Savage tendrils of flames swept over the divine tree, setting it aflame, surrounding it with raging black flames. This was similar to when Lin Ming had swallowed the ancient phoenix blood essence and had seen the phoenix undergoing nirvana. The 1,000-mile-long phoenix perched atop a 10,000-mile-tall sacred flame parasol tree, and that sacred flame parasol tree planted itself on a blazing fire star, all of its roots piercing deep into the core of that star. What Lin Ming saw before him was such a scene. The heretical god tree was that sacred flame parasol tree, and the black flames that Xiao Moxian released were like a pitch-black sun. This was a battle between a young king and queen of the fire laws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of fire swallowed up the heavens, and the entire world seemed to change color. Even the void was burnt through. Heavens, is this the fire laws? Too terrifying. The fire laws can also reach such a boundary? In the impressions of a normal martial artist, the fire laws belonged to the 5-element laws and were considered relatively simple laws of average power. They simply couldn't compare with the power of the time and space laws or the yin-yang laws. But now, as these flames burnt the void, the fire laws that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian displayed were truly horrifying. This was the difference in the height of laws. Xiao Moxian's flames were the true flames of a phoenix. When a phoenix used the fire laws, their ability was no worse than an Empyrean's. In other words, these flames were on the same level as a transcendent divine might. As for Lin Ming's heretical god tree phantom, that was something that came from ancient ruins, and it was impossible to determine its origin. Even so, since it possessed the ability to control even heavenly tribulation, its might was without doubt. It was an extremely high-level transcendent divine might, whose laws were higher and whose were lower. They could only find out through battle. You blocked my attack? How is that possible? Xiao Moxian was extremely shocked. She had thought that after launching her Dark Phoenix wings, activating the Dark Phoenix bloodline with her, and also attacking Lin Ming with the perfect 5th-level fire laws, victory would already be hers. When Lin Ming had summoned the heretical god tree and decided to challenge her, she believed she would easily win this battle. This was because she knew that Lin Ming's fire laws were worse than her own. Moreover, within this world, as long as it was fire, then everything would be controlled by her. In this situation, there should exist no possibility for her to lose. But now, Lin Ming's divine tree had far surpassed her imagination. He was matching her equally. I won't believe this. Even if he can withstand me for now, I will still be the winner. I have the body of a phoenix, and no mortal man can compare to my endurance. And he has also burnt his blood essence. Even if he has the Gate of Life supporting him, he cannot last forever. Flames burning the starry skies. Xiao Moxian formed more and more seals. The sea of black flames roared into the heavens, sweeping through the stars. Lin Ming's heretical god tree was faintly suppressed, and even though the heretical god tree was being suppressed by those raging flames, it still remained as tenacious and indomitable as before. The heretical god tree was even slightly absorbing Xiao Moxian's demonic flames. Although it was extremely slow, those demonic flames were truly being absorbed. Lin Ming's cultivation in the laws was inferior to Xiao Moxian's. By burning his blood essence, he was able to make up for this deficit. In other words, the two were nearly equal in their cultivation of the laws. But in terms of the height of the laws and their quality, Lin Ming faintly suppressed Xiao Moxian. This was not only because the heretical god force cultivation method itself was extremely powerful, but because Lin Ming's heretical god tree had crossed heavenly tribulation. A phoenix was truly formidable, but Xiao Moxian was still too young. It was impossible for her to display the true glory of the phoenix flames. And not just that, but she had never experienced heavenly tribulation. Impossible. Xiao Moxian couldn't accept this. The domain she was most proud of actually wasn't able to defeat her opponent. She was a phoenix. Xiao Moxian cried out loud as energy swelled up within her body. Her entire body lit up with countless law runes as she attacked Lin Ming with everything she had. In that moment, the pressure on Lin Ming doubled. And in this raging sea of flames, Lin Ming focused his mind. Strength erupted from his body. Heavenly Tao judgment, fire tribulation. Lin Ming released the power of fire tribulation locked within the heretical god tree. A power that surpassed the heavenly Tao laws hurtled towards Xiao Moxian. Heavenly Tao judgment, the power of fire tribulation, as well as burning his blood essence with the gate of life. Lin Ming was placing everything into this strike. Flames more wild and more brutal than before gathered around the heretical god tree. Space trembled, the earth shook, and the entire world seemed engulfed by these maddening flames. Even the surrounding timeless godstones that paved the arena nearly melted. In the heights of laws, the power of heavenly Tao judgment's fire tribulation was the true elementary transcendent divine might that Lin Ming had created. To approach the heights of the heavenly Tao at just the divine sea realm, this was the most extreme limit. As for Xiao Moxian's phoenix flames, she had to arrive at the divine Lord, Holy Lord, or Empyrean realm before they would be unrivaled. Although her potential was great, at present she was still being suppressed by Lin Ming. In a sense, the dual thunder and fire tribulations contained within heavenly Tao judgment was not something as simple as Lin Ming's self-created elementary transcendent divine might. Rather, it was an evolved fusion of a transcendent divine might that was created after the heretical god force underwent heavenly tribulation. The heretical god tree finally overshadowed the terrifying waves of fire sent forth by Xiao Moxian. Then it directly struck down at her. At that moment, Xiao Moxian's beautiful complexion changed. In that critical moment, she brought in her wings. Her voluminous wings wrapped tightly around her body. The wings of a dark phoenix did not fear being burnt by flames. But in that wild explosion, Xiao Moxian was still struck hard. She cried out in alarm. Her body was wrapped in flames as she fell down from the skies like a flaming meteor. Bang! Xiao Moxian crashed onto the arena stage. The terrifying impact sent countless crushed stones flying away, even striking parts of the arena. If it weren't for the many Holy Lord powerhouses protecting the juniors, there would have been many casualties from this impact alone. Chapter 1305, Surpassing an Empyrean. Chapter 1305, Surpassing an Empyrean. The audience of several hundred million was cast into a deep silence. A massive pit of flames burned, and even the surrounding stone was melted into magma. A terrifying heat wave flowed outwards, causing the temperature in a radius of dozens of miles to be hotter than a stove. Xiao Moxian had fallen into this pit. Her entire body was covered with magma, and it was impossible to see her. Lin Ming's strength had surpassed all expectations. At the cost of burning his own blood essence, he forcefully overcame Xiao Moxian in the aspect of the fire laws. Xiao Moxian lost. She hasn't lost. She was only injured in that last strike. Xiao Moxian is also stronger than we thought she was, but Lin Ming is even more freakish. In this situation, he was actually able to suppress her. As everyone was speaking, that pit of tumbling lava suddenly exploded. Xiao Moxian launched her wings, soaring upwards. At the moment when Lin Ming attacked, she had folded her wings around herself. With her protective true essence supporting her, she withstood his attack. The wings of a true adult dark phoenix surpassed even an Empyrean spirit treasure in durability. In terms of offense, they could shear a world in half. In terms of defense, they could withstand the all-out attack of an Empyrean. Xiao Moxian was still young, thus she naturally didn't possess this ability. Even so, her wings had reached the level of a high-grade spirit artifact. This was Xiao Moxian's hidden weapon. It could be used to attack and also to retreat. At this time, Xiao Moxian's wings were stained with blood. Her clothes were also slightly torn. Her beautiful face was pale, making it seem heartbreaking to look at her. Although she had withstood Lin Ming's attack, she had been heavily wounded. As Lin Ming saw Xiao Moxian emerge from that pit of magma, he sucked in a deep breath. The body of a god beast was truly abnormal. The benefits that the Dark Phoenix bloodline gave Xiao Moxian were not just her comprehension and compatibility with the fire laws, but also her powerful mortal body. Her physical defense was no worse than Lin Ming's. To defeat her with just a single strike was impossible. A strong gust of wind blew across the stage. Xiao Moxian's clothes began to float as her black hair danced about. With her slightly damaged clothes, not only did she not seem distressed at all, but she even had a certain beauty to her. Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Ming, saying, "Of all martial artists at my level, you are the first one to ever wound me." Xiao Moxian's voice was clear, spreading across the entire arena. No one thought that her words were a boast. Within her cultivation level, Xiao Moxian could be called unrivaled, but Lin Ming was also the same. "Of all martial artists at my level, you are also the first one to force me back to this degree." Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Xiao Moxian's talent. In that strike just now, he indeed had a slight upper hand, but it couldn't be forgotten that Xiao Moxian was only 26 years old. If she were to grow for another 5 years and reach Lin Ming's age, then her strength would be unimaginable. In the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, the one with the highest talent and the best future achievements might not be Frost Dream or Hang Chi, but Xiao Moxian. Unless Lin Ming continued to comprehend the concept of the 33-layered heavens and stepped onto the road of Empyrean Divine Seal, then in terms of talent, he would also be inferior to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Ming. Then, behind her, a swirling black vortex emerged from nothing. This vortex was like the vast galaxy, slowly spinning. This was the heaven-absorbing demon art. The audience cried out in alarm. The heaven-absorbing demon art was the transcendent divine might created by Empyrean Demon Dawn. It was an utterly cruel, evil, and merciless cultivation method. If Empyrean Demon Dawn were to use this ability, he could instantly suck dry the life force and blood vitality of 100 million people. Because of this cultivation method, Empyrean Demon Dawn was dreaded and feared by the world. In the past, when he was at the Holy Lord realm, he had already established the elementary form of the heaven-absorbing demon art. At that time, not even World King influences had dared to move against him. Xiao Moxian is going to use the heaven-absorbing demon art. I wonder how Lin Ming will block it. It's a bit muddled. Although Lin Ming had the upper hand a moment ago, it's hard to say just who is in a better state right now. If I had to choose, I would say that Xiao Moxian's background is a bit better. Xiao Moxian had indeed been injured just now, but the body of a god beast possessed unbelievable endurance. The wounds that she had would not affect her combat strength at all. And although Lin Ming had occupied the upper hand in that last strike, he had burned his blood essence. The Gate of Life could restore a martial artist's strength and blood vitality, but that was a process that required time. He wouldn't be able to continually burn his blood essence. In other words, it was impossible for Lin Ming to maintain the previous state from before. Who Hoo, hoo. The black vortex began to spin faster and faster. Within the strong gales, Xiao Moxian's black hair drifted upwards, making her look like a blooming black rose. Lin Ming, my dark phoenix body has yet to complete its transformation. But once it does, defeating you will be easy. In the legends, a phoenix had to experience 9 renewals of the divine phoenix. In other words, 9 nirvanas. Each nirvana was a rebirth through a bath of flames. After being reborn from a sea of flames, a phoenix would become even more powerful. However, the number of phoenixes that truly managed to complete 9 revolutions of nirvana was extremely small. A phoenix with 6 or 7 transformations already possessed heaven-defying strength. As for Xiao Moxian, she had yet to complete her first transformation. If she completed her first transformation, she would also experience heavenly tribulation. Her flesh and blood would burn in a sea of fire, causing her strength to dramatically rise, and she would even obtain the ability to combust her blood essence. The Xiao Moxian at that time would be ridiculously terrifying. My goal is to surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. I will not let you hinder my road to divinity. Xiao Moxian's words were bewildering. As the audience heard her words, they were all left panic-stricken. Surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. Normally, for an extreme talent, making a resolution to become a great world king was already an extremely lofty and ambitious goal. If they were determined to become an Empyrean instead, then they would be turned into a joke by others. Even White King didn't have the courage to say such words. But now, Xiao Moxian actually said she wanted to surpass an Empyrean. How could this not shock everyone present? Many people also couldn't help but think there was also another realm above an Empyrean. Since ancient times, the Empyrean boundary had been incomparably mysterious. Could the realm above an Empyrean be that legendary peak of martial arts? This Xiao Moxian is too crazy. I have no idea just what exists above an Empyrean. I fear that since ancient times, no one has ever managed to reach such heights. Don't rush to conclusions. The history of the divine realm is long beyond all of our imaginations. How can we know if there has ever existed someone that has surpassed the realm of an Empyrean? I heard that in ancient times 6 billion years ago, there was once a peerless powerhouse who was suspected to have surpassed the boundary of an Empyrean, and that Xiao Moxian is definitely the top genius to appear in the last 100 million years. There might be a chance she could surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. That's right. If Xiao Moxian says she will surpass the boundary of an Empyrean in this situation, then there really might exist a realm above an Empyrean. To those in the audience, an Empyrean was a distant and illusory concept. They could not begin to fathom what existed beyond that. At this time, behind Xiao Moxian, the power of the swirling black vortex had reached the peak. Lin Ming, let me give you a word of warning. The heaven-absorbing demon art is a cruel and overbearing cultivation method that absorbs all true essence. Although your fire laws are powerful, they cannot restrain the heaven-absorbing demon art. And beyond that, I cannot fully control the heaven-absorbing demon art. Once I use it, I may cause permanent damage to your inner world. There is still time if you wish to admit defeat now. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she slowly stepped back into the swirling black vortex, merging into one with it. Words are useless. Come, make your move. Lin Ming's entire body seethed with fighting spirit. Ever since he arrived at the divine realm, this was his most hardy battle, with everything placed out in the open. Then don't blame me. Heaven-swallowing demon art. In that moment, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy for 100 miles swept up towards Xiao Moxian. A terrifying power covered Lin Ming, recklessly plundering his body's true essence. This absorption force Lin Ming gathered all of his true essence, stabilizing his inner world with the heretical god tree. Even so, he felt that the very foundations of his inner world were coming loose. This heaven-absorbing demon art is truly overbearing. Lin Ming was well aware that once he couldn't manage to continue stabilizing his inner world, it would collapse, causing permanent damage to himself. Even the heretical god tree cannot suppress it. Lin Ming was shocked. The heretical god tree had a nearly imperceptible effect in stabilizing his inner world. The cultivation methods of the universe were varied and wondrous. There were cultivation methods that mutually restrained each other, but there was no single cultivation method that was invincible. Lin Ming was able to use the heretical god tree to suppress Xiao Maxian's phoenix true form and perfect fifth-level fire laws, because the heretical god tree itself was the lord of fire. It could restrain all flames. But now, in front of the heaven-absorbing demon art, the heretical god tree was useless. This was because the heaven-absorbing demon art did not relate to the fire laws or thunder laws, but to the all-swallowing darkness laws. If you still want to admit defeat, it's not too late. Although Lin Ming's words had provoked Xiao Maxian before, she still admired his talent and even felt a twinge of empathy for him. For her to remind him again at this step was also showing just how tolerant she was. "Humph, you thick-headed idiot, then don't blame me for this." Xiao Maxian's figure flashed as she formed hundreds of black seals. These seals flew into that black vortex, fusing into it. Then, that black vortex began to press down upon Lin Ming. At that moment, Lin Ming gripped his phoenix blood spear, true essence constantly leaking out from his inner world. If this continued, then in just 10 more breaths of time, all of his strength would be drained. After that, he would directly lose his life's true essence and blood vitality. That was permanent loss. He would not be able to recover it. I can only risk everything I have for one final strike. If I can't defeat her with that, then it will be my loss. At this time, Lin Ming could only burn his blood essence, and then use heavenly Tao judgment to send out his strongest strike. He would bombard that black vortex with everything he had, and defeat the heaven-absorbing demon art. Just as he was about to do this, a mysterious energy poured out from his soul into his inner world, fusing with the true essence there. Lin Ming was startled. This was spirit essence from the soul forging system. Before he could think about it, the body transformation energy that flowed in his blood and percolated in his flesh also merged into his inner world. This was the body transformation system's astral essence. In that instant, spirit essence, astral essence, and true essence fused together in Lin Ming's inner world. Before now, although Lin Ming had been able to fuse those three energies for a moment, it had never been like today, where the other two types of energies were injected into his inner world. This was because the inner world was the domain of true essence. There was no exchange at all. Bang! 3 types of energies joined together. In that instant, Lin Ming's inner world was stabilized. Chapter 1306, Might of the Concept of the 33 Layered Heavens. Chapter 1306, Might of the Concept of the 33 Layered Heavens. The 3 types of energies were like 3 massive seals, forcefully stabilizing Lin Ming's inner world. No matter what sort of fierce or violent waves the heaven-absorbing demon art stirred up, his inner world remained unshaken. For this situation to occur was also because of the difference in the heights of the laws. The heaven-absorbing demon art, no matter how high level it was still a cultivation method of the essence gathering system. What it absorbed was true essence. But within Lin Ming's inner world, true essence, spirit essence, and astral essence had fused together, turning into the laws of the 33-layered heaven's power of divinity and surpassing the boundary of true essence. Because of this, the heaven-absorbing demon art was unable to absorb it. Within the black vortex, Xiao Maxian was startled. Facing Lin Ming, another strange situation had occurred. How could you be immune to my heaven-absorbing demon art? Xiao Moxian couldn't understand what was happening. Even if a divine Lord Realm powerhouse were standing in front of her, even they couldn't say that they wouldn't be affected by her heaven-absorbing demon art. After seeing her own heaven-absorbing demon art fail so suddenly, Xiao Moxian wanted to change techniques, but Lin Ming was already rushing towards her. 3 essences as one. Spirit essence, true essence, and astral essence fused together. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, pouring all of his power into it. Besides heavenly Tao judgment, 3 essences as one was also one of his strongest techniques. On the divine seal altar's 33rd step, Lin Ming had once displayed this ability to resist the tribulation of Tao tablets 80,000 feet up, and relied on this to overcome it. As for Dragon Fong, who had also been climbing up the divine seal altar, he had been defeated by the tribulation of Tao tablets. And now, Lin Ming wasn't just using 3 essences as one, but also fusing in the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. This was nearly equal to using the power of divinity as the foundation to stimulate heavenly Tao judgment. In that instant, behind Lin Ming, the towering heretical god tree shimmered into existence. Within Lin Ming's body, deeply buried in his flesh and blood, inner world, and soul, the law runes of the 33-layered heavens began to emit a brilliant light. All around Lin Ming, the phantoms of the 33 heavenly Tao stone tablets appeared. Deep within vast universe heavenly palace, as Empyrean vast universe saw these phantoms, he was immensely surprised. These 33 stone tablets were the great tribulation that existed 80,000 feet up the divine seal altar's 33rd step. Lin Ming's technique was actually able to show a faint charm of the Tao tablet tribulation. This was a phenomenon that appeared in Lin Ming's technique after he comprehended the concept of the 33-layered heavens. The concept of the 33-layered heavens was not some useless comprehension. It would enhance Lin Ming's laws and compatibility, and as time passed, this enhancement would become increasingly potent. This was also the true capital that Lin Ming possessed to resist these extreme talents of the divine realm. As Xiao Moxian saw the heaven-absorbing demon art fail, and Lin Ming hurtled towards her, she immediately reversed her true essence. Behind her, the black vortex began to spin in reverse. Counterforce, heaven-absorbing demon art. The heaven-absorbing demon art was able to swallow energy. It could naturally emit energy too. Counterforce, heaven-absorbing demon art. That was to release the energy held within Xiao Moxian's body and use it to exterminate the enemy. The massive black vortex began to compress, shrinking down. That swirling black vortex fell into Xiao Moxian's hand, and then was shot out by her. It formed a Tao diagram, colliding with Lin Ming's 3 essences as one. In that moment, a terrifyingly bright light shot out into the heavens, covering the world. Bang! Lin Ming's arms shook, and his palms cracked apart. As the phoenix blood spear struck the heaven-absorbing demon art Tao diagram, it bent into a crescent moon. The phantoms of the 33 Tao tablets, along with the power of thunder and fire, crashed down. Ka. Cracks began to appear all over the heaven-absorbing demon art. Then it completely collapsed. What? Xiao Moxian's beautiful expression changed colors. She cried out in alarm. Her counterforce heaven-absorbing demon art had actually been broken. In this crucial moment, Xiao Moxian closed up her wings once more, forcefully withstanding Lin Ming's attack. Peng! Xiao Moxian was sent flying back once more. This time, her wings were nearly pierced through by the spear light. Her body crashed into the ground as countless stones were sent flying away. The terrifying energy gradually subsided. Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His right arm had been fractured, and his chest was also covered with blood. These were injuries created by the impact and shaking force from resisting the heaven-absorbing demon art. Xiao Moxian's great strength has completely surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. He originally thought that even though he might not take first place, he should still be able to advance into the top 3 rankings. But if he had known that Xiao Moxian was so strong beforehand, then he wouldn't have thought such. As the dust settled and wild energy dissipated, Lin Ming fell onto the ground, supporting himself with the Phoenix blood spear. His organs were broken in many places, and he was heavily wounded. As the audience saw the result of this battle, they didn't know what words to say to express their feelings. This was an unbelievable battle in which both parties were ridiculously strong. Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian has grown far too fast. I haven't seen her in just a year, and this is where she is at. Her talent is truly frightening. In the contestant waiting area, White King sighed with emotion. He and Xiao Moxian could be considered friends. Just a year ago, Xiao Moxian was only at the early divine sea realm. At that time, he didn't think that Xiao Moxian was much stronger than he was. Now, after a year passed, White King had made some progress, but Xiao Moxian had leapt into the skies, reaching unimaginable levels. If she had several more years to grow, just what would happen then? And what was even more frightening was Lin Ming. In this battle, he had resorted to several trump cards and had forcefully suppressed Xiao Moxian. This was a truly hard-fought victory. With his mortal body and middle divine sea realm cultivation, he had defeated Xiao Moxian with her god-beast bloodline. That was a truly incredible feat. For him to climb up the divine seal altar's 33 steps is truly extraordinary. His techniques have the concept of the divine seal altar's 33 steps integrated into them. It's hard to imagine just what boundary his laws have reached. As White King was thinking, Xiao Moxian rose up from the deep pit she had crashed into once more. But now, her black wings were covered with blood, and the wing bones had been pierced through by a spear light. Her beautiful face was also wan, making one feel as if she were feeble and sick. She still hasn't fallen. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. His current state was extremely poor. He had fused together true essence, astral essence, and spirit essence, utilizing 3 essences as one, and also using the power of heavenly tribulation. Just then he had surpassed the limits of his body. That strike was his extreme peak, and his soul, body, and inner world found themselves hard-pressed to withstand the burden. All of his blood vitality was in chaos. It would be impossible for him to fight like that again. But even so, he hadn't managed to thoroughly defeat Xiao Moxian. One could see just how formidable the body of a god-beast was from this. I originally thought that Xiao Moxian's bodily defensive abilities were about the same as mine, but now it seems that those wings of hers far surpass my defensive capabilities. As Lin Ming was thinking this, Xiao Moxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The wings on her back began to slowly fold in and contract, and the runes on her body also began to fade away. After several breaths of time, Xiao Moxian completely resumed her human form. She was nearly unable to stand steadily. It was impossible for her to continue maintaining her true phoenix form. Lin Ming couldn't burn his blood essence forever, and Xiao Moxian also couldn't display her phoenix true form in perpetuity. At least, this was her limit before she experienced her first nirvana rebirth and heavenly tribulation. Xiao Moxian ground her teeth together. Her condition was worse than Lin Ming's, and she wasn't able to use her phoenix true form right now. She was nearly like a delicate woman, extremely weak. However, her hand still held the dragon tendon whip. She clearly wasn't willing to concede. "That's enough, little sister. You've lost." At this time, a light voice echoed out. Fairy Frost Dream was like a goddess falling from the highest heavens as she floated down to the stage. As she arrived, all of the raging waves of heat and flame, and even the fire laws completely retreated, as if they were blown away by a winter breeze. Fairy Frost Dream lightly stepped forwards, as if she were walking on lotuses, until she stopped beside Xiao Moxian, gently helping her up. Then she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes pausing on him for several breaths of time. She said in a low voice, "You're very special." Her simple words contained an intriguing meaning. This battle, Xiao Moxian defeated, Lin Ming victorious. The audience still hadn't regained their composure. They were all shocked, as if they were watching a dream. Lin Ming actually won. How much longer will he continue winning for? I really have no idea. But in this battle, he's used everything he has. At a similar boundary, he defeated Xiao Moxian with her god-beast body. Even a young Empyrean isn't enough to describe him. A young Empyrean was the most glorious title to describe young geniuses in the divine realm, and in this first martial meeting, there were actually 6 people that were worthy of such a name. But if words were used to describe Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, young Empyrean was clearly not enough. Chapter 1307, White Hot. Chapter 1307, White Hot. This boy Lin Ming. Deep within vast universe, heavenly palace, Empyrean vast universe gazed at Lin Ming for a long time. Lin Ming had created a miracle by climbing up the 33 steps of the divine seal altar. And through this he knew that Lin Ming must have experienced some sort of special lucky chance that allowed him to come into contact with the concept of the 33 layered heavens ahead of time. Moreover, although the concept of the 33 layered heavens was related to Empyrean divine seal, and its might was unimaginable, it was still an ancient concept, one that belonged to a different era. Beyond that, the inheritances of the concept of the 33 layered heavens had already been cut off. It was unknown whether or not Lin Ming would be able to display its power in the future. On just this point alone, it was impossible to place Lin Ming on par with Xiao Moxian, Frost Dream, and others of their level. But just now in his moves, Lin Ming had actually reformed the phantoms of the Tao tablets from the divine seal altar's 33rd step, ultimately overcoming all obstacles to defeat Xiao Moxian. How could Empyrean vast universe not be startled by this? At the same boundary, he was able to suppress someone with the body of a god beast. That was far too shocking. I really have no idea just what achievements Lin Ming will have in the future, Empyrean vast universe muttered to himself. And at this time, from beside him, Empyrean divine dream dimly said, 6 billion years, a single samsara. 6 billion years ago, a peerless powerhouse appeared within the divine realm who managed to surpass the boundaries of an Empyrean. And perhaps now, that cycle will continue once more. What? Empyrean vast universe turned his head and looked at Empyrean divine dream with incredulity sketched on his face. Are you saying that Lin Ming has the possibility of surpassing the realm of an Empyrean? To Empyrean vast universe, an Empyrean was in existence near the peak of martial arts. Although he also knew that the legends said there existed a boundary above an Empyrean, legends were only legends. When Xiao Moxian declared she would surpass an Empyrean in the future, vast universe hadn't taken her seriously. To surpass an Empyrean wasn't that easier said than done. And now, Empyrean divine dream actually spoke these words, causing him to pause. He knew that with divine dream's character, she would never speak nonsense or needless words. Moreover, she was an incomparably mysterious character with a foresight far higher than all others. Her cultivation had also reached a realm that he was unable to comprehend. In fact, even if Empyrean vast universe learnt that Empyrean divine dream had seen the road that lay beyond an Empyrean, he would not be amazed, just a bit shocked. Empyrean divine dream said, for someone to surpass an Empyrean, that is not only a question of destiny or talent, there also needs to be an era created just for them. Now, this fated era approaches, and there indeed may be extreme characters that are born who possess the possibility of doing so. But whether or not that person who surpasses an Empyrean will be Lin Ming is still unknown. It can only be said that he has a minor chance to do so. There is Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream. Xiao Moxian also has a small chance. As for Frost Dream, she has her own road, a road that is lonely and separate from all else. Besides me and her, no one can speculate or interfere with her future. Empyrean, vast universe froze for a moment. Was there something special about Frost Dream's background or life experiences? He wanted to ask, but he could tell that Divine Dream wasn't about to speak any further on this topic. He could only suppress the questions in his heart. At this time, in the massive tournament arena, the hundreds of millions of spectators were all cheering and busily discussing as before. Waves upon waves of excited shouts echoed through the air, not calming down for an extremely long time. Even though many people had lost a great deal of violet sun crystals because of Lin Ming, most of them were still filled with praise towards him. In truth, for the heroic young elites that were able to attend these finals, a few $100 million in wealth was a number they could easily afford. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's battle was far too shocking. What happened had far exceeded their understandings and imaginations. Moreover, to those martial artists that were able to watch the battle, this was a lucky chance. Let alone normal juniors or young elites of sex, even Holy Lord powerhouses or half-step world king masters were able to obtain some inspirations. This was not an exaggeration. Holy Lord powerhouses and ordinary world kings possessed a cultivation and strength that far exceeded Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. But in terms of the heights of laws, they only studied common laws that were subordinate to the rule of the heavenly Tao. As for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming had a self-created elementary transcendent divine might and had also comprehended the concept of the 33-layered heavens. He was able to manifest the heretical god tree and release dual thunder and fire tribulations. Lin Ming's moves possessed the charm of the heavenly Tao. It wasn't too excessive to call Lin Ming a weaker and younger version of an Empyrean. As for Xiao Moxian, there was even less to say. Once a god beast grew up, that would be the same level existence as an Empyrean. Xiao Moxian's phoenix, true flames, also possessed the charm of an Empyrean. The two both cultivated the fire laws, but the fire laws they used were able to reach heights that ordinary space laws and time laws couldn't match. For the heroic young elites spectating their battle, this level of laws was nearly impossible for them to understand. One needed to be a divine lord, holy lord, or half-step world king to see the power within their moves and obtain comprehensions from them. In a battle between two middle divine sea martial artists, even a holy lord had to study their moves. Just how amazing was that? For Lin Ming to win this battle was truly mind-boggling. He had stepped into the highest ranks of all junior geniuses. He had surpassed Dragon Fong and was able to compete with the likes of Frost Dream. The match had already ended, but Xiao Moxian still stood on the arena stage, grasping the dragon tendon whip. She didn't seem to be leaving just yet. Lin Ming, I admit that I lost this fight, but I won't give up here, nor am I convinced. Half a year from now, I wish to fight with you again. Xiao Moxian bit down with her little jade-like tiger canines, clenching her fists tightly. She was someone who was proud at heart. This was the first time she had ever lost to someone at her own boundary. Of course, she couldn't accept this. Half a year, Lin Ming's eyebrows flew up. Half a year, that was enough time for Xiao Moxian's strength to grow to an even greater degree. And, most importantly, it was said that Xiao Moxian's natural temperament was that of a playful girl who loved to mess around all the time. She possessed a childlike innocence, completely disparate from someone like Hang Qi, who trained diligently. If she was frustrated because of this loss and decided to try her best to catch up, then half a year from now, it would be difficult to estimate just how strong she would grow. And if her phoenix divine body were to experience its first nirvana, then that would be even more unimaginable. Even Lin Ming could feel the pressure. Xiao Moxian's declaration was even far more compelling than Dragon Fang's. "I will wait for you," Lin Ming slowly and clearly said. His current talent was indeed lacking. The reason he defeated Xiao Moxian now was due to his superiority in age. This was not the victory Lin Ming wished for. If he couldn't suppress Xiao Moxian at the same age, then how could he possibly reach the peak of all martial arts? Only if their ages were closer together. And they were also at the same boundary would Lin Ming truly have won after defeating Xiao Moxian. This fantastical match had come to a conclusion. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had also earned a great profit. Most people had bet on Xiao Moxian to win. At this time, Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage, loudly announcing, "To all those here, after the referees have discussed this matter, in order to save time and increase the excitement of the tournament, the 10 individuals in the finals will be further split into 2 groups. The first group will have 6 people, and the second group will have 4 people. Those from the first and second groups will no longer battle each other. The first 6 placings in the tournament will be decided through continued round-robin matches between the 6 people in the first group. 7th through 10th place will be decided by the 4 people in the second group. At the end, the highest-ranked individual of the second group may challenge the lowest-ranked individual of the first group. The winner will either stay or move to the first group and will take 6th place." As Vast Cosmos spoke, the audience paused for a moment, dividing into groups. The first group of 6 people are the default choices for the final top 6 rankings of the tournament. I wonder just who they are? There's no need to ask. It's clear that the finalists have already diverged into 2 groups themselves. The strong are ridiculously strong, and the weak have too great a gap separating them. Although the first place of the second group has the qualifications to challenge the last place of the first group, the chances are that they will lose. It's simply a formality. There's no need to think about it. Well, fighting like this is better. We can get straight to the interesting matches and won't have to face situations where the outcome is already evident at the start. But as it stands, this means the tournament has entered the white, hot, heated stage. Every battle will be a strong collision. Vast Cosmos's decision gained the approval and satisfaction of many in the audience. Like this, the tournament would be much more compact and wouldn't be needlessly dragged out. Now, I will announce the names of the 6 individuals in the first group. The 6 people in the first group are Frost Dream, Heng Qi, Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming, June Blue Moon, Dragon Fang. Then, for the names of the 4 individuals in the second group, the 4 people in the second group are Lord Monster, White King, Shirku, and Hua Xian. These 2 lists were well within everyone's expectations. Even though the Monster Prince was incomparably arrogant, he still couldn't oppose these choices. He could only clench his fists and grind his teeth together. To him, this first martial meeting was the greatest of all shames. He couldn't even enter the first group. He had to fight in the second. Even if he obtained total victory in the second group, he would still be disgraced. After he returned to the monster race, all of his brothers would laugh at him and mock him. Although he had loudly bragged that he would become the monster emperor in the future, the truth was that he faced stiff competition from countless strong competitors. His brothers and sisters were all powerful individuals who stood against him. Whether or not he would actually succeed in becoming the monster emperor was unknown. Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming, you best remember me. The monster prince shifted all of his hatred onto Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. It was these 2 that had miserably beaten him up, shaming him. In particular, Xiao Moxian. She was the one who had absorbed his life's true essence, leaving him without any face left, and even greatly damaging his cultivation. After the groups were announced, there was a 6-hour break time for contestants to restore their strength. This was also for Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming to recover. The two of them had consumed the greatest amount of energy. 6 hours later, Vast Cosmos announced the next matches. Everyone in the audience was bubbling with excitement to hear this. Of those in the first group, there was not a weak person amongst them. No matter who fought who, it would truly be a battle between two similar opponents, filled with wondrous expectations. Honored audience, now the matches for the new groupings will soon begin. The first round of matches will be Frost Dream against Dragon Fong, Lin Ming against June Blue Moon, Hang Chi against Xiao Moxian. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace has opened a special gambling bet for the match between Hang Chi and Xiao Moxian. Hang Chi's victory has a compensation rate of 1.6 and Xiao Moxian's victory has a compensation rate of 2.1. In every round of matches, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace would open up a separate gambling bet aimed at the most tense and suspenseful match, which would also receive the most attention. Hang Chi was an extremely low-profile and mysterious character, but in his fight with Xiao Moxian, he was sure to reveal his full strength. Everyone would finally be able to see his true abilities. As for Lin Ming against June Blue Moon, that would also be a fantastic showdown. Although Lin Ming's chances were slightly higher, June Blue Moon had remained incomparably mysterious this entire time. There was a possibility that there would be an expected winner. My match is June Blue Moon. Lin Ming looked at June Blue Moon sitting not too far away in the contestant seating area. He wore all white clothes and held the rust-stained sword in his hands, his hair as white as snow. Towards an unknown and mysterious opponent, Lin Ming would never underestimate them. And at this time, Frost Dream and Dragon Fong stepped into the arena. Without a doubt, Frost Dream was powerful, but Dragon Fong wasn't weak either. Many people were looking forwards to this match, waiting to see just what abilities Frost Dream would display. Divine Dream Space, Divine Dream Space. On the arena stage, Frost Dream wore a simple and elegant dress that fluttered about her. She floated half a foot off the ground, her toes dangling downwards as her entire body was covered in a thick fog, making it impossible to discern her appearance. 500 feet in front of her was the black-clothed Dragon Fong. His hands were still wrapped in white bandages, and his eyes were solemn. He had already had a premonition about how strong Frost Dream was. The degree of intensity that this divine realm first martial meeting had followed so far had gone beyond his master's expectations. Fairy Frost Dream, I can finally see just what strengths you possess. Lin Ming looked at Frost Dream, who was on the arena stage. Before now, Frost Dream was easily guaranteed to enter the finals. Even so, she had yet to encounter anyone that could oppose her. This was not because the referees of the first martial meeting favored Frost Dream, but because Frost Dream was too strong. Any seeded player who had bumped into her so far had suffered a loss without being able to display any moves at all. None of them had been able to force out a single card from her hand. If they tried, not only would they fail, but they would also wear down their mentality and waste their strength. In this sort of situation, no one was willing to fight Frost Dream. Frost Dream's opponents so far had basically been participants who were brought in to increase the numbers. Thus, Lin Ming hadn't been able to discover what her techniques or laws were like. Match start. As Vast Cosmos spoke, a cold wind surged atop the arena stage. Then, a snow-white lotus appeared beneath Frost Dream's feet. This ice lotus shimmered crystal clear, just as if it were made of glass. As Lin Ming saw this ice lotus, he was stunned for a moment. He could clearly feel that this ice lotus contained the aura of mysterious laws. These laws were similar to the divine dream marks that Lin Ming had comprehended in the divine dream world. In other words, they were the most mystical laws of the soul forging system, and They were far more profound and intricate than anything Lin Ming learned in the divine dream space, making one feel unable to look up to it. This aura, could it be engraved by Empyrean divine dream? Lin Ming couldn't help but think this, as the saintess of divine dream heavenly palace, and also one of the most splendid direct disciples to ever appear there. It wouldn't be strange if Empyrean divine dream were to somehow assist Fairy Frost Dream. This ice lotus seemed ordinary, but it was in truth anything but that. This lotus was Frost Dream's weapon. Empyrean divine dream was in existence who could easily craft Empyrean spirit treasures. If she forged a weapon for her own disciple, its might could be imagined. A lotus-shaped weapon. Dragon Fong looked at the ice lotus beneath Frost Dream's feet, not daring to be negligent in the least. He had already opened the 3 lives pupils. Spatial mirror images. Dragon Fong's figure blurred. 1 divided to 2, 2 divided to 4, 4 divided to 8, and 8 divided into 16. Facing Frost Dream, he didn't hold back at all. He formed 16 mirror images at the start. 16 mirror images struck out together. For a time, all of the power of space around Dragon Fong turned chaotic. The power of space was attracted to the sword wind, becoming part of the sword wind's killing intent. Moreover, time also began to become mixed up. Although Dragon Fong's sword appeared to be slow, the truth was that it was extremely fast, and its speed constantly shifted, causing one to be unable to follow it with their eyes. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. If someone were to face Dragon Fong's attack on this arena stage, it would be impossible to dodge it. Facing these 16 mirror images, the ice lotus underneath Frost Dream floated upwards before splitting into several petals. These flower petals were composed of 7 ice crystals. There were larger and smaller ice crystals, each one of them seeming as if it were carved from crystal, cold and luminescent. In that instant, the ice lotus turned into countless ice crystals. Ruling spirit art. Frost Dream's cherry red lips slightly parted. From between her eyebrows, a gold lotus mark appeared. This was her battle spirit. Frost Dream's battle spirit had reached gold perfection. The battle spirit fused into those ice crystals. Suddenly, all of those ice crystals recklessly shot forwards, gathering together and forming sharp ice swords in the air. Each part of the swords contained its own independent laws. In just an instant, half of Dragon Fong's 16 mirror images were crushed by the ice crystals. 3 lives pupils, all existence to void. Flames ignited within Dragon Fong's eyes. The meridians and blood vessels around his pupils bulged out. Within his field of vision, the pathing of those ice crystals had become clear to him. The remaining 8 spatial mirror images fused together. Dragon Fong slashed out his sword. Although this sword strike seemed simple, as it struck those ice crystal swords, there was a crisp crackling sound as all the ice crystals shattered. All of the blood within Dragon Fong tumbled, and he drew backwards. At the same time, a twinkle of surprise flashed in Fairy Frost Dream's eyes. Dragon Fong's 3 lives pupils were no trifling matter. They were actually able to pinpoint the weakness in her ruling spirit art ice crystal swords. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's ruling spirit art was a variation martial skill created by Empyrean Divine Dream. Although it wasn't a transcendent divine might, it was still an extremely high-level skill that had tremendously demanding requirements on one's battle spirit. Of course, the reason that her ruling spirit art was seen through by Dragon Fong was not because there were too many holes in it, but because her proficiency in this skill was lacking, especially when compared to Dragon Fong's 3 lives pupils. In this brief exchange that was in a mere blink of the eye, Dragon Fong hadn't yet suffered a defeat. The audience sighed in amazement, but after Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming's battle serving as an appetizer before this, they were already mentally prepared and didn't react too wildly. Frost Dream is only at the late Divine Sea realm, but she actually managed to form a perfect gold battle spirit. That is truly incredible. Yes, the disciples of divine dream, heavenly palace cultivate in energy and soul, and also have the divine dream space to help temper their primordial spirit. Whether it is their soul or battle spirit, both are extremely formidable. Among all juniors in the divine realm, Frost Dream's battle spirit is the absolute number one. There is no one who could hope to compare with her. The most amazing here is Dragon Fong. I thought he would just be directly defeated, but I never imagined he could see through Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. It wasn't wrong that Dragon Fong was powerful, but after being defeated by Lin Ming, his aura of invincibility had been shattered. Many people believed he would be quickly defeated by Frost Dream. Ruling spirit art. Under the arena stage, Lin Ming recalled Frost Dream's attack just now. By pouring one's battle spirit into weapons, these weapons could be controlled to kill someone from afar. This type of cultivation method was not just variations of the ruling spirit art. Rather, they could be classified into a separate system, which were battle spirit arcane skills. These sorts of arcane skills seemed simple, but the truth was that they were varied and extremely tricky to learn. A normal martial artist was limited to controlling 2 or 3 weapons, but Frost Dream was actually able to manipulate so many ice crystals, even superimposing them together, for a much greater effect. This was also reasonable. This variation of the ruling spirit art martial skill was established by Empyrean Divine Dream. It was far from what other battle spirit arcane skills could hope to compete with. Its requirements towards one's battle spirit were much higher, but so was its strength. My battle spirit can only play a supporting role right now. It has miraculous effects for my soul and will, but in terms of actual combat, all it does is increase my striking power. If I can learn this ruling spirit art, then it will increase my versatility in combat. As Lin Ming was thinking this, on the arena stage, Dragon Fong divided into 16 mirror images once more. He continued to maintain the state of all existence to void. Dragon Fong was crystal clear that the longer this fight dragged on, the further he would fall behind. Void extermination. 16 dragon fangs struck out together, and the 16 sword lights combined as one. This was one of Dragon Fong's strongest attacks. When he fought with Lin Ming, he relied on this move to force out Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void trembled, and the power of space was wildly stirred up. Even the power of time began to twist. This sword strike contained the large success 5th level laws of space and time. Its might could be imaged. And at this moment, Dragon Fong suddenly felt the scenery around Frost Dream rapidly change. An unspeakably desolate feeling spread out from her, making him feel as if he had arrived within a separate space-time. This is... From the endless void, Frost Dream stood at the center of space and time. Her 2 pupils shimmered, and her icy blue hair danced wildly in the air. From all around her, fantastical and dreamy starlight fell onto her, bringing out her ethereal and holy aura. Divine, dream, space. As Frost Dream spoke these 3 words, time seemed to come to a standstill. Then, from within the space around her, numerous vicious beasts began to emerge from thin air. Each vicious beast was incomparably brutal and fierce. Their aura was breathtaking, and their appearances were savage. They wildly howled out, their terrifying roars gathering together to echo through the clouds. Upon seeing these vicious beasts, Lin Ming was greatly shocked. These are nightmare beasts. These vicious beasts were the same nightmare beasts that Lin Ming had encountered in the divine dream world. In fact, they were far more formidable. Their standard reached that of the red-furred monster which Lin Ming had killed in the divine dream world. The red-furred monster was already exorbitantly difficult to deal with, but now dozens of these beasts had appeared beside Frost Dream. Dozens of nightmare beasts hurled themselves towards Dragon Fong. The audience was panic-stricken. Just what kind of cultivation method was this? Is this a summoning technique? An illusion technique? Just what kind of domain is the divine dream space? There is a domain that can summon vicious beasts? The audience could not understand what was happening at all. But underneath the arena stage, Lin Ming could, because he had many understandings towards the divine dream law. Divine dream domain. So this is what it is. This is a space that belongs to Frost Dream. If this space is a dream, then Frost Dream is the dreamer. Within this space, everything falls under her control. If she wants light, then there will be light. If she wants darkness, there will be darkness. If she wants to summon soul beasts, there will be soul beasts. Within her dream, she is God. As long as anyone enters this separate space of hers, all must bow to her will. This is a zone, an absolute space. Within that space, she is invincible. The divine dream space was an absolutely terrifying domain. Compared to this domain, those little illusion tricks that Frost Moon, Frost Charm, and the other disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace displayed were insignificant. It could be imagined that this was a core secret technique of Empyrean Divine Dream's dream-type martial arts. Non-direct disciples like Frost Charm and Frost Moon simply didn't have the chance to learn the divine dream space. Or perhaps they didn't have the ability to do so. After displaying the divine dream space, Frost Dream was at her most horrifying, as Dragon Fong's sword lights hurtled into the divine dream domain. All of them were blocked by the dozens of nightmare beasts. Pung, 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 pung. Those nightmare beasts were torn apart by those sword lights, blood raining down. But at the same time, Dragon Fong's sword lights also dissipated. Then, dozens of nightmare beasts rushed at Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong's eyes widened. He wanted to retreat, but at this time, Frost Dream reached out one finger, and a cage of divine dream energy appeared behind Dragon Fong. Locking him within, Dragon Fong was shocked. He wanted to use the Three Lives pupils to tear apart this cage, but Frost Dream's attacks were too quick. Dozens of nightmare beasts smashed into Dragon Fong, causing him to soar backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1308, Lin Ming vs. June Blue Moon. Chapter 1308, Lin Ming vs. June Blue Moon. In Frost Dream and Dragon Fong's battle, Dragon Fong had been defeated and Frost Dream had emerged victorious. Frost Dream's abilities are terrifying. Yes, she might even be stronger than that. There are likely many moves she has yet to use. Frost Dream should be able to easily take first place this time. I think that Hang Chi won't be her match. Frost Dream was originally the popular choice to take the championship in this tournament. The only one who was believed to have the capability of threatening her position was Hang Chi. As for Xiao Xin, not many people favored her. She was simply too young. It was only during her battle with Lin Ming that the audience realized just how powerful she was. The true body of a god beast was far too ridiculous. Whether it was in defensive abilities or compatibility with laws, she had reached an inconceivable boundary. People once thought that Lin Ming and Xiao Xin weren't much worse than Frost Dream. But now, Fairy Frost Dream had revealed a strength that had left everyone breathless. Dragon Fong wasn't weak. He hadn't been far worse than Lin Ming. But now he had been easily defeated by Frost Dream. Dragon Fong wasn't able to display the laws of his Three Lives pupils at the last moment. If he was able to display their true strength, there might have been a small chance he would have been able to see through the divine dream space. Lin Ming silently speculated. It was still unknown whether or not Dragon Fong could see through the divine dream space. Even if he was able to, he still needed to use his Three Lives pupils to do that, and Frost Dream clearly wasn't going to give him that time. This had led to Dragon Fong's ultimate defeat. At this time, at an unknown space countless trillions of miles away from the martial field of the first martial meeting, On a deserted, desolate little planet, an old man hunched over a walking stick quietly watched everything happening on the arena stage. Although his body looked old and decrepit, his eyes seemed omniscient, shimmering, occasionally flashing with marks of the great Tao laws. This was another state of the three lives pupils. By relying on this state, this old man could clearly see what was happening in any corner of the universe. His sight was even far clearer than that of anyone who was personally there. Fairy Frost Dream. I finally understand now, the old man slowly said. His eyes seemed to completely see through the mystical fog that surrounded Frost Dream's face. I thought it was strange, Divine Dream, with your detached and aloof temperament. I wondered why you placed so much energy on a little baby like Frost Dream, not even hesitating at all to spend your spirit source to increase her strength. Now I understand. 3 lives old man heaved a deep sigh, as if he had become even older. The young are fearful, truly fearful. You should have already seen that final step ahead of you. You wish to draw upon this great era and take that final step forwards, and Frost Dream is the key for this last step. No wonder Dragon Fawn lost so miserably. To use the trillion quadrillion lives of the divine realm as your game pieces and the 33 layered heavens as your chessboard, your courage and boldness is more than enough. Is this divine realm first martial meeting the start of your great game? In just 10 million years, you have already reached this level. Perhaps you may even succeed. As for me, I am already far too old. In my mind, all I hoped for was to find a descendant to inherit my legacy. But as for you, you were always thinking about how to cross the great calamity and allow the world to continue flowing forwards. I am far inferior to you. The old man whispered to himself, closing his wrinkled eyes. 10 million years ago, Empyrean Divine Dream was nothing more than a young and naive girl. But now she had already reached an unbelievable boundary. She had even touched upon the threshold for that final step. In other words, to surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. However, even if one surpassed an Empyrean, that still didn't mean they would succeed in resisting the great calamity. This was because 6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal possessed a talent far surpassing Empyrean Divine Dream, and even he had perished in that calamity. 3 lives old man truly hoped that Divine Dream could lead the countless lives in this universe to overcome the great calamity. But that was simply far too difficult. As Frost Dream walked off the stage, all of the contestants present felt a tremendous pressure. Frost Dream gave off a halo of invincibility. And at this time, vast cosmos loudly announced the second match, Lin Ming against June Blue Moon. The two of you please step on stage. Fighting June Blue Moon. Lin Ming turned to glance at June Blue Moon. June Blue Moon had been sitting on his stone chair, wiping down his sword. Every wipe was done carefully and with earnest effort. As his long white hair scattered upon the blade, he gave off a very sad and melancholic feeling. Sword like ice, hair like snow. Lin Ming stepped onto the arena stage. As for June Blue Moon, he vigorously finished the last round of cleaning on his sword and then flew upwards, landing on the arena stage like a light feather. The two of them looked at each other, fighting spirit flashing in their eyes. Please advise, Lin Ming respectfully said. At the same time, he took out the Phoenix Blood Spear. A cold light shimmered on the spear point. Show. Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his spear, the first 4 level concepts of the fire laws fusing together. Dreadful waves of fire instantly rolled up all around for several miles, creating a giant blooming blue lotus. And at this time, atop the blue lotus, a sword light flashed like a cold and distant star. At some unknown time, June Blue Moon had already drifted upwards from his original position. He grasped that strange sword and slashed out. This sword strike carried with it an incomparable momentum, but at the same time, There wasn't the least bit of killing intent. Instead, it was elegant and refined like a picturesque drawing of spring, making it unpredictable and wonderful. In this strange sword strike, Lin Ming couldn't make out any of the laws contained within. It only felt harmonious and balanced. Whether it was from an offensive angle or the circulation of energy, it was impeccable. Power of thunder. Seeing June Blue Moon's sword thrust towards him, Lin Ming injected the power of thunder into the blue flame lotus. As fire and thunder crossed together, there was a loud explosion, and the entire blue lotus exploded. June Blue Moon's sword potential was completely broken apart by this rampant energy. At the same time, Lin Ming waved his spear. This spear carried with it the might of the fifth-level concept of thunder and fire, sweeping away all. Show. Two terrifying energies of thunder and fire shot towards June Blue Moon, intersecting in front of him. As long as these two types of energies met, they would erupt with an unbelievable explosive force. Unless someone possessed a god-beast true form, like Xiao Ma Xian, that gave them heaven-defying defensive abilities, they would be injured. Fu. Within the raging thunder and flames, June Blue Moon was already surrounded. At this time, an incredible scene occurred. June Blue Moon welcomed Lin Ming's thunder and flames. The moment that his hands touched these two energies, the two extremely wild and brutal energies suddenly calmed down, flowing along June Blue Moon's hands, as if they were being pulled about by some unknown force. June Blue Moon flew backwards, drawing a primal chaos diagram with his hands as he did so. The two energies circulated in the air, forming a two-colored vortex. These two colors condensed more and more, eventually turning into a yin-yang primal chaos diagram. Lin Ming's power of thunder and fire was actually transformed into a round yin-yang primal chaos diagram by June Blue Moon. Lin Ming was shocked. The audience was also amazed. Just what sort of cultivation method was this? June Blue Moon had fully contained and controlled his opponent's energies, transforming them into a calm and harmonious primal chaos array diagram. What a terrifying concept. Lin Ming looked at June Blue Moon, a glint of admiration in his eyes. June Blue Moon's achievements in TH law concepts were incredible. That casual sword strike just now gave off an immaculate feeling, and what was most terrifying was that he could absorb his opponent's energies and control them with the yin-yang laws. It was simply unbelievable. June Blue Moon's hand slowly came to a stop. The round thunderfire primal chaos diagram floated in the air, slowly spinning. Lin Ming could feel that he had completely lost contact with his energies. June Blue Moon slowly said, "Everything in this world, whether it is energy, matter, or life, contains the dual principles of yin and yang. Negative is yin, positive is yang, and your power of thunder and fire is no exception either. As long as I can control the power of yin and yang within them, then they will be controlled by me." As June Blue Moon spoke, the audience was dumbstruck. There were such freakish laws. Normally, when martial artists fought, their energies would collide and lead to explosions. But June Blue Moon was different. When Empyrean Vast Universe's direct disciple, White King, had fought June Blue Moon had struck out with 63 sword strikes. Every time their sword lights had collided, there was strangely no eruption of energy. Rather, they had transformed into yin-yang diagrams. These yin-yang diagrams had contained both White King and June Blue Moon's strength. At the end, June Blue Moon had thrust out his 64th strike. When those 64 yin-yang diagrams joined together, it became an attack far from what White King could block. The most terrifying aspect of June Blue Moon lay in his ability to borrow his opponent's energy for his own use. This was the highest boundary of yin and yang. If this principle could be summed up, then it would be called harmony. Yin and yang in harmony man and heaven as one. June Blue Moon's techniques are too bizarre. Fighting against him, you wouldn't even know how you lost. If he can borrow your energy, how can you defeat him? To the young elites present, the way in which June Blue Moon utilized the laws had already completely surpassed their scope of understanding. I see, so that's what it is. I think I understand now. Lin Ming looked at the yin-yang diagram in the skies. Those two energies already belong to you and have become your primal chaos diagram. The more primal chaos diagrams you gather, the stronger your attack will be, right? Yes, June Blue Moon said, slashing his sword out once more. This simple and humble sword strike contained the yin-yang laws. They harmonized as one, becoming immaculate and impregnable, sword after sword. Every strike left a primal chaos diagram. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, retreating again and again. He had already opened the heretical god force to the limit, unleashing all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates and even burning the blood of the ancient phoenix. June Blue Moon, do you want to do this until the 64th sword strike? As Lin Ming spoke, his aura began to climb upwards. In that instant, he was like a 100,000-foot high mountain, irreproachable. Your laws are strong, but they are still suppressed in the face of absolute strength. For perfect yin-yang harmony, both sides have to be close in strength to begin with. But if my attack is far stronger than yours, how will you maintain that delicate balance? In that moment, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree slowly appeared. The glory of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation wildly flowed out. The power of thunder and fire was boundless and potent, containing the majesty of the great Tao, heavenly Tao judgment. The moment that Lin Ming used heavenly Tao judgment, everything between the heavens and earth turned into an endless sea of red and purple. Heavenly thunder roared and flames howled. In the skies, Lin Ming had almost formed a world tribulation cloud. The power of the heavenly Tao was utterly heartless. This terrifying strength came crashing down on June Blue Moon. June Blue Moon's laws were indeed strange and uncanny. Lin Ming had chosen to suppress him with absolute strength. Chapter 1309. Another victory. Chapter 1309. Another victory. It's that move again. Heavenly Tao judgment. Some people shouted out from the audience. Lin Ming has already used this move 3 times. Even if Xiao Moxin were to face it, she would still be heavily injured. Heavenly Tao judgment was Lin Ming's self-created transcendent divine might. Although he had used it many times, there still hadn't been anyone who had truly broken it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The might of thunder tribulation and fire tribulation recklessly crashed down. June Blue Moon's expression was earnest. Both of his hands began to draw a primal chaos diagram. For a time, all that existed in the world was black and white, with no other colors. Beneath June Blue Moon's feet, a massive yin-yang diagram several miles wide appeared. Within this yin-yang diagram, the rust-stained sword began to emit a soft light. Although this light was weak, it still pierced straight into the hearts of those watching, giving off an unspeakable feeling. Yin-yang soul sword, 3 realms to void. June Blue Moon thrust out his sword. In that instant, his sword seemed to come to life. Each and every rust stain on that sword began to emit dazzling law runes. According to Empyrean divine dream speculations, these rust stains were not ordinary at all. They were the blood of a true divine being. What was a divine being? Perhaps only an existence that surpassed an Empyrean was worthy of this title. With a slash of the sword, that raging purple and red sea was pulled over, turning into a vortex of laws. June Blue Moon had used his strongest strike. June Blue Moon's great strength lay not just in his yin-yang laws, but also the sword in his hands. This was a divine sword that even Empyrean Divine Dream was paying attention to. When June Blue Moon galvanized the might of this divine sword, that was when he could display his strongest combat strength. In that moment, the several hundred millions of people present saw a massive yin-yang diagram rise towards the endless sea of flame and thunder in the skies. As the two forces crashed together, a terrifying explosive sound echoed out. Lin Ming was shocked. He discovered that his dual fire and thunder tribulations were being sucked in by that yin-yang diagram. June Blue Moon wanted to use his yin-yang diagram to swallow his heavenly Tao judgment. Lin Ming didn't doubt that with June Blue Moon's ability to utilize the laws, once he swallowed that heavenly Tao judgment, he would also be able to use that as the foundation to form another yin-yang diagram. Then, once all the yin-yang diagrams combined together, June Blue Moon's final strike would reach unimaginable levels. Lin Ming might even be instantly defeated by that. In other words, he would be defeated by his own strength. That is amazing, but Lin Ming suddenly switched his spirit potential. Within his body, astral essence, spirit essence, and true essence completely gathered in his inner world, fully fusing together. 3 essences as one. Lin Ming gathered the 3 energies to form the power of divinity, pouring that into the phoenix blood spear. At that moment, Lin Ming's strength crazily rose yet again. Astral essence, spirit essence, and true essence were 3 energies that formed the power of divinity. It was of a different quality to pure true essence. The wild power of divinity rushed towards the heavenly Tao judgment. All around Lin Ming, the phantoms of 33 Tao tablets began to appear. These 33 Tao tablets contain the charm of the divine seal altar and symbolize the concept of the 33 heavens. At this time, they hurtled forwards, falling into that primal chaos in yang diagram. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tao tablets cracked, shattering into pieces. And as each Tao tablet exploded, the yin-yang primal chaos chart also shook, with cracks appearing all over the surface. When all the Tao tablets had blown up, the yin-yang primal chaos chart also fully disintegrated. Bang! A terrifying detonation rang out. Countless black and white lights covered the entire arena stage. Everyone in the audience held their breath, feeling constrained by this immense aura. It was only when the energy dissipated that everyone was able to see the arena stage. Lin Ming and June Blue Moon were still standing 1,000 feet away from each other. They had consumed a great deal of energy, and their attacks had broken down at the same time. It could only be said that their collision had been evenly matched so far. Lin Ming used Heavenly Tao Judgment and still wasn't able to defeat June Blue Moon. How can this be? This June Blue Moon is also too terrifying. Heavenly Tao Judgment had left far too deep an impression on everyone present. As an elementary transcendent divine might, it naturally deserved such fame. In Lin Ming's last 2 fights, he had used Heavenly Tao Judgment to defeat Dragon Fang and then frustrate Xiao Moxian. Its might was incomparable. Many people thought that when Lin Ming used Heavenly Tao Judgment, it would be impossible for June Blue Moon to block it. In particular, this enhanced version of Heavenly Tao Judgment. Even Xiao Moxian had been defeated. But the result went beyond everyone's expectations. No one knew what he had done, but June Blue Moon's primal chaos diagram was actually so formidable that it was able to counterbalance the Heavenly Tao Judgment. How could it be so strong? Lin Ming was bewildered. He had originally believed he would win, because he felt that even though June Blue Moon's laws were profound and exquisite, he still had a weakness, and that was that his strength and intensity of his energy were far inferior to that of himself and Xiao Moxian. Thus, Lin Ming planned to use Heavenly Tao Judgment to break apart the harmony of the yin-yang diagram and achieve victory in a single go. If he had used 3 essences as one to display Heavenly Tao Judgment, and even that had failed, then there was only a single move left: to burn his blood essence with the gate of life and reach his strongest state to display a final attack. However, if he did this and wounded June Bluemoon, his own consumption of energy would be tremendous. After this match, there was still Hang Chi and Frost Dream. If Lin Ming burned his blood essence this time, then he wouldn't have the ability to contend with those two powerhouses later. Although Lin Ming was shocked, so was June Bluemoon. At this time, June Bluemoon's face was pale, and his white hair was in a chaotic mess. He looked at Lin Ming with incredulity and said, "You broke through my Yin Yang Soul Sword." Yin Yang Soul Sword was June Bluemoon's greatest trump card, as well as what he was relying on the most to defeat Lin Ming. "And what if I did? Didn't you also break through my heavenly Tao judgment? Even my strongest strike wasn't able to injure you." Lin Ming felt that he should be the one to be more startled here. He no longer thought his odds of winning were high. June Bluemoon shook his head. "It's different. This match, I will admit defeat." June Bluemoon turned around and began to walk off stage. Lin Ming was shocked, and even the several hundred million spectators and the referees were stunned for a moment. Admit defeat? It was obvious that this battle was evenly matched, and yet June Bluemoon admitted defeat. Why? Lin Ming couldn't understand. June Bluemoon turned around. His faint true essence sound transmission floated to Lin Ming's ears. "In that attack just now, what I used was not my own strength, but the strength inherent within my Yin Yang Soul Sword. This is a divine blade with infinite strength, but the amount of power I can borrow is extremely limited. Even though I drew on the support of the Yin Yang Soul Sword, I actually came to a draw with you. Thus, there's no longer a need for us to fight. I am sincerely convinced of my loss. If we continue this fight, it will not be you fighting me, but you fighting my sword." The strength of the Yin Yang Soul Sword. Lin Ming was amazed. No wonder. June Bluemoon didn't seem too strong, but the combat strength he displayed was beyond imagination. The strength of a weapon is originally a part of a martial artist's strength. There is no need for you to divide them so thoroughly. All the previous first martial meetings have also approved this. Otherwise, there would be assigned service weapons. Weapons and magic tools were all a part of a martial artist's strength. This was a widely believed rule in the martial arts world. Although using superiority of weapons to defeat an opponent wasn't the orthodox path, it was still an undeniable truth. "My sword is different." June Bluemoon shook his head, not saying anything else. "Lin Ming, you and I are both martial artists that ascended from the lower realms. So let me give you some advice. Do not think of surpassing Frost Dream. She is different from us." You are a martial artist from the lower realms?" Lin Ming was shocked. June Bluemoon also ascended from the lower realms. After ascending into the divine realm, it only took several years for one's inner true essence to assimilate with the true essence of the divine realm, so that it would be impossible to tell the difference. If June Bluemoon hadn't mentioned this matter of his own initiative, then Lin Ming would never have known that he too came from the lower realms. For a martial artist from the lower realms to reach such a degree, that could be called defying the will of the heavens. It was clear that June Bluemoon's sword had played a major role in this. "Your destiny truly goes against the heavens, as does yours." June Bluemoon sighed as he spoke to hear, his tone becoming a bit desolate and dreary. Lin Ming felt that June Bluemoon had his own story, but that was something he couldn't simply ask about. "From what you said, do you know something about Frost Dream's situation?" Lin Ming could feel something special about Frost Dream, but he wasn't sure in what way she was. Frost Dream was an extremely mysterious character to begin with, and besides some figures in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, not even those from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace would know of her secrets, so how could June Bluemoon possibly have learnt them? "My sword told me." As June Bluemoon said this, he didn't speak further, and stepped down from the arena stage. Lin Ming was still left dumbfounded. His sword had told him. From this, it could be seen that June Blue Moon's sword inevitably possessed a powerful artifact spirit. In other words, a sword spirit. And this sword spirit had already lived through countless years, accumulating an incomparably rich wealth of knowledge. One could see this from how the sword was able to see past the mysteries around Frost Dream. This sword spirit is likely June Blue Moon's master, Lin Ming suddenly thought. If so, then it could be explained how June Blue Moon was so formidable. Perhaps the sword spirit could even compare favorably with the ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit. With such a master, how could his progress not be ridiculously fast? Otherwise, how else could a martial artist from the lower realms reach this step? In this match, Lin Ming, victory. Vast cosmos loudly announced. Lin Ming had won yet again. At this point, there were only 3 people that had an unbroken winning streak: Lin Ming, Frost Dream, and Heng Qi. He won. How could June Blue Moon just admit defeat out of nowhere? Could he have been throwing the match? Don't be an idiot. How could these people be throwing matches at a time like this? June Blue Moon overdrew his strength in that last move, and he might have been able to only use that move one time. Lin Ming can use Heavenly Tao Judgment more than once. When he faced Xiao Moxian, he used it twice. Thus, June Blue Moon likely knew it was impossible to win, so he admitted defeat early in order to retain his strength so that he can fight Dragon Fong and Xiao Moxian. After all, he still has some chance of defeating Xiao Moxian. I don't think so. When Lin Ming fought Xiao Moxian, he had to burn his blood essence, but he didn't do so against June Blue Moon. Imperceptibly, without noticing it, Lin Ming had become a standard upon which others were judged. Besides Frost Dream and Heng Qi, he had already fought with everyone else. And in that battle just now, even Holy Lord Realm Masters and above found it difficult to see through the intricacies of the laws and energies exchanged. As for the energy circulation of the Yin-Yang Soul Sword, even World King powerhouses wasn't able to see through it. Chapter 1310, The Wheel of Samsara. Chapter 1310, The Wheel of Samsara. Yeah, this June Blue Moon isn't simple at all. M.O. Evers now commented from within Lin Ming's inner world. There is a terrifying slumbering soul within that sword of his. It might be an artifact spirit, and it also might be the remnant soul of an Empyrean. It likely isn't that of an ordinary Empyrean. I guessed about the same. If that remnant soul were to personally attack me, then killing me would only take an instant. Lin Ming didn't doubt the strength of that remnant soul. No matter how tattered it was still horrifically strong. That remnant soul had already merged together as one with the Yin-Yang Soul Sword, subsuming the sword as its body. With it, that remnant soul could display a terrifying strength. If June Blue Moon dared to take out this divine sword in front of so many people, he naturally had something he could rely on. Empyrean Divine Dream, an Empyrean vast universe wouldn't covet June Blue Moon's sword. And in the future, even if June Blue Moon went out adventuring alone, there might not be any World King powerhouses that would secretly move against him. After all, that sword had an artifact spirit made from the remnant soul of an Empyrean-level powerhouse. With that protecting him, no one could hope to kill June Blue Moon. And even if they did, it would be impossible for them to subdue that sword. This June Blue Moon has a great destiny about him. Since the divine sword chose him, he certainly has some extraordinary aspects to him. Moreover, his personality is impeccable. He is collected, deep, and an honest person. Lin Ming looked at June Blue Moon, who was now hugging a little bunny. After losing to Lin Ming, June Blue Moon didn't have any qualms with that at all. With this sort of martial arts nature, he would be able to walk far in the future without developing any heart demons. Lin Ming could predict that in the future, June Blue Moon would certainly become an unrivaled powerhouse of his generation. Although he might not be the leading hero of the future, he would inevitably play an extremely important supporting role. Lin Ming, you still have 2 matches left, one against Hang Chi and one against Frost Dream. You have some hopes of contending with Hang Chi, but against Frost Dream, your chances are nearly non-existent. Mo Evers now speculated. When Dragon Fong fought with Frost Dream had not displayed her full strength at all. According to this, the difference between Lin Ming and Frost Dream was not small. This was because Lin Ming was only a few points stronger than Dragon Fong. Also, this point had been affirmed by the Yin Yang Soul Sword. That old spirit that had lived for countless hundreds of millions of years wouldn't say nonsensical words. I know, let alone Frost Dream. Even my chances of defeating Hang Chi are a bit low. However, I'm still looking forwards to it. Lin Ming wasn't blindly arrogant. He was younger than Hang Chi, and his boundary was also a level lower. Hang Chi was an ascetic monk who originated from Mount Patala. From birth, there were all sorts of arcane abilities used to temper his body. As he began to cultivate, he assiduously dedicated his being to wholehearted training, leading a lonely and diligent life. Now, he had been doing this for almost 40 years. How could his strength be belittled? As Hang Chi was thinking this, he had already stepped onto the arena stage. His opponent was Xiao Maxian. This was the match that was receiving the most attention in the second round. To fight against Xiao Maxian, Hang Chi was no longer unarmed. Instead, he pulled out a weapon, a 9-foot-long staff that was plain and simple. The only decoration of the staff was its natural earthy wooden texture. This staff gave off a very light and springy feeling, but it was also very flexible. It was unknown just which divine tree this staff was crafted from. Xiao Maxian took out her dragon tendon whip. She looked at Hang Chi, grinning as she said, "Big brother Baldy, are you planning on letting me get a free hit?" Hang Chi raised a palm in front of his chest and held the staff with his other hand. He began to recite some Buddhist incantations. Junior apprentice sister, Xiao Maxian jokes too much. My martial talent is low, and I can only rely on diligently cultivating over time to stand here. Humility is all I can show here. This Hang Chi is too modest. That's right. But this is the inheritance of Mount Patala. They live truly modest and pious lives, even though they don't speak much. Every word they speak is true. A genius like Hang Chi had actually said that his martial talent was low. If it were anyone else, that would have really roused the hatred of other young elites to spit on them. But when these words were spoken by Hang Chi, they didn't seem false at all. Rather, he seemed open-minded and humble. Xiao Maxian felt that an old-fashioned stick in the mud like Hang Chi was very fun to play with. She laughed. If your martial talent is low, how can anyone still live? Hang Chi said, although a poor monk like me has low martial talent, my heart is open to the great Tao. In front of the great Tao, all living beings are nothing but ants. There is really nothing worthy of showing off. Haha, such serious monk words are really boring. Okay, let's start. As Xiao Maxian spoke, she suddenly extended her 2 dark phoenix wings from her back. Law runes also began to shimmer on her face. She was displaying her phoenix true form once again. Those 2 wings that had been pierced through by Lin Ming had already been completely healed. From this, it could be seen that the great regenerative ability of the phoenix true form far surpassed Lin Ming's. Phoenix true feathers, 9,900 swords. Xiao Maxian suddenly shouted out loud. From all around her, killing intent surged out. Feathers continuously shot out from her 2 black wings, turning into an infinite forest of swords. Each black feather was about 10 feet long, black and shining with a cold light. The feathers of her wings had all transformed into swords. A cold light reflected off of them, thrusting straight into the hearts of others. What a strong killing intent! Xiao Moxian has never used this attack before. When Xiao Moxian fought with Lin Ming, their battle reached such heights, and yet she held back. No, it's not that she held back, but that she didn't have enough time to use all her different techniques. Phoenix feathers are originally superb materials for crafting weapons. Xiao Moxian transformed her own feathers into weapons instead. This attack is extremely strong. It is definitely one of her killing moves. Xiao Moxian's talent was at the pinnacle of geniuses, and she had far too many moves she could use. Her comprehension of laws was also extremely rich and varied. When she fought with Lin Ming, she didn't use a great number of her techniques. After just several collisions, she had been defeated. Of course, even if she used these moves, Xiao Moxian still wouldn't have won. Lin Ming's power had come from the suppression of higher laws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9,900 phoenix feather swords pierced towards Hang Chi, facing this dense forest of blades. Hang Chi didn't bat an eye. His figure moved as he sprinted forwards like an agile leopard. This was his movement technique, leopard climbing the wall. Although this movement technique had an extremely simple name, it was in fact very high quality. When used by Hang Chi, it showed a breathtaking effect. All of those laser-like sword lights were completely dodged by him. Arhut staff. The staff in Hang Chi's hands transformed into endless staff shadows. All of those phoenix feather sword lights were completely shattered by him. Hang Chi's movements were simple and concise, but also contained a feeling like passing clouds or trickling rivers. It gave off an extremely harmonious feeling. Watching Hang Chi in action was simply an enjoyable pleasure. But at this time, Xiao Moxian switched styles. In the skies, roiling fire clouds appeared. Endless black torrents of flame fell down, attacking Hang Chi with those 9,900 phoenix feathers. The phoenix feather swords ignited with black flames, filling the world with a ghastly killing intent. By fusing the phoenix, true fire, and phoenix feathers together, the laws of Xiao Moxian's attacks immediately shot up towards the level of the heavenly Tao. Facing this strike, Hang Chi could no longer rely on the Arhut staff or backboxing fist to resist. A solemn light appeared on Hang Chi's face. His loose monk robes began to rise up as he extended his arms out horizontally. All around him, golden Buddhist runes began to appear, circulating about, spilling forth with a dazzling radiance. Faintly, from somewhere far away, the sounds of Buddhist chants seemed to echo through the air. Hang Chi had finally shown his true ability. This was one of Mount Potala's transcendent divine mights. Wheel of Samsara. Hang Chi grasped the staff in his hands and drew an arc in the skies, leaving behind a golden light in its path. This golden light finally composed a Buddhist chart. This Buddhist chart contained 6 round golden circles. Within these golden circles were illusory images. There were blood demons, hungry ghosts, beasts, ghost slaves, humans, and even heavenly gods. As Lin Ming saw this Buddhist chart, he was stunned. He had seen this Buddhist chart somewhere before. Before Lin Ming could think further about this, Hang Chi and Xiao Moxian's attacks had already collided. The 9,900 swords pierced into the Buddhist chart as both exploded together. Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm as she was sent flying backwards. Those 9,900 swords, as well as her phoenix true fire, had been sucked up by that wheel of samsara and disappeared. At the same time, Hang Chi's wheel of samsara also faded away after that strike. In this brief collision, he had come out evenly matched with Xiao Moxian. However, Xiao Moxian's true essence was in chaos, as if she had overdrawn herself. As for Hang Chi, his breathing was calm and his aura was like a mountain, steady and unshakable. It was clear from this that Hang Chi's foundation was much deeper than Xiao Moxian's. This was the accumulated efforts and bitter cultivation of almost 40 years. How could it be nothing? Underneath the arena stage, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Hang Chi as a faint guess began to appear in his heart. And at this time, Xiao Moxian launched another attack. She poured all of the Phoenix Law runes within her body into the flames. Black flames surged forwards, sweeping out to the horizon. Flames howled. At the same time, behind Xiao Moxian, a wild amount of heaven and earth origin energy began to spin around, forming a massive black vortex. Heaven-absorbing demon art. While Xiao Moxian used the Phoenix True Flames, she also displayed the heaven-absorbing demon art. This was her all-out attack. And at this time, from behind Hang Chi, another vortex also appeared. This was an origin energy vortex completely different from Xiao Moxian's. This vortex seemed to contain infinite suffering and tribulations. Looking into this vortex made one feel as if they had experienced an endless cycle of samsara, nearly losing their ego. This spinning black vortex finally fell into Hang Chi's eyes. His eyes seemed as if they could swallow all of existence. Samsara domain. Sink into the sea of suffering, surpass all living beings. As Hang Chi slowly spoke, a separate space formed around him, seeming as if it were flooded with the countless suffering souls. As Lin Ming saw this domain, he let out a cold breath. Hang Chi's samsara domain came from the same origin as his samsara martial intent. As for those 6 golden circles in the Buddhist chart, the reason Lin Ming felt that it was familiar was because he had experienced something similar in the past when he adventured in the southern wilderness and entered the Sorcerer Pagoda. Starting from the first level and rushing upwards, the trials he had to pass corresponded with the 6 revolutions of samsara. There were blood demons, hungry ghosts, beasts, a witch slave, humans, and a heavenly god. These levels all corresponded with Hang Chi's Buddhist chart. Was the sorcerer of the southern wilderness an outer disciple of Mount Patala? This idea suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He guessed that the sorcerer of the southern wilderness should have reached the divine Lord realm, and the requirements to become an outer disciple of Mount Patala shouldn't be too high. Even if the sorcerer of the southern wilderness wasn't able to enter Mount Patala, he still should have joined a sect with a deep connection to Mount Patala. Chapter 1311. Against Hang Chi. Chapter 1311. Against Hang Chi. The 6 paths of samsara were an idea of the Buddhist belief. It was reasonable that Lin Ming's samsara martial intent originated from the Buddhist belief. When Lin Ming first stepped onto the road of martial arts, the samsara martial intent had played an extremely important role. However, afterwards, Lin Ming had used it less and less. This was because the samsara martial intent was unable to follow his rapid rise in strength. After all, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness was only an ordinary powerhouse of the divine realm. The martial arts inheritances they left behind were naturally eliminated. And now, from Hang Chi, Lin Ming could see an even deeper level of the samsara martial intent. In fact, it might even be a small portion of this transcendent divine, might the wheel of samsara. If this were true, then there was a tremendous amount of space for the samsara martial intent to improve. Domain-type skills were already extremely rare, and the samsara martial intent was also related in many ways to the soul forging system. If Lin Ming could combine the two together, his soul forging system cultivation could reach a new level. As Lin Ming was thinking this, on the arena stage, Xiao Moxian and Hang Chi's battle had already reached a superheated phase. To use the samsara domain to contend against the heaven-absorbing demon art. In the skies, 2 massive vortexes tore at each other, energy recklessly surging outwards. The images of a gilded golden Buddha and a dark flaming phoenix appeared, dividing the world, struggling against each other. This fight was even more intense than the battle between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian's heaven-absorbing demon art failed to shake Hang Chi's foundation in the end. Not to mention that Hang Chi had the wheel of samsara stabilizing his inner world. His thoughts and mind were extremely steadfast and unwavering. His body also had a certain Zen aura, making him seem as steady and calm as the endless earth. His body and his spirit were firm and unyielding, tempered through endless trials, invincible. Bang! The vortexes exploded, and a crazy amount of energy swept wildly outwards. Xiao Moxian switched her technique yet again. Counterforce, heaven-absorbing demon art. A massive amount of dark energy spewed forth. Hang Chi sat cross-legged in the void, his hands bent up in prayer, as motionless as the world. This Hang Chi gave off an undefeatable feeling. His foundation was simply too solid. It was hard for an attack to pose a threat to him. Bang! The brilliant lights died down. Xiao Moxian paled as she drew back several hundred feet. She wasn't injured. From start to finish, Hang Chi had never attacked her. He had only countered Xiao Moxian's attacks. Of course, in such an intense collision of attacks, it was inevitable that there would be a backlash. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight anymore. Xiao Moxian released her phoenix true form and pursed her mouth, saying, "If you aren't going to let me hit you, then at least pretend to be injured." Hang Chi faintly smiled. He folded his hands together, saying, "Junior apprentice sister, Xiao Moxian's moves are simply too strong. This poor monk is older than junior apprentice sister by 12 years, and is just around half over your age. Even so, my strength only barely surpasses yours. If I don't try my best in battle and pretend to be injured, then I fear that I won't be able to control it well enough, and I will be severely beaten to the point of spitting out blood. I will really have failed then." What a liar! Haven't you already cultivated your incorruptible diamond Vajra body? How can I possibly wound you with one strike? Xiao Moxian curled her lips, as if all of this was too funny. But as the audience heard this exchange, all of them were shocked. Xiao Moxian had just admitted defeat like this. Although the fight had been intense, the truth was that Hang Chi had maintained the upper hand from the start. It could be said that even though he was going easy on Xiao Moxian, he never used any of his true attack techniques. Moreover, listening to Xiao Moxian's meaning, Hang Chi's defensive capabilities were also terrifying. That diamond Vajra body must be some sort of secret Buddhist technique. I'm speechless. He is too abnormal. His laws are strong, his body is strong, his foundation is solid, and even his defense is amazing. Just who can defeat him? Even the might of Hang Chi's attacks are horrible. From beginning to end, he never truly attacked Xiao Moxian. Maybe only Frost Dream has a chance of defeating Hang Chi. It's possible that Hang Chi might not be any worse than Frost Dream. It looks like the first 3 rankings have already been settled. First and second place should belong to Frost Dream and Hang Chi. As for Lin Ming, he's third. After that, I think that Xiao Moxian should be fourth. As for 5th and 6th place, it will depend on the victor between Dragon Fong and June Blue Moon. Hang Chi is 38 years old. While he was cultivating for 38 years, do you really think he just wasted his time? Just look at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, for instance, and imagine what degree they'll reach once they are 38 years old. The first martial meeting was not absolutely fair. Age was an extremely influential factor. Lin Ming, this Hang Chi is too fierce. Mo Evers now, sincerely said from within the magic cube space. Besides the unknown factor of Frost Dream, out of all the heroic young elites present, Hang Chi didn't have the greatest talent, but he was the strongest. Even someone as fierce as Xiao Moxian had been suppressed by him. I understand 2 years from now, Dragon Fong will likely be the same as Hang Chi if I did not train for 2 years and fought Dragon Fong again. Then I would lose without a doubt. In terms of talent within this first martial meeting, Xiao Moxian was the undisputed number 1, because Lin Ming had displayed the concept of the 33 layered heavens. He had been listed as second. Frost Dream was an unknown, and Hang Chi, June Blue Moon, and Dragon Fong all had talent listed around 3rd to 6th place. Mo Eversnow said, "There's no need to hurry. You still have time. You can display the breadth of your potential bit by bit." Lin Ming nodded. To be first place on the Earth Proclamation was already a result to be proud of. He could only try his best for the Heaven Proclamation. After this round of matches concluded, Vast Cosmos announced the next round. The first match was Lin Ming against Hang Chi. The second match was Xiao Maoxian against Frost Dream. The third match was June Blue Moon against Dragon Fong. This time, the most tense match was between June Blue Moon and Dragon Fong. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had specifically opened up a separate gambling bet for this match. As for Lin Ming against Hang Chi or Xiao Maoxian against Frost Dream, there was no separate bet set up for these two matches because there simply wasn't anything worth gambling for. Although there was a slight chance that someone would cause an upset, the hope of that happening was too small. Even if Hang Chi's compensation rates were extremely low, most people would likely still bet on him, and Vast Universe Heavenly Palace would suffer a great loss. "It seems I really am fighting Hang Chi." Lin Ming took a deep breath. Without a doubt, this would be a difficult battle. 4 hours of resting time later, the new round of matches officially began. Lin Ming opened his eyes from meditation and stepped onto the arena stage. As he walked on, he could see a young, bald monk wearing linen robes and straw sandals already standing on stage, smiling at him. Hang Chi had already been waiting on the arena stage for the last 2 hours, where he had been deep in meditation. As Hang Chi saw Lin Ming walk on stage, he began to walk forwards until he was 1,000 feet away. "Benefactor Lin, this poor monk greets you." Hang Chi pressed his palms together and bowed. Lin Ming greeted him back with common martial arts courtesy. His impression towards Hang Chi wasn't bad at all. This young monk held no earthly desires and was pure in heart and mind, only wishing to wholeheartedly cultivate. This sort of person wouldn't have a poor moral character. As the audience saw the two people on the arena stage, all of them widened their eyes lest they miss the least bit of action. Many people believed that Hang Chi had the capability of fighting with Frost Dream. As for Lin Ming, his strength was evident to all. Although Lin Ming was inferior to Hang Chi, he should still be able to force out some of Hang Chi's cards. This would surely be an intense battle. "Match begin!" Vast Cosmos loudly proclaimed. With Vast Cosmos's announcement, Hang Chi took out a long staff. As he did so, his aura changed. At the start, Hang Chi had seemed like a gentle and naive young monk, but now his aura was solemn and dignified, deep and profound, his entire body containing a dreadful slumbering strength, just like a mountain. His monk robes fluttered about him. With any simple movement, there wasn't the slightest flaw in his stance. He was impregnable. "Benefactor Lin, make your move." No matter who Hang Chi fought, he would always allow his opponent to attack first. Lin Ming wasn't polite. He immediately thrust out his spear. On the Phoenix Blood Spear, purple flames lit up. The first 4 level concepts of fire fused together, fusing onto the spear shaft along with the 5th level concept, virtual disintegration. Lin Ming used the 5th level laws from the start. He was well aware that an attack on the level of the Blue Lotus Flame Dance didn't even have the qualifications to probe his moves, let alone break through his defense. Concept of virtual fire, Hang Chi's complexion changed. He brought his staff smashing down. With a brilliant light, the phantom of a bright Buddha appeared behind Hang Chi. In fighting Lin Ming, Hang Chi didn't use the Arhut staff or other simple techniques like leopard climbing the wall. He immediately summoned his laws and Buddhist strength. However, those simple techniques weren't useless at all because they were already deeply ingrained into Hang Chi's bones. Every single motion and movement of Hang Chi stemmed from the myriad 10 million senior Supreme Elders of Malpatala. They were the total summary of their life experiences, all of them containing exquisite truths. In truth, the direct disciples of Maupadala, from the very time they began to cultivate, whether it was using their fists, staffs, practicing movement techniques, or even drawing water, sweeping the floor, walking, eating, sleeping, every single thing they did had the mystery of martial skills fused within it. These simple moves couldn't create an Empyrean, but when fighting someone at the same level, they would always give an advantage. Hang Chi was in such a situation. He had accumulated all this training over time, and these movements had already fused into his very being, becoming habits that were a part of his life. Peng, the purple flames of Lin Ming's virtual disintegration were broken apart by Hang Chi's staff shadows. Hang Chi did not possess the 3 lives pupils, but his strike was still accurate, directly striking the weak point of virtual disintegration. This stemmed from a natural martial arts intuition. The explosive purple flame shockwaves that rushed out were unable to pose any threat to Hang Chi as someone that followed the Buddhist principles. Hang Chi had long severed himself from worldly sins and emotions like jealousy and hate. Thus, this virtual fire had nearly no influence on him. Benefactor Lin's age is so low, and yet your attainments in the laws have reached such heights. Moreover, this seems like a self-created technique. Your perception is truly amazing. Then, this humble monk will now make his move. As Hang Chi spoke, a strong gray energy began to gather behind him. A breathtaking aura that left one gasping for breath fell down, covering all. This was the first time that Hang Chi attacked on his own initiative. When he fought with Xiao Maxian, he had primarily been defending himself, but now he was actively attacking. Wheel of Samsara, Hang Chi grasped his staff, drawing an arc through the air. Then, from behind him, a round and exquisite Buddhist chart appeared. This Buddhist chart was all-encompassing, as if the countless lives in the universe were contained within it. This was Mount Potala's transcendent divine might. Chapter 13:12. Samsara to Samsara. Chapter 13:12. Samsara to Samsara. That's the wheel of Samsara. Even Xiao Maxian lost to that move. The entire audience had an extremely profound impression of the wheel of Samsara phantom that appeared behind Hang Chi. The wheel of Samsara was too strong. Even Xiao Maxian with her phoenix true form wasn't able to break past it. I wonder how Lin Ming will block this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden wheel of Samsara came pressing down. Hang Chi stood within the center of the wheel of Samsara, his monk robes still and plain, just like a godly Buddha. Before the wheel of Samsara arrived, Lin Ming could already feel the terrifying pressure contained within it. Although this was clearly a gold and holy Buddhist cultivation method, the truth was that this wheel of Samsara contained a sharp, icy energy, making it seem as if needles were digging into Lin Ming's body, making him feel an incomparable pain. This cold energy was the power of Samsara contained within the wheel of Samsara. Although Buddhist cultivation methods were filled with a gentle brilliance, often focusing on mercy and compassion, they also didn't lack the path of slaughter, the grip of grudges, spells of resentment, blood pond hells, Azura battlefields, and all other sorts of evil methods. Where there was light, there was shadow. Where there was good, there was evil. Good and evil were dependent on each other. They were indivisible concepts. Without evil, without murder, without suffering, without illness, aging, and death, without Azura hells, if all of society lived in perpetual bliss and blind happiness, how could there be the Buddhist path? If so, no one would believe in Buddhism in this world. The sins of humanity were an essential part of Buddhism. In the 6 paths of samsara within the precepts of Buddhism, only the paths of divinity and humanity were the pure moral ways. The path of Azura was neither good nor evil. And as for the last 3 paths, each was worse than the last. Facing the wheel of samsara, it was impossible for Lin Ming to hold back. Otherwise, he would suffer instant defeat here. He didn't doubt that Hang Chi's techniques were far more formidable than Xiao Maoxian's. Lin Ming released the heretical god force to the limit, combusting the blood of the ancient phoenix, as well as fusing the three energies within him. Three essences as one. Heavenly Tao Judgment. The phantom of the heretical god tree crazily grew from behind Lin Ming. With Heavenly Tao Judgment, he resisted the wheel of samsara. In that instant, dark clouds billowed in the skies. A terrifying power began to gather together, forming a sort of thunderfire, heavenly tribulation that thrust straight towards the wheel of samsara. Kacha! The sword of heavenly tribulation crashed into the wheel of samsara. A terrifying wave of energy rushed outwards. Lin Ming's sword of heavenly tribulation broke apart again and again, but the wheel of samsara continued its push downwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive wheel of samsara was like a horrifyingly large grinding pan, grinding apart all, continuing to fall. Hang Chi stood on the wheel of samsara, a brilliant divine light shining forth from his body. It was as if all rules in this world were crushed beneath his feet. The wheel of samsara continued to sink. No one doubted that once this wheel of samsara pressed down, even a 100,000-foot mountain would be pulverized to powder. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. His entire body emitted explosive popping sounds as the power of the dragon bone was released from his body. Terrifying waves of strength rippled through Lin Ming's body. He opened all 7 gates, his mortal bodily strength instantly achieving a level of 100 million genes. Ha! Lin Ming's muscles bulged outwards. Blue veins bulged, and several blood vessels exploded. He poured all of his strength into the phoenix blood spear as the broken sword of heavenly retribution appeared once more. Ka. A mind-shaking sound spread through the world. The sword of heavenly retribution cut down, once more, on the wheel of samsara. Then, the wheel of samsara suddenly trembled as a golden crack appeared in its center. As the crack appeared, the wheel of samsara's radiance dimmed down, and it stopped falling, and the sword of heavenly retribution that Lin Ming formed by combining the power of thunder tribulation and fire tribulation cracked and reformed again and again. Lin Ming continued to revolve his energy to the limit. This dreadful consumption of energy had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary martial artist. If they were to try this, their inner world would have already collapsed. But Lin Ming relied on his solid foundation to forcefully withstand this burden. Although he had just barely managed to do so, he had truly withstood the impact of the wheel of samsara. More and more golden cracks appeared on the wheel of samsara, as if it would disintegrate soon. He blocked it. Lin Ming has blocked Hang Chi's frontal attack. Hang Chi gave off an unfathomable feeling to all present, as if there was no one that could rival him. Most people believed that the difference in strength between Hang Chi and Lin Ming was far too large. If Hang Chi didn't hold back, then Lin Ming would have quickly lost. But now, Hang Chi had attacked Lin Ming with his transcendent divine might, the wheel of samsara, yet that attack had been blocked by Lin Ming. This left everyone watching dumbfounded. With Lin Ming's age, he should already have been proud of the fact that he was able to stand on the same stage as Hang Chi. As for warding off the strike, that was truly an unmatched honor. Hang Chi revealed a startled color on his face, surprised that Lin Ming was able to crush his wheel of samsara. This attack was one that was almost at his full strength. As Hang Chi saw more and more cracks appear on the wheel of samsara, his expression became much more solemn. He said, "Benefactor Lin's talent is truly amazing. Perhaps in 3 more years, this poor monk might not be able to suppress you anymore. But now, although Benefactor Lin's heavenly Tao judgment is high in the laws, it still lacks a bit of accumulation and foundation. It seems that Benefactor Lin hasn't comprehended this move long enough ago. Not only was Hang Chi astonishingly powerful, but he immersed himself all year round in martial arts, and thus his eyesight was spectacularly sharp. He was able to quickly understand the weaknesses in his opponent's moves. Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment was comprehended just before the first martial meeting began. Up until now, he had only used it a few times, and he truly was lacking in practice. These flaws were all laid bare by Hang Chi. As Hang Chi spoke, there was a rumbling sound, and the wheel of samsara beneath his feet was broken apart by Lin Ming. Heavenly Tao judgment cut straight towards Hang Chi. Facing Lin Ming's attack, Hang Chi began to speak Buddhist sutras, his body glowing with a golden radiance. Samsara domain, 8-section stupa. Hang Chi spoke these words in a soft voice. Then, the shattered pieces of the wheel of samsara dissolved into the power of samsara, where it was wildly absorbed by him, circling around his body and forming the samsara domain. Then, with a loud bang, a titanic golden pagoda fell. Over Hang Chi, this divine pagoda glowed with a circulating golden divine light, filling the air with the breath of the great Tao. This divine pagoda had 8 floors, each floor possessing its own god. Of these gods, some were gentle and solemn. Some were fierce and overflowing with killing intent. Some were as calm as a Buddha, and some were like an asura, a stupa. In other words, a Buddhist pagoda. Hang Chi summoned the 8-section stupa, with 8 gods stabilizing it. For a time, the entire space for 1,000 feet around Hang Chi was suppressed by this pagoda, forming a sacred realm which could not be shaken. Bang! Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment crashed into this 8-section stupa. The power of thunder and fire erupted. The divine pagoda violently shook, and its light dimmed down, but within this divine pagoda, Hang Chi wasn't injured at all. Or it would be easier to say that he hadn't felt any impact at all. As the audience saw this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Hang Chi's defense was too terrifying. Whether it was the wheel of samsara or the 8-section stupa, they gave off an unshakable feeling. Moreover, what was most dreadful was that according to Xiao Maxian's words, Hang Chi still possessed an incorruptible diamond Vajra body. Even that arrogant Xiao Maxian didn't believe that she could break through Hang Chi's formidable defense. Lin Ming's attack was very strong, but Hang Chi is ridiculous. Just the moves and defensive abilities he has displayed so far are mind-boggling, much less the fact that he has more secret arcane abilities to defend himself. I have no idea just how strong his body is. That's right, even after breaking through Hang Chi's defensive technique with so much effort, they would still find that they cannot injure a single hair of his main body at all. How despairing is that? He really is invincible. Just by virtue of his terrifying defense, Hang Chi is already in an invincible position. Lin Ming will lose. Heavenly Tao judgment is his strongest attack. If that doesn't work, then there is nothing more he can do. As the audience spoke, in the skies, the light of heavenly Tao judgment detonated, turning the entire world into a sea of purple and red. Lin Ming looked at Hang Chi, his complexion dignified. Up until now, Hang Chi was the most horrifying opponent he had ever faced. Perhaps he might not possess Xiao Maxian's compatibility with the laws or her god-beast body's ability to withstand attacks, but just by relying on his deep foundation and all those various techniques at his disposal, he was nearly undefeatable at his step. Benefactor Lin, let me give you a warning. This poor monk's 8-section stupa is supported with the strength of 8 gods from the Buddhist principles. It is a harmonic balance of laws that is an offensive and defensive ability. Unless your strength far surpasses my own, it is impossible for you to break through my 8-section stupa from the outside. When I am placed within the 8-section stupa, it is impossible for ordinary attacks to reach me. However, my 8-section stupa uses the power of the wheel of samsara as the foundation. In the end, It can be called a derivative technique of my transcendent divine might, the wheel of samsara. If you can see through this poor monk's samsara domain, then you will be able to break through this move from its very foundations. During this fierce battle, Hang Chi actually told his opponent how to break through his abilities. The way in which the disciples of Mount Patala competed in martial arts contests was truly unique. As the audience heard this, they were all left speechless. Hang Chi is really crazy. He's actually telling his opponent the weaknesses in his own technique and waiting for him to try and break through it. Don't be an idiot. How can that possibly be called a weakness? See through his samsara domain? That's just a joke and a half. Out of all the contestants, only Dragon Fong and his 3 lives pupils had the chance of seeing through Hang Chi's samsara domain. As for the others, it was no longer a question of how great their perception was. It simply wasn't something a human could accomplish. Samsara domain. Within Lin Ming's mind, he recalled the 72 sorcerer pagodas that the sorcerer of the southern wilderness left behind. In the sorcerer pagoda, Lin Ming had experienced 100 samsaras and had gained a profound understanding of the samsara martial intent. Now that Lin Ming faced Hang Chi's samsara domain, he wondered, with his understandings of the samsara martial intent, could he possibly see a hint of the mysteries within the samsara domain? If he had to say, the hopes of this were very slim. Even though Lin Ming's perception was extremely high, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had likely never come into contact with the core inheritances of the wheel of samsara. In all likelihood, he had been an outer disciple of Mount Patala. How could an outer disciple's cultivation methods possibly compare to those of an Empyrean direct disciple? Although he knew it was impossible, Lin Ming still intended to give it a try. Even if he didn't plan on succeeding and this attempt failed, it would still temper and further develop his samsara martial intent. This type of powerful cultivation method certainly couldn't be abandoned, but had to be developed whenever he had the chance. Lin Ming held the phoenix blood spear downwards. He took a deep breath, then his aura changed. From behind him, the power of samsara constantly gathered. His 2 pupils turned into whirling black vortexes. Lin Ming had displayed the samsara martial intent. As the audience saw this, they were all taken aback with shock. Chapter 13:13. Minor Samsara Path. Chapter 13:13. Minor Samsara Path. What is that behind Lin Ming? Is that also the Wheel of Samsara? No. How could Lin Ming possibly know the Wheel of Samsara? Isn't that a top-secret inheritance of Mount Patala? All of the heroic young elites were incomparably shocked as they saw the black vortexes behind Lin Ming's eyes. The power of samsara was constantly gathering within them. This feeling was actually somewhat similar to Hang Chi. But the Wheel of Samsara was a transcendent divine might that belonged to Mount Patala. There was an extremely small number of truly complete jade slips. There weren't enough for core disciples to study, so how could it possibly be taught to disciples from outside sects? Moreover, even a supremely benevolent and kind Buddhist sect would not do something as stupid as publicly sharing their transcendent divine mights. How could Lin Ming possibly know Buddhist cultivation methods? Look at Lin Ming's eyes. I feel as if I fell into a deep fog where a single misstep means I would fall into an illusion. In everyone's minds, Lin Ming was already extremely strange. Ignoring the aspect of cultivation, Lin Ming wasn't weak in any other area. If he was actually able to display a Buddhist transcendent divine might, how could anyone else still live? At this time, an old man at the Holy Lord realm shook his head and said, "No, that is not the Wheel of Samsara. The wheel of samsara possesses a great aura and momentum as if all living creatures before it have to withstand the heavenly Tao of samsara. What Lin Ming is using is far from reaching that level. This should only be the minor samsara path. That's right. The wheel of samsara is a transcendent divine might and an ultimate secret technique of Mount Patala. Only core disciples and Empyrean direct disciples should have the chance to study it. It's impossible for Lin Ming to have done so. As for the minor samsara path he is using, that is much more common. Many Buddhist sects possess this skill, and wanting to learn it isn't too difficult. This child is truly terrifying. The minor samsara path is a cultivation method that isn't considered too profound. You could even call it a weak ability. It's something that was created by a world king powerhouse, and afterwards many people managed to cultivate it to large success, and thus there were many jade slip copies that were created. It spread out, and many Holy Lord and Divine Lord powerhouses studied it. However, Lin Ming was able to comprehend it to such a degree that it can display a certain charm of the wheel of samsara. That is truly incredible. It is indeed incredible. I was nearly confused at the start too. Once a person trained in a cultivation method to the highest level, that person would be able to carve the complete cultivation method in a jade slip. Even transcendent divine mights were no exception. However, it was a pity that it was simply far too difficult to cultivate a transcendent divine might to the limit. Even an Empyrean might not be able to do so. After all, the transcendent divine mights created by others might not suit them perfectly. In this sort of situation, although the minor samsara path wasn't an extremely popular ability, it was still easy enough for a world king level Buddhist sect to obtain it. Naturally, this sort of cultivation method wasn't too strong. Of all those present, the ones most surprised were the disciples of Mount Patala. In the seating area of Mount Patala, there were all sorts of monks sitting there. Some were wearing plain linen robes, some were in yellow monk garb, some wore sandals, some were barefoot, but every single one of them possessed an unimaginable degree of strength. Even so, no matter where they went, their clothing would be extremely simple. This child Lin Ming, his wisdom is extremely high, and there is also a special strength in his soul. If it weren't for this strength, then he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the minor samsara path to such a degree. A white-browed old monk said. His voice was soft and melodic, comforting to the ears. And near this old man, a tall and thin youth with his hands folded together in prayer said, "This disciple is ashamed. I also studied the minor samsara path during my youth, and I even had a Zen master guiding me, but even so, I cannot compare to half of Benefactor Lin's skill. It seems that I gave up far too soon." To the disciples of Mount Patala, the minor samsara path was only a basic introductory cultivation method, just like how the foundation spear technique or foundation sword technique were basic introduction cultivation methods for ordinary sections. They only studied them for a brief period of time before moving on to higher-level Buddhist cultivation methods. The tall and thin youth was Yen Qi. He was also an Empyrean direct disciple of Mount Patala. In terms of strength and talent, he was worse than Hang Qi, but slightly better than White King. He was not some weak person. Lin Ming's wisdom is high, but his heart is too heavy with attachments and burdens, and his killing aura is too strong. He's not someone that is necessarily suited for the path of Buddhism. The old monk shook his head, seeming as if he were really moved to an appreciative sincerity. In truth, he was also well aware that after this first martial meeting, it would be far too simple for Lin Ming to join an Empyrean influence. Of course, this excluded Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, because Divine Dream Heavenly Palace never accepted male disciples. As for other heavenly palaces, he had nearly free reign in which one he wished to choose. And in terms of background, Mount Patala was even above Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. They were even the direct opposite of them in one regard. They did not receive female disciples. They would naturally be the best choice. At this time, on the arena stage, the might of the samsara martial intent surprised even Lin Ming. It had been a long time since he had last used the samsara martial intent. The samsara martial intent was a cultivation method that focused on soul attacks. As his strength rose, it simply wasn't able to keep pace with him. Now that he used it, it seemed as if the samsara martial intent had made great progress because he had practiced the divine dream law. Of course, if this was compared to final master moves like Heavenly Tao Judgment or Three Essences, as one, it was still far from comparable. The most it could do was increase the number of Lin Ming's techniques and give him more flexibility. Benefactor Lin, this poor monk is truly surprised by your abilities. For you to have trained in the minor samsara path to such a degree, I can only feel ashamed of my own inferiority. If Benefactor Lin were to have joined Mount Patal as a child, you would likely have been a preeminent monk of this era. I fear that your strength would have already far surpassed this poor monk's. Lin Ming faintly smiled. So this cultivation method was called the minor samsara path. Unfortunately, I don't have much interest in leaving behind my past and becoming a monk. I can only say that I don't have the good fortune to listen to the Buddhist scriptures. Words are useless. Let's fight. As Lin Ming spoke the final word, fight, his aura suddenly rose. In truth, Lin Ming was also well aware that using the minor samsara path alone to contend with Hang Chi was impossible. His only hope was to use the minor samsara path as a key to open up the secrets of Hang Chi's samsara domain and break through his 8-section stupa. Then this poor monk will be impolite. To suppress Benefactor Lin through the rank of cultivation methods is not the true martial path, but my martial talent is lacking, and if I were to use the minor samsara path to contend with Benefactor Lin, that would surely lead to my loss. Thus, this is all I can do. Hang Chi's words seemed modest, but when he said not the true martial path, that was subtly hinting that even if Lin Ming used the minor samsara path, making it seem as if there might be some change in this battle, the one to finally win would still be him. If even someone as cautious as Hang Chi were to say this, then this battle definitely wouldn't change. The reason that Lin Ming's minor samsara path was so surprising was because he was able to display a shabby cultivation method to such a high degree. It wasn't because it was extremely powerful. As for seeing through the samsara domain, that was nearly impossible. How could a transcendent, divine, might-level cultivation method be so easily seen through? Lin Ming is at too great a disadvantage. Yes, to use an ordinary world king level cultivation method to contend with a transcendent divine might is too difficult. Moreover, in terms of cultivation and foundation, Lin Ming is also inferior to Hang Chi. He cannot win this battle with talent alone. It's a pity that he is too young. If even Heavenly Tao Judgment has been broken, there isn't anything else he can use. As everyone was speaking, the 8-section stupa that covered Hang Chi began to revolve. The gods on each floor of this divine pagoda seemed to come to life. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even the void seemed to shatter. The 8-section stupa came pressing down on Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if a powerful suppressive aura had locked him down, making him unable to move. Buddhist transcendent divine mights are indeed powerful, but whether or not this is a hopeless battle, I will still give it everything I have. Lin Ming stimulated the samsara martial intent to the limit. At the same time, he opened the heretical god force and even burnt his life blood essence. Burning his blood essence for a second time was already Lin Ming's limit. Even if he had the gate of life to restore himself, he couldn't burn his blood essence again and again. Grand Space. Lin Ming cried out. From behind him, a blood-red prime emperor lotus flower began to bloom. Grand Space that could be called the king of domains. Ha! By using the power of his burning blood essence, Lin Ming pushed the Grand Space to the limit. Grand Mist Space burst out, covering a surrounding area of 10 miles and directly colliding with Hang Chi's samsara domain. To use the Grand Mist Space to resist the samsara domain. Two transcendent divine mights collided, domain against domain. Pung pung pung. The heavy grand mist energy crashed into the countless suffering souls within the samsara domain. Endless suffering souls exploded, but at the same time, the grand mist space was also being cut off. This was a horrifyingly violent collision. Hang Chi was surprised. He originally thought that Lin Ming would use the minor samsara path to contend with the 8-section stupa. If he did this, he would most certainly have lost, and comprehending even a tiny portion of the samsara domain would have been impossible. But now, Lin Ming had made other plans. He would first use the grand mist space to weaken the samsara domain, and then he would use his own minor samsara path to cut into it. Just what kind of character was Hang Chi? His martial arts knowledge and experience had already reached the pinnacle of juniors. He immediately saw through Lin Ming's plans. The samsara domain was constantly being eroded away by the grand mist space. What? No one expected that Lin Ming, whose defeat seemed certain, would be able to use a move that could suppress Hang Chi. The power of the grand mist space had far surpassed everyone's expectations. Although the grand mist space wasn't complete, it was an exclusive domain ability. As for the Wheel of Samsara, that was a very complex and varied transcendent divine might that included the surpassing of all life, 8-section stupa, sea of suffering, and many other such skills. The samsara domain was only a single one of these skills, thus it was naturally surpassed. Break! Lin Ming shouted out loud. He grasped his spear and thrust it forwards. With a loud ripping sound, he broke through the samsara domain. For a time, all sorts of hellish spirits and suffering souls threw themselves at Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming's mind nearly fell into illusion. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless sea of bitterness, becoming one of the innumerable resentful souls. In the confusion, he seemed to experience samsara, nearly losing himself. Wake up! Lin Ming fiercely bit down on his tongue. He revolved the samsara martial intent, black vortexes appearing behind his eyes as he twisted apart all of these resentful souls. His divine sense was restored to absolute clarity. This is the samsara domain. Lin Ming's eyes widened, seeming to swallow all light. He wanted to see through this samsara domain. But at this moment, Hang Chi's voice resounded in Lin Ming's ears. Benefactor Lin is truly outstanding. Your combat methods are filled with courage and vigor, but unfortunately, this poor monk will not allow you to succeed. Chapter 13:14. Divine Seal Within Samsara. Chapter 13:14. Divine Seal Within Samsara. Benefactor Lin is truly outstanding. Your combat methods are filled with courage and vigor, but unfortunately, this poor monk will not allow you to succeed. Hang Chi's voice was long and calm, accompanied by the vast echoing sounds of Buddha, and like the will of Buddha, it would not be defied. Hang Chi placed his hands together, pinching them together in a lotus seal. Behind him, a golden circle appeared. From within Hang Chi's body, Buddhist symbols floated out, landing atop the samsara domain. Wheel of Samsara, Lotus Heart Bodhi. As Hang Chi faintly spoke these words, a luminous gold light appeared from between his eyebrows. Then, a round relic shot forth from this shining light. As this relic appeared, it flashed with a golden light, piercing through all shrouds. This light was like a materialized sword, cutting through all. It's the Lotus Heart Bodhi. Hang Chi actually has the Lotus Heart Bodhi within him. No wonder he's so fierce. In the honored seating section, there were several old men who immediately recognized this golden relic, the Lotus Heart Bodhi. Amazing. Amazing. In the myths, the lotus heart Bodhi is the reincarnated martyr soul of a Buddha. Every appearance is the new birth of a living Buddha. No wonder the low-profile Maupatala would actually send a direct disciple to join the first martial meeting this time. They likely wish to have Hang Chi gain more experience so that he can become the third Empyrean of Maupatala in the future. This is incredible. One has a phoenix true form, one has the lotus heart Bodhi, one is the saintess of divine dream, heavenly palace. Moreover, there are also 3 more individuals that come from non-Empyrean backgrounds, and yet they are all youths with monstrous talent. Of those 6, any one of them could be a hero that dominates their era, but now all of them have gathered here. Lin Ming doesn't have a chance. Hang Chi's talent isn't much worse, not to mention he's also cultivated for a longer time. This so-called Buddha martyr soul was a legend spread down in the Buddhist faith. Some people speculated that there was an individual of the Buddhist faith who had reached levels of strength surpassing an Empyrean. Later, when he died in repose, his bones condensed into multiple relics. These relics were the lotus heart Bodhi. These relics were incomparably mysterious. They would accompany some Buddhist disciples with extraordinarily high wisdom from birth, following them as they came out of their mother's womb. Each Buddhist disciple that possessed a lotus heart Buddha was considered the reincarnation of a Buddha. As these disciples grew up, they could refine these relics into their very bodies to stabilize their inner world. Those Buddhist disciples that possessed the lotus heart Bodhi might only appear every 10 million years or tens of millions of years. They were incomparably rare. Unless these people perished on their road, they would become eminent monks of their generation. Empyrean-level powerhouses. Hang Chi possessed the lotus heart Bodhi, and he was also diligent and hardworking. It was no surprise that his strength was at this level. Out of all the juniors, besides Frost Dream, there was no one able to challenge him. Benefactor Lin, you have forced this poor monk to put forth the lotus heart Bodhi. That is already this poor monk's last resort. With the lotus heart Bodhi stabilizing the samsara domain, the might of the samsara domain will increase several times. I fear that Benefactor Lin will no longer have the chance to see through it. As Hang Chi spoke, the lotus heart Bodhi flew out from between his eyebrows and into the 8-section stupa, mounting itself at the top of the pagoda. In that instant, the 8-section stupa's 8 gods began to release a flaming brilliance. The 8-section stupa began pushing down on Lin Ming. Ka, ka, ka. The 8-section stupa crashed into the grand mist space. The grand mist space emitted overwhelming explosive sounds as all the blood within Lin Ming's chest began to tumble. Even though he was facing Hang Chi with everything he had, he was still inferior. Bang! With a detonating sound, the grand mist space was shattered by the 8-section stupa. However, the grand mist space was still atop transcendent divine might. As the 8-section stupa broke into the grand mist space, its own light dimmed down at the same time. Samsara domain opened to the limit. The massive wheel of samsara spun behind Hang Chi without the shelter of the grand mist space. Lin Ming was placed directly within the samsara domain, forced to withstand the power of samsara. A tremendous amount of the power of samsara, as well as endless grudges, rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. His body shook as a tearing pain distorted his spiritual sea, nearly making him faint. Awaken! Lin Ming grit his teeth. Within his spiritual sea, a swirling black vortex appeared. This was the samsara martial intent, to use the minor samsara path to resist Hang Chi's transcendent divine might. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the wheel of samsara appeared, pushing down on that black vortex. The wheel of samsara was over 10 times larger than Lin Ming's samsara martial intent. Within the center of the wheel of samsara stood Hang Chi's will phantom. Break, Hang Chi said in a soft voice. The wheel of samsara slammed into the black vortex within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A completely disproportionate collision occurred, giving a feeling of near imminent collapse. But at this moment, several law runes began to appear from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. These law runes were the divine dream marks. The divine dream marks landed on the black vortex, forcefully propping it up. Hang Chi was startled. He originally thought he would win here, but he never imagined that Lin Ming's soul would be so tenacious. It was harder to suppress him than he thought. Chila. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the wheel of samsara and the black vortex struck each other, causing endless thunder to appear. Hang Chi began to pray with Buddhist sutras. From between his eyebrows, the lotus heart Bodhi shined with a brilliant light. The 8-section stupa came crashing down again. The samsara vortex was at its breaking point. Of Lin Ming's 3 cultivation systems of essence, energy, and divine, his soul-forging laws were the weakest. He had only practiced it for several months of time, and now he was being forced to use the minor samsara path to resist the wheel of samsara. It was naturally lacking. Moreover, Heng Chi had also resorted to using the lotus heart Bodhi. Lin Ming held on with all his strength. He felt an excruciating pain in his soul, and even the will form he manifested in his spiritual sea began to distort. It was clear that he was withstanding a tremendous amount of pressure. Underneath this pressure, all sorts of illusions appeared in Lin Ming's mind. At one moment, he returned to his times as a common mortal. He was back with his parents. He married the princess of Sky Fortune Kingdom. He performed countless merits on the battlefield, and he was the idol of the people. At another time, he had reached the divine realm, and because of the secret of the magic cube, he was hunted down by innumerable powerhouses. With no way out, he was placed in a despairing situation. There was even a time when his martial arts had been crippled by others. He was captured by his enemies and forced to endure endless tortures. Each potential false lifetime rapidly passed through Lin Ming's consciousness. Although he knew these were all illusions, it was still difficult for him to wake up. This was the wheel of samsara's 100 cycles of samsara. In each samsara, every life was different. It was nearly impossible to separate reality and fantasy. Lin Ming was lost within this confusing flow of life. It was as if time had lost all meaning. He had fallen into a long dream of samsara. Although he could maintain his ego, he wasn't able to wake himself up from this dream. But among all these dreams, there was one that shocked Lin Ming. In this dream, he had returned to the glorious epoch of the divine Realm 3. 6 billion years ago, he created his own heavenly palace, ruled the world, and resisted the great calamity to bring about an everlasting future. He had seen this somewhere before, when Lin Ming climbed up the 33rd step of the divine seal altar. He had experienced a dream. Because of this dream, he had been sent into a deep sleep for over a month. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, as well as Hua Violent Stone, Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qianyu, had all been scared for him. But now, that dream had reappeared, and compared to before, it was even more lifelike. Lin Ming became increasingly convinced that these were the runes that Empyrean Divine Seal had planted into his body, soul, and inner world. These runes contained Empyrean Divine Seal's memories, as well as some comprehensions of laws. While Lin Ming was experiencing 100 samsaras, these dream memories turned into one of his lives. Among the haze, Lin Ming arrived at a vast and boundless wild continent. This land exuded a horrifying aura. It was completely different from any central mainland of the divine realm. By just standing here, one could feel a faint pressure. This pressure didn't come from any powerhouses, but from the world itself. This was a world that possessed its own pressure. A tall man dressed in white robes stood above the wilderness. He looked up at the skies, his entire body exuding the aura of the great Tao. This aura gathered together, turning into Tao patterns that floated all around him. As Lin Ming saw these Tao patterns, he felt something familiar, as if he had seen them before. This is... Lin Ming's heart shook. These were the Tao patterns that Empyrean Divine Seal had written down into his body when he climbed up the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. This series of Tao patterns gradually became clear in Lin Ming's mind. Inexplicably, all sorts of comprehensions emerged within Lin Ming's mind. These comprehensions were not his own, but belonged to Empyrean Divine Seal. As Lin Ming experienced Empyrean Divine Seal's life, he also experienced his comprehension of the laws. On the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step, these Tao patterns and runes were the most precious gifts that Empyrean Divine Seal had granted him. As these Tao patterns appeared, the power of space and the power of time around this tall, white-clothed man began to twist. These were Empyrean Divine Seal's laws of space and time. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had become Empyrean Divine Seal, watching the circulation of laws. This sort of experience and realization was extremely mystical. These laws, these comprehensions, are they what Senior Divine Seal left to me? Before, after experiencing that dreamland on the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming had been utterly exhausted with his essence energy and divine having been completely overdrawn. Because of that, he wasn't able to comprehend these laws. But now, his mind was alive and awake, and he was able to clearly see them. These were the law runes that Empyrean Divine Seal had left in his body. Where was the superiority of an Empyrean descendant? It wasn't just resources and talent. The most important factor was that they had great teachers. An Empyrean teacher had comprehensions of the laws that surpassed the heavenly Tao, with such skilled teachers guiding them. How could Empyrean descendants' progress not be quick? But before now, Lin Ming had never had a truly formidable master. Mo Evers now was fierce, but her strength lay in her talent. In terms of cultivation, even during her peak state, she still hadn't reached the world king realm. And now, Lin Ming had finally obtained the direction of a true supreme elder. Moreover, this person's strength had reached an unbelievable boundary. It was possible that he was the greatest powerhouse the divine realm had seen for the last 6 billion years. Not just that, but those Empyrean descendants were only taught through oral lessons and jade slips. There were none among them who had a teacher who was willing to consume a portion of their soul in order to implant their life's law runes into their body. Chapter 13:15, Divine Seal's Soul. Chapter 13:15, Divine Seal's Soul. Lin Ming isn't moving. Was he defeated? Hang Chi's samsara domain is too strong. Losing to him is also reasonable. On the arena stage, Hang Chi was standing atop the wheel of samsara, floating high in the air. As for Lin Ming, he was wantonly covered in the power of samsara within the samsara domain, with strange Tao patterns spinning around him. As for what these Tao patterns meant, no one knew. From the look of things, Lin Ming had already lost consciousness. Was it over? Did Lin Ming's myth finally end here? Ever since the first martial meeting began, besides not achieving first place in the preliminaries, Lin Ming had been undefeated. No matter how strong his opponents were, or how undefeatable they seemed, he had used incredible methods to erupt with an even greater power and terrifying endurance to defeat them. Xiao, Ma Xian, June Blue Moon, and Dragon Fong were all defeated by him. Although many people knew that Hang Chi's strength far surpassed Lin Ming's, they still subconsciously thought that Lin Ming's defeat was impossible. He already defies the heavens more than enough. For a disciple from an ordinary Holy Land background to reach this step is already amazing. Hang Chi is too strong. He hasn't wasted almost 40 years of his life in vain. As everyone was speaking, Hang Chi remained silent on the arena stage. As the one controlling the wheel of samsara, Hang Chi could feel that from start to finish, his wheel of samsara had never thoroughly defeated Lin Ming. Lin Ming's soul was tenacious beyond imagination, and those strange divine dream marks had allowed his minor samsara path to forcefully resist the wheel of samsara. Even though Hang Chi had used the Lotus Heart Bodhi, he had only been able to suppress Lin Ming. He hadn't been able to utterly rout him. Although Lin Ming had fallen into the 100 cycles of samsara, his consciousness had remained clear throughout. This sort of feeling was like a strong wind blowing through the tough summer grass. Although the wind could blow the grass down, it couldn't break it. By just missing this point, Hang Chi didn't believe he had truly won. Rather, during their intense battle, Lin Ming had voluntarily given up his consciousness and fallen into the illusions of samsara, as if he had given up all resistance. Hang Chi silently looked at Lin Ming within the samsara domain. There were law runes floating all around him, none of which he could understand. At this time, vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage. He looked over Lin Ming carefully, and then said to Hang Chi, "The match has ended." Hang Chi shook his head. "Senior Vast Cosmos, this junior's techniques haven't completely defeated Benefactor Lin's defenses. Rather, for some unknown reason, Benefactor Lin instead chose to surrender his soul defenses and fall into the samsara domain to withstand the power of samsara. No matter what the reasoning is, the fact is that you have won. After falling into the endless samsaras, Lin Ming didn't have any ability to defend himself. If Hang Chi wanted to claim victory, it would be extremely easy. Then let us wait a moment. I feel that Benefactor Lin may be making an unexpected breakthrough." Hang Chi said, "As a disciple of Mount Patala, Hang Chi's natural character was one of kindness and gentle mercy. He didn't wish to win through something that wasn't the true martial path." Vast Cosmos hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. "Very well. We shall wait for an incense stick of time. Little Master Hang Chi's moral character is truly praiseworthy." Then, a strange scene occurred on the first martial meeting's arena stage. Hang Chi dismissed the wheel of samsara and stood on the center of the stage, his fingers gathered together in prayer. As for Lin Ming, he was floating in the air, wrapped in a faint power of samsara, with lightly glowing runes all around him. A disciple of vast universe, heavenly palace lit a stick of incense. The incense stick slowly burned, gray smoke curling in the air. Why are they waiting? Isn't the battle over? I have no idea what's happening. It seems as if Lin Ming has encountered some strange condition, so they are waiting for him to wake up. He was struck by Hang Chi's wheel of samsara, so it's likely difficult for him to wake up. His soul might have received some serious damage. The wheel of samsara was an offensive and defensive system. When Hang Chi fought Xiao Maxian, he hadn't brought out the attack capabilities of the wheel of samsara. It was a completely different situation from now. Lin Ming had endured the attack of the wheel of samsara. Everyone was able to see just how terrifying the wheel of samsara's attacks were. Even someone as strong as Lin Ming, with a freakishly strong soul defense and mortal body, still lost consciousness with a single strike. The incense stick burnt down shorter and shorter, but Lin Ming was still wrapped in a deep sleep without any hint that he was regaining consciousness. Finally, the incense stick burnt all the way down. Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage and announced the result of this match. In the audience, the young elites of Crimson Light World were all filled with regret. They were well aware that it was unavoidable for Lin Ming to lose to Hang Chi. The difference was simply too great. But after arriving at such a step, they all still hoped that a miracle would occur. But in the end, there was no miracle at all. And on the ancient Phoenix clan's side, Violent Stone, Qin Xingxuan Mu Qinyu, and the others were all worried for Lin Ming's safety. Lin Ming's restorative ability was extremely strong, so how come he didn't wake up after an incense stick of time? Vast Cosmos looked at Hang Chi and loudly proclaimed, "Hang Chi, victory!" This loud and clear sound spread through the entire arena. This also signaled the end of this match. Lin Ming had been defeated by Hang Chi. Benefactor Lin seems to have encountered some accident. I asked Senior to look after him. Hang Chi said, as he recited some Buddhist chants. Vast Cosmos nodded. He raised his hand, and Lin Ming's body came flying over. Vast Cosmos placed his palm on Lin Ming's forehead, wanting to investigate the current damage to his spiritual sea. But as he inspected Lin Ming, he frowned. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was covered with a dim white light. It was impossible to see through it. How strange! Vast Cosmos couldn't believe this. With his half-step Empyrean cultivation, he wasn't able to investigate the spiritual sea of a junior. What was going on here? Bring Lin Ming out of here and deliver him to a quiet room where he can rest. Look for Xian Shensi to see to him until I come over. Ooh. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's Xian Shensi had much higher attainments in the aspect of souls and spiritual seas than Vast Cosmos did. Several disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace lifted up Lin Ming and brought him away. In this situation, many spectators could see that something was wrong. Lin Ming might have been seriously wounded. Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan both felt their hearts tighten. They were certainly worried about him, but they weren't able to go to the contestant area. Brother Lin Ming should be fine, right? How could that monk be so heavy-handed with his moves? Don't blame others. Our husband might have encountered some special circumstances. Don't forget, Lin Ming fell into a deep sleep for over a month after the Divine Seal altar. As Mu Qinyu spoke, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were even more worried. If he really fell into a deep sleep like last time, then that wasn't a good sign at all. If he fell into a deep sleep again and again, that really might mean he had some particular soul damage. Senior apprentice Brother Lin wouldn't fall into a deep sleep more and more after this, right? What if he sleeps for longer and longer each time? A disciple whispered. Don't speak nonsense, Violent Stone angrily said. His complexion was also somewhat solemn. After Lin Ming's loss, the tournament continued on. Xiao Maoxian against Frost Dream. This was a long-awaited showdown. Even though there wasn't any suspense in the result, it was still a battle between the two most outstanding young girls in the entire divine realm. Both of these girls had their own unique flavor and were also the dream lovers of countless young elites. How could they not be heated for this battle? Many youths shouted until their throats were hoarse. However, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan had a perpetual malaise covering all of their hearts. That fellow, he's as fierce as a farm animal, so how could he be injured? Before stepping on stage, Xiao Maoxian tilted her head, gazing on as Lin Ming was carried away to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At this time, in a resting room of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, an old man with a long beard and a floppy hat was probing Lin Ming's spiritual sea, his eyebrows wrinkled. Senior Xian Shensi. What's the situation? A youth asked. He was Vast Cosmos's apprentice and a core disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. I cannot be sure. There are some strange runes and lines covering Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This old man is too unlearned and ignorant. I have never seen anything like it before. What do we do? Should we report this to Master Ancestor? The Master Ancestor that this youth referred to was naturally Empyrean Vast Universe. Xian Shensi said, I simply can't find any clues. It seems we can only trouble Honorable Master. Lin Ming's talent is enough to alarm even Honorable Master and have him take action. We cannot make any mistakes. The consequences are simply too great. In the past Divine Realm First Martial meetings, the champion didn't often have the talent to become an Empyrean in the future, and someone that wasn't an Empyrean level talent simply didn't possess the qualifications to rouse an Empyrean powerhouse. This was the same as a mortal not bothering to help tree dance. As Exion Shensi was thinking about this further and preparing to personally approach Empyrean vast universe, a flame lit up in front of him. From that flame, Empyrean vast universe's voice echoed out. You do not have to pay attention to Lin Ming. Allow him to rest. As Empyrean vast universe spoke, Exion Shensi and the others naturally wouldn't do something as stupid as disobeying him. Exion Shensi left a few disciples in the resting room and allowed Lin Ming to rest. On the arena stage, the battle was in full swing, raging like an inferno. As for Lin Ming, he was lost in a long dream. He dreamt that he was Empyrean Divine Seal. He saw the world from the viewpoint of Empyrean Divine Seal, and also pondered the same questions he did when Empyrean Divine Seal trained. So did Lin Ming. When Empyrean Divine Seal meditated on the laws, Lin Ming also meditated on the laws. When Empyrean Divine Seal fought with powerhouses, Lin Ming also experienced these brutal battles. These dreamy and elusive sentiments and thoughts imprinted themselves on Lin Ming's heart. These feelings weren't too deep, and these were also comprehensions that belonged to Empyrean Divine Seal. After all, these weren't Lin Ming's comprehensions and didn't necessarily suit him. In fact, he didn't even understand the majority of them. But these still brought a great number of inspirations to Lin Ming, to be able to see the world through the eyes of an Empyrean, and also study the laws at that height, to immediately rise to the level of an Empyrean. Just who had that chance? Or, it was more accurate to say that Empyrean Divine Seal even surpassed the boundary of an Empyrean. There was no concept of time in these dreams. Lin Ming experienced countless years, and among these memories, he soon forgot them even as they rapidly flowed past him. Finally, there were not many runes that engraved themselves in Lin Ming's mind. Without knowing it, Lin Ming's concept of the 33-layered heavens was improving, evolving. His body, essence, energy, and soul all began to fuse together. This was no longer just a fusion of energy, but a true fusion of essence, energy, and divine. His soul fused together into his flesh and blood. His flesh and blood combined with his inner world, and his inner world linked together with his spiritual sea. Slowly, a transcendent divine might appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Its name was the Divine Seal Art. Like this, Lin Ming finally understood just what runes Empyrean Divine Seal left in his body. This wasn't just law runes and Tao patterns, but also a masterless soul fragment from Empyrean Divine Seal. This was similar to the masterless soul fragments in the Magic Cube, but millions and billions of times more valuable. This was the masterless soul fragment of a supreme elder that surpassed an Empyrean. Chapter 13:16, Dream Cultivation. Chapter 13:16, Dream Cultivation. Empyrean Divine Seal's lifetime of knowledge and abilities were all written in the Divine Seal Art. This was a comprehensive cultivation method, not just a single move. It included the countless laws of the divine realm, including the 5 elemental laws, the life laws, yin-yang laws, and so forth. But the main focus of the Divine Seal Art was the space laws and time laws. These 2 laws were the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal was most skilled in. When Lin Ming had discovered the ancient Elysium seal deep beneath immemorial Imperial City, he found that Empyrean Divine Seal had used the ancient Elysium seal as an array to suppress an unknown existence. The sealing technique he used was recorded within the Divine Seal Art. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just what type of existence was suppressed by Empyrean Divine Seal's Divine Seal Art. For 3 6 billion years and still hadn't died. Even though Lin Ming had now inherited a tiny, incomplete soul fragment of Empyrean divine seal, he still didn't have any memories of this. Like this, Lin Ming was lost in a deep sleep, constantly experiencing the memories left behind by Empyrean divine seal. And on the arena stage, the battles were carrying on. In Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream's match, Frost Dream had defeated Xiao Moxian without any problems. At this point, only Frost Dream and Hang Qi still had unbroken winning streaks. The third match of the second round was June Blue Moon against Dragon Fong. Many people were looking forwards to this battle. Although the two of them had lost to Lin Ming, the disparity wasn't too great, especially with June Blue Moon, who had withstood Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment without suffering any injuries. As soon as June Blue Moon stepped on stage, he used his yin-yang laws. However, these laws were seen through by Dragon Fong's 3 lives pupils. Then, Dragon Fong suppressed June Blue Moon. Even June Blue Moon's finishing move, the 64 yin-yang trigram sword, was seen through by Dragon Fong's all existence to void. However, June Blue Moon was extremely tough. Although he was suppressed, he still wasn't defeated. The two brutally fought for an hour, exchanging over 1,000 moves and wounding each other again and again. They slowly began to reach their limits, but in the end, June Blue Moon's endurance proved to be superior. With a small advantage, June Blue Moon took the lead and won a hard-earned victory against Dragon Fong. This difficult victory showed that the two youths were individually matched. Who won or who lost, luck and their current condition played an extremely large role. Thus, the second round in the first group of 6 people ended like this. Even so, Lin Ming still hadn't woken up. Vast Cosmos announced the beginning of the third round. This round should have been where Lin Ming and Frost Dream battled. But because Lin Ming had fallen into a deep sleep, Frost Dream drew a bye. This left behind Hang Qi, Dragon Fong, Xiao Moxian, and June Blue Moon still competing. In truth, among these 4 people, most of them had already fought, thus there weren't many matches left. The 2 matches for this round were Hang Qi against June Blue Moon and Dragon Fong against Xiao Moxian. Compared to the last matches, these were much less anticipated. Frost Dream hasn't gone on stage. I wanted to watch Frost Dream fight Lin Ming. Some audience members knew that Frost Dream had drawn a bye and were somewhat dissatisfied. Frost Dream was the dream lover of many heroic young elites. They all wanted to see Frost Dream in action. Even if there wasn't any suspense in the match between Frost Dream and Lin Ming, they still wished to see her roll over her opponents with absolute strength. It could only be said that Frost Dream was too popular. Compared to Frost Dream and Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming simply didn't have much support. It doesn't matter if Frost Dream fights Lin Ming or not. It's just a small interlude. Frost Dream will win no matter what. The only one who can truly compete with Frost Dream here is Hang Qi, but I think that Hang Qi has higher chances of losing. Just look at when Frost Dream fought Dragon Fong. She defeated him without much effort. Speaking about it, what's going on with Lin Ming? Are his injuries really that heavy? An Empyrean heavenly palace shouldn't be lacking in medicines, right? With all sorts of wonderful medicines at his use, he still didn't immediately recover? It must be a soul injury. Hang Qi is a kind and merciful person, so he should know what his limits are. However, Lin Ming wanted to show off his strength, and even though he knew he wasn't Hang Qi's match, he still used that World King level minor samsara path to struggle with Hang Qi's transcendent divine might, the Wheel of Samsara. How could a World King level cultivation method possibly triumph over a transcendent divine might? There is a gap in cultivation methods, and also a gap in cultivation realms. The result of the match was already decided from the beginning. Even so, Lin Ming wanted to fight, and the aura he displayed was so powerful that it made others feel he wasn't much weaker at all. Finally, all of that caused him to be injured too heavily. This is just a martial arts contest, but he was so reckless. An old man shook his head, his voice filled with regret. A soul injury was not easy to cure. If a martial artist's soul was injured, that was definitely bad news. Luckily, this had happened in vast universe Heavenly Palace. There were many precious soul recovery medicines here. So Lin Ming should be in a much better position. But even so, in this case, if Lin Ming still remained unconscious and missed the third round of matches and allowed Frost Dream to draw a bye, this would be proof that his injuries were extremely heavy. This sort of wound was likely to leave permanent damage behind. To a genius, this was undoubtedly a tremendous loss. It might even affect his future achievements. If he really is heavily injured, then Lin Ming's losses will be great. Isn't Vast Cosmos the referee? How come he didn't stop the match? How could it be so easy? All of these geniuses are difficult to measure with common sense. Even for a half-step Empyrean, it's impossible for them to determine who is weaker or stronger before they fight. There are bound to be unexpected surprises. This time, Lin Ming truly didn't consider the situation. These young ones are far too spirited. As Lin Ming was unconscious, news of his situation spread through the arena. As people heard this, they began to think that Lin Ming had tried too hard to show off in front of Hang Chi and had suffered a soul wound because of it. Not even Vast Cosmos was able to cure him. This was the heart of human jealousy, something everyone possessed. As the audience saw Lin Ming suffer, some of them were sorry for him, but some were also gloating at his suffering. For instance, the Skydark Holy Lands Nether Limitless was extremely happy to hear this. The deeper Lin Ming's wounds were, the better it was. At this time, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe said to Empyrean Divine Dream, "What is wrong with Lin Ming? I don't feel as if his soul has been injured, so why hasn't he awoken after such a long time?" Let alone Empyrean Vast Universe. Not even Empyrean Divine Dream was able to see through the divine soul mark that Empyrean Divine Seal left behind. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, "It's hard to say. Perhaps it might have something to do with the time he climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step. If he continues to stay asleep, then the tournament will end. He still has a match left with Frost Dream. Do you plan on sentencing Lin Ming to a loss?" Although Empyrean Vast Universe didn't think that Lin Ming had a chance of winning, it was still too careless to so easily decide someone's defeat. Divine Dream said, "Have Lin Ming placed into a time enchantment, a 1:100 time flow. He should be able to wake up. Characters like him will not fall from the altar so easily, and he still has a long road awaiting him. He will surely pass this trial." As Divine Dream spoke, Empyrean Vast Universe could only concur. He sent an order to Xian Shensi to have Lin Ming placed into a 1:100 time flow enchantment. Xian Shensi himself was a great world king master, so it was easy for him to lay down such an enchantment. After he set down Lin Ming in a good position, he reached out and waved his hands. 4 jade bunnies leapt out from his spirit beast chart, transforming into 4 beautiful young girls within the enchantment. These 4 young girls all originated from the monster race, and their cultivations were equal to a late revolving core realm humans. They were only a single step away from making a breakthrough. The Jade Bunny clan of the monster race had a naturally docile and gentle temperament. They had fallen into dire straits and were rescued by Xian Shensi. At the time, Xian Shensi just happened to have a spirit beast chart magic tool, so he accepted them as his secret disciples. The 4 of you will be responsible for looking after Lin Ming. Do not allow the slightest error to occur. Until he wakes up, immediately report to me any changes that occur. Yes, following that, within the time enchantment, the 4 revolving core young girls of the monster race spent every second of the day watching and caring for Lin Ming. Their actions were orderly and meticulous. However, when these 4 young girls entered the enchantment to care for Lin Ming, They never imagined it would be for such a long time. Soon, half a year passed, and Lin Ming still remained asleep as before. For such a long time, these four young girls constantly stared at the face of a single young man, and their lives were naturally boring. Luckily, Lin Ming had an extraordinarily handsome face with an excellent and dashing temperament. Looking at him all day was a comfortable experience. This continued to 8 months, 9 months. Lin Ming still didn't wake up. If an ordinary person slept for such a long time, their body would have become smelly and covered with sores. However, Lin Ming remained clean and free of dust the entire time. He exuded a hint of masculinity that was pleasant to smell. Thus, these four young girls didn't have to do something so embarrassing like wiping down his body or helping him bathe. Slowly, 1 year passed. During this year, Lin Ming constantly comprehended within the samsara world. Immersed in a sea of laws, he forgot time and forgot all else. He even forgot the memory that he had been struck by the wheel of samsara and was experiencing a long dream. Rather, he thought that this was his life, that this was reality. Every day was spent in nonstop pondering and meditation. Sometimes Lin Ming was like a rock, sitting still for an entire month. Within this dream, his body was surrounded with countless Tao patterns and law fragments. These Tao patterns ran over him like trickling water before flowing into his body, and then slowly leaking out from his pores. Everything seemed harmonious, like a perfect cycle. What sort of character was Empyrean Divine Seal? The runes he left behind contained not only comprehensions of laws, but also fragments of memories. How could this be comprehended in several days, or even several months? Even with Lin Ming's perception, wanting to thoroughly comprehend these things and reform the divine seal art was extremely difficult. In a year of time, Lin Ming had comprehended only 1/10 of the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal had left behind. He had just barely managed to cross into the threshold of the divine seal art. Beyond that, there were also many laws. However, Lin Ming wasn't able to comprehend them because his boundary was simply far too shallow. Empyrean Divine Seal's boundary was just far too high. Just this tiny, insignificant soul fragment was enough for Lin Ming to enjoy for 100 years, allowing him to meditate on it for 2 or 3 large boundaries. The truth was that this was something that only Lin Ming could do. If someone else were here, then even if they were a top extreme character like Hang Chi or June Blue Moon, they would still be powerless when facing Empyrean Divine Seal's laws. This was because they had yet to comprehend the concept of the 33 layered heavens. It was also because of this point that Lin Ming was able to obtain Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritance. Chapter 1317, Cultivating the Divine Seal Art. Chapter 1317, Cultivating the Divine Seal Art. Another year and another month passed. Deep in meditation, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. He was sitting down cross-legged in a vast and unknown space of the universe, filled with endless mist and dust. With just a glance, everything around him was wrapped in a dim haze. The surrounding space was filled with the chaotic power of space and time. Space twisted, making it impossible to identify just what direction was which, and even the flow of time was in complete upheaval. Deep within this area, even one's normal breathing and heart rate were affected. "I've arrived at this space again," Lin Ming whispered to himself, his eyes bright and shining. He had named this space the Divine Seal Space. Every time he entered the Divine Seal Space, Lin Ming was able to become aware of many things. He closed his eyes and silently sensed the rich space and time laws here. This place was like the primordial soup before the universe was formed, and the laws here were still in their most primitive state. Wanting to become aware of these laws was extremely easy. During this year, Lin Ming had already comprehended the time and space laws to large success of the 5th level. It had to be known that before this, Lin Ming's attainments in the time and space laws weren't high at all. He had only been comparable to a genius from an ordinary Holy Land, far from reaching the level of an Empyrean descendant like Dragon Fong. He wasn't even able to compare with someone like the Monster Prince. Lin Ming's understandings into these two laws were so poor that he couldn't even display them in actual combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to summon the heretical god Tree Phantom when he fought the Monster Prince. He had done so because ordinary thunder and fire laws did not possess the ability to resist the Monster Prince's space and time laws. In just a year, Lin Ming had been able to reach large success of the 5th level concepts in the extremely difficult to study time and space laws. He had surpassed the Monster Prince and was only slightly inferior to Dragon Fong. This speed of improvement was horrifying. Moreover, although the boundary of Lin Ming's space and time laws was inferior to Dragon Fong's, the time and space laws that Empyrean Divine Seal comprehended were of an exorbitantly high level. They were far from what ordinary space and time laws could hope to compare with. As Lin Ming was enlightening himself on the space and time laws here, at this moment, the endless dust in this space began to converge together at a single point. The mist and dust seemed thin, but there was an endless volume. In terms of weight, it could easily surpass 1,000,000 trillion genes. Lin Ming could see this swirling vortex of dust rapidly grow. A swallowing force latched onto him, making him feel as if he were being sucked into this whirlpool. Lin Ming's mind chilled as he rapidly retreated. He watched with his own eyes as this vortex grew increasingly large, finally condensing into a star. Dust and mist forming a star. Lin Ming was stunned. Is this the forming process of a star? As Lin Ming was thinking over this, that massive star began to burn. An incomparably horrifying light erupted from within it. The total amount of energy in this eruption was so great that the all-out strike of an Empyrean was completely overshadowed. Lin Ming recalled the time when he had absorbed the blood essence of the ancient phoenix. In that dream world, he had seen the scene of the phoenix undergoing nirvana. That phoenix had been bathing within the blazing hot core of a star, its body in the process of being reborn. Without a doubt, this was a sun. Am I witnessing the formation of a sun? Lin Ming thought. He could feel the fire origin energy around him being stirred up, becoming more and more hot because of the amount of heat that this sun was releasing. The surrounding temperature was so high that even metal essence would instantly turn to steam. If a giant meteor were to fall into this sun, it would quickly be melted away, vanishing into nothing. Lin Ming didn't retreat. As he faced this sun, he began to slowly realize the fire laws. His fire laws had been stranded at the 5th level concept for an extremely long time. He hadn't yet been able to trace the threshold to the 6th level concept. This also caused Lin Ming's laws to be at a much lower height than those of Dragon Fong and the others. And Lin Ming was well aware that the 6th level concept was yang flames. In other words, the fires of a sun. The first 4 levels of the fire laws, whether it was burning heat, annihilation, creation, or manifestation, these were fires of the mortal world. As for the 5th level fire laws, that was virtual fire. The flames of jealousy, boiling anger, overflowing rage, heated hatred. All of these were flames transformed from the human mind. They could be called spiritual fires. Then, upon arriving at the 6th level laws, it was the fires of the sun. The fires of the sun had an essential difference from fires of the mortal world. The fires of the mortal world produced flames from burning materials, but as for the fires of the sun, that was similar to releasing energy and flames from completely annihilated matter. This sort of absolute annihilation produced a power thousands of times greater. A phoenix's nirvana meant to undergo nirvana within the center of a sun. A grown-up phoenix would choose to undergo nirvana in the center of a blazing star. The more powerful the phoenix was, the more terrifying the star they chose. Only when facing a true sun could one comprehend the real sixth-level concept of the fire law's yang flames. But now, with the current Lin Ming's cultivation, it was still far too early for him to thoroughly comprehend yang flames. It was simply impossible. Even so, if he managed to trace upon the threshold of the concept of yang flames and add a bit of that power to his fire laws, then there would be no comparison between his moves before and after. The sun became increasingly bright and blazing. Lin Ming felt his entire body burning, even as he was constantly enlightening himself on everything happening. At this time, the sun rapidly grew as if it would explode at any moment. Lin Ming was bewildered. He could feel that the sun was about to collapse, so he rapidly drew backwards. In this illusory virtual space, his speed was extraordinarily quick. He soon retreated 1,000,000 miles back. And at this time, the sun suddenly detonated with an incomparably terrifying divine light, seeming as if the entire universe would be swallowed up. With an explosion of sound, dreadful waves of heat destroyed everything, and even the void was shaken to the point of collapse. In that moment, Lin Ming thought he had died. It was impossible for a human to resist such a horrifying explosion. Hoo! Terrifying flames swept over Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He was certain that if this weren't a virtual space, he would have already turned to ash just now, even if he were another 1,000,000 miles farther away. The flames gradually dissipated. The sun was already destroyed. It began to gradually collapse, its volume rapidly becoming smaller. It eventually shrank 1,000,000,000,000 times smaller. All of that matter, light, space, and time, everything was sucked into it. Slowly, the sun evolved into a star of absolute darkness. Lin Ming knew that this star, according to Empyrean Divine Seal's viewpoint, was called a black hole. Every black hole had a very small radius of space around it that formed an absolute horizon. Within the Divine Seal art, this space was called the black hole horizon. It was impossible for any matter that fell into the black hole horizon to emerge again. This was an absolute enchantment of time and space. Even if an Empyrean were to fall into it, they wouldn't be an exception. The black hole horizon destroyed all matter, space, and time. It was the end point of all space and time laws. As for Empyrean Divine Seal, he had cultivated the space and time laws to the boundary of a black hole. He was able to have space and time form a black hole. This was also one of the moves within the Divine Seal art, when it was cultivated to an extremely high boundary, by creating a black hole and using the absolute space and time laws to seal away all. Even a divine god would be permanently sealed, unable to escape. Divine Seal, seal the divine. This was where Empyrean Divine Seal and the Divine Seal art's name originated from. There was no exaggeration in these names either. In the past, Empyrean Divine Seal truly did possess the ability to seal away gods. This was because he was an existence that had surpassed an Empyrean. That was the realm of true divinity. It was naturally impossible for Lin Ming to practice to this boundary, but if it was just reproducing a tiny bit of the black hole horizon's charm, he was still able to barely accomplish that. Witnessing the creation of a black hole with his own eyes had the greatest benefits to Lin Ming's comprehension of the Divine Seal art. Lin Ming sat down before this black hole, recalling everything that had just happened, to seal off the space. Everything that enters will not be able to break through that cage. To seal off time. Everything that falls into the black hole horizon will fall into an eternally timeless moment, locked into a single moment of forever. Their body will stop for all time. With all of this combined together with matter, time, and space compressed to the limit, that is what it means to truly seal something. As Lin Ming spoke, all sorts of changes occurred within his inner world. In his body's inner world, all of the world power and all of the energy gathered together, slowly forming a whirlpool. Lin Ming was using the energy within himself to simulate the formation of a sun. In cultivating the divine seal art, the symbol of truly beginning training in it was to form a miniature black hole in one's inner world. All future practice would center around this miniature black hole. However, forming this miniature black hole was extremely risky. If one's foundation was lacking, not only would that miniature black hole not form, but their inner world would directly collapse because it wouldn't be able to withstand the sudden changes in energy. Although Lin Ming was now sleeping, the process of forming a miniature black hole was truly occurring in reality. The real world was in sync with the dream world. If there was a single mistake, then Lin Ming's inner world would crack apart and he really would die. This process was not hurried at all. Just like the birth, growth, and death of a sun, for the formation of the miniature black hole in the body, that process needed the accumulation of time and continuous evolution. And at this time, 400 days had already passed. That was 4 days in the outside world. The first Martial Meeting tournament had basically ended 2 days ago. There were only 2 matches that had yet to be fought. One was Frost Dream against Hang Chi, and the other was Frost Dream against Lin Ming. Now, there had been a pause for 2 days. The audience had long been impatient with waiting. What's going on? How come Hang Chi and Frost Dream's showdown hasn't begun yet? Are they fighting today? They couldn't be playing with us, right? The several 100 million spectators present were all anticipating watching Hang Chi and Frost Dream's battle. That would surely be the most splendid battle of the first Martial Meeting. I heard that the organizers originally intended for Frost Dream to first fight Lin Ming before the battle between Frost Dream and Hang Chi, but since Lin Ming was severely wounded and hasn't awoken yet, the competition was delayed for a few days. Of these 2 matches, Hang Chi against Frost Dream should have been at the very end. It was the prime showdown of the first Martial Meeting and should have been the last battle where the champion was decided. However, because Lin Ming's soul was grievously wounded and he had fallen into a deep sleep, the battle between Lin Ming and Frost Dream had been delayed. Chapter 1318, The Climactic Battle. Chapter 1318, The Climactic Battle. They are waiting for Lin Ming to wake up and compete with Frost Dream before they continue with the final battle? There must be some mistake. As many spectators heard this, they were immediately roused to anger. Many of them had come to the first Martial Meeting specifically to watch Frost Dream, not Lin Ming. What did it matter to them if Lin Ming finished his matches or not? Moreover, Lin Ming had injured himself because he was trying to show off. If he missed his matches because of his wounds, how could anyone but himself be blamed? The referees must have gone senile. If Lin Ming doesn't wake up for a month, does that mean we have to wait for a month? If he doesn't wake up for 2 months, do we have to wait for 2 months? Also, does anyone even think that Lin Ming can defeat Frost Dream? Frost Dream is someone who is said to far surpass Hang Chi, and Lin Ming lost miserably to Hang Chi, even suffering severe soul wounds in the meantime. So how could he possibly battle Frost Dream? They want us to take such a long break just to wait for him to fight a little teaser match? This is the intent handed down by the 2 great Empyreans. If you have complaints about how this first Martial Meeting is being conducted, then why don't you go and bring it up with them? As someone said this, the heroic young elite who was speaking before suddenly shut up, go and complain to an Empyrean? He wouldn't do that if he had 100 times the courage. Why would an Empyrean bother with the ideas of someone so unimportant? They wouldn't even bother glancing in his direction. I heard that Lin Ming was placed in a time enchantment. 1 day out here is numerous days inside. He should wake up soon. Time enchantment? Is that okay? If he hasn't woken up even after spending several months inside, then what's going on? Is he dead? Many people were dissatisfied with the current situation, but there was nothing they could do. Then Like this, 5 days passed. From the moment when Lin Ming entered the time enchantment, 1 year and 3 months had passed. It's almost been 500 days. How come Lin Ming still hasn't awakened? Deep within vast universe, heavenly palace, Empyrean vast universe frowned. It was clear that Lin Ming was suffering some sort of extremely complex situation, but his time deep in slumber had surpassed Empyrean vast universe's estimations. Divine dream. Could there have been something that happened to Lin Ming that damaged his spiritual sea and caused him to not be able to wake up? Divine dream was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Have your disciple adjust the rate of the time enchantment to 1:150. Also, there is no need for Hang Chi and Frost Dream's competition to drag on for such a long time. Once Lin Ming wakes up, he can compete with Frost Dream." Divine Dream's words affirmed that Lin Ming would definitely wake up. Empyrean vast universe could only nod his head. The reason that Divine Dream stepped forwards to conduct this first martial meeting was to a large extent because of Frost Dream. She also insisted that Frost Dream fight each and every great battle. And towards Lin Ming, Divine Dream had a faint premonition that his deep slumber was related to the Divine Seal altar, and wasn't as simple as it seemed from the outside. Like this, Lin Ming would surely become a good match for Frost Dream. After Exai and Shensi obtained the orders from above, he sped up the flow of time in the enchantment to 150 times. Within a time enchantment, the more exaggerated the flow of time was, the more unstable the laws within would be. In a time enchantment that ran 150 times faster than normal, it was hard to enlighten oneself on the laws of the universe because they were simply too chaotic. However, in his deep sleep, Lin Ming was absorbing the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal had left behind. Because these laws weren't related to the outside, there weren't any problems. The 4 young Jade Bunny Race girls attended to Lin Ming with utter care. As Lin Ming was sleeping, his face was determined and dashing, but his aura was also gentle and soft. From his appearance, it was hard to imagine the great dangers he was experiencing in his dream. In the dreamland space, the sphere of energy within Lin Ming's inner world had expanded to the limit. It was ready to erupt at any given moment. Once it erupted, the impact on Lin Ming's body would be unimaginable. If he couldn't withstand it, then his inner world would completely collapse and he would die. If he was able to withstand it, then after that true essence exploded, he could condense it into a black hole seed, and thus begin the first crucial step to cultivating the Divine Seal art. Lin Ming had already condensed the energy sphere for an entire month. Now, he was still adjusting himself, waiting, optimizing the energy to most the accurate proportion. This was an extremely risky step. Without certain assurances, Lin Ming wouldn't play around with his own life. As Lin Ming was cultivating without end, on the arena stage, Hang Chi and Frost Dream's climactic battle was soon about to start. This battle certainly had its own gambling bet. Vast Universe, Heavenly Palace had already revealed their compensation rate. Frost Dream's victory had a compensation rate of 1.3, and Hang Chi's victory had a compensation rate of 2.7. Most people favored Frost Dream, but there were also many people that favored Hang Chi. After all, Hang Chi was a very low-profile individual, and in every match he fought so far, he had always held back and never won in an excessive manner. Thus, it was hard to tell just where the limits of Hang Chi's strength lay. Moreover, when Hang Chi had fought Lin Ming and given him a severe soul wound, making him fall unconscious, until even now, this matter had caused many people to hold Hang Chi in even higher regard. Lin Ming was a freak of nature after all. Even Xiao Moxian had lost to him. For Hang Chi to defeat Lin Ming to such a degree was enough to prove how strong Hang Chi was. Also, Frost Dream's compensation rate was simply far too low to have any fun. Even if one put down 1 billion, they would only win 300 million. There simply wasn't any meaning to this. Thus, many people bet on Hang Chi, junior apprentice Sister Frost's dream. This poor monk greets you. Hang Chi stood on the arena stage, bowing respectfully. Frost Dream's eyes were calm and cold, her clothes floating around her. Even facing Hang Chi in what could be called the most important battle of the first martial meeting, her mood didn't change at all. It was as if nothing in this world was able to change that look of hers. Match begin. As vast cosmos announced this, the several 100 million spectators in the arena all began to wildly cheer. Hang Chi took several steps back as a massive golden Buddha chart appeared behind him. A golden spinning halo of light also appeared beneath his feet. This was the Wheel of Samsara. From the very start, Hang Chi displayed the Wheel of Samsara. One could see from this just how highly he thought of Frost Dream. This poor monk has heard of Fairy Frost Dream's renowned name for a long time, but I have yet to have the good fortune of sparring with junior apprentice Frost Dream. This time can be considered as a wish fulfilled. In Hang Chi's eyes, a rare tint of fighting spirit shined. As an ascetic, Hang Chi usually lived a modest and pious life. He had a naturally low-profile temperament that avoided disputes and grudges. But he too was a young heroic elite. To meet a similar opponent, that was something to feel excited over. This was what it meant to find a perfect rival. There was nothing better than that. Frost Dream's entire body flowed with dreamy streams of water. She was using her divine dream space. Up until now, Frost Dream had only used 3 moves to remain undefeated in the divine realm first martial meeting. One was illusions, the second was the ruling spirit art, and the third was the divine dream space. To deal with weaklings, Frost Dream only needed to glance at them to have them be lost in illusions and achieve instant victory. But to deal with powerhouses like Xiao Moxian and Dragon Fong, she merely needed to envelop them in the divine dream space to win. A cold air began to lift upwards. The entire timeless Godstone arena was covered with a shimmering layer of condensed frost. Frost Dream's body floated in the air. Her feet were bare, and her icy blue hair danced around her. The divine dream space had covered the entire arena. As long as one stepped in the space, that was the same as stepping into Frost Dream's dream. Within this dream, Frost Dream was God. All within it had to withstand the judgment of her will. Xiao. Vicious nightmare beasts began to appear within the divine dream space, one after another, all of them madly roaring towards Hang Chi. Hang Chi gathered his palms together. A smile on his face. The divine dream space is truly magnificent. Then, this poor monk will make his move. As Hang Chi spoke, the wheel of samsara beneath his feet shot outwards, turning into a massive dermic wheel that hurtled into the sky towards Frost Dream. Ka. The dermic wheel rapidly spun. As it flew forwards, all of the nightmare beasts it passed were cut apart, their blood sprinkling down. If any of these nightmare beasts were chosen, any one of them had the ability to enter the top 20 rankings of the first martial meeting. But in front of Hang Chi's Wheel of Samsara, they were nothing more than golems of mud, easily cut down. In an instant, the Wheel of Samsara had arrived in front of Frost Dream. The Wheel of Samsara was both a material attack and soul attack, but Hang Chi was well aware that soul attacks would have no effect on Frost Dream. He could only rely on a material attack. As the audience saw the Wheel of Samsara about to cut Frost Dream in half, many of her supporters, even though they knew that she had yet to reveal her true strength, cried out in sheer horror and alarm. This was still a transcendent divine might, and after being sent out by Hang Chi, its strength could be imagined. In this critical situation, Frost Dream simply stretched out her slender right hand. Infinite dreams manifest a stone wall. In that instant, endless starlight gathered into Frost Dream's hand, and a common-looking stone wall rose straight from the ground. From the start, when there was nothing on the ground, it only took 1,000th of an instant for a 100,000-foot high wall to rise into the world. In that moment, a 100,000-foot high cliff had appeared in front of Frost's dream. This stone wall was impossibly high and dreadful. It emitted a vast and boundless aura. Atop this stone wall was a massive ghostly head that looked incomparably fierce. It looked down at the world and grinned demonically. Compared to this terrifying stone wall, the wheel of samsara looked like nothing but a tiny glass plate in front of a solid oak door. It was simply unworthy of mentioning. Bang! The wheel of samsara cut into the stone wall. The Dharmic wheel spun around, crushing stone and sending shards of rubble flying everything, causing a toothacheing sound to echo outwards. Finally, as the Dharmic wheel cut in just over halfway, it lost all power and thoroughly disintegrated. As the audience saw this, they were all shocked. Just what kind of force was this? The power of Hang Chi's wheel of samsara was evident to all. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had both lost to this move, but in front of Frost's dream, it was so easily broken. Frost's dream is too terrifying. Within her divine dream space, she is invincible. That divine wall was instantly created by her using the divine dream laws. If she can make a divine wall, she can also make divine swords, divine spears, and anything else she wishes. Whether it is attack or defense, she has reached the limit in all aspects. If I hadn't seen that wheel of samsara before, I would never have known how powerful it was. Even so, it is still useless in front of Frost's dream. Yes, the divine dream space is far too heaven-defying. Anyone that dares to fight Frost's dream within it is sure to lose. Hang Chi should have other methods, but I think that whatever he does is likely to be useless. In just the first exchange, Frost's dream had suppressed Hang Chi's transcendent divine might. As she did this, she had revealed the great strength of the divine dream space. It was simply a perfect offensive and defensive system. Chapter 13:19 Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Chapter 13:19 Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Domain-type martial skills were extremely rare for martial artists. To obtain just a single one could raise a martial artist's strength a great deal. However, to those extreme geniuses that were able to stand on the stage of the first martial meeting, having a single domain wasn't unusual at all. There was Hang Chi's Samsara domain, Ram Saber's Saber King domain, Lin Ming's Grand Space, and so forth. But until now, the undisputed number one domain was Frost's Dream's Divine Dream Space. Just seeing it made one feel as if there was no way to rival it. This was also reasonable, ignoring the fact that Frost's Dream had the deepest cultivation in terms of ranks of transcendent divine mights. Only Lin Ming's Grand Space was able to compare with the Divine Dream Space. However, Lin Ming's Grand Space was incomplete and Frost's Dream's Divine Dream Space was complete. From this alone, one could see the clear difference between the two. And Frost's Dream wasn't old either. She was still 3 years younger than Hang Chi. This left everyone confused. Just what sort of unique lucky chance did she encounter, or what sort of singular physique did she possess that allowed her to reach this step? Within the divine dream space, that 100,000-foot divine wall had already disappeared. Hang Chi looked at Frost's Dream and said with admiration, "The divine dream domain truly lives up to its reputation. This poor monk can only try his best and use the lotus heart Bodhi." As Hang Chi spoke, his hands formed a lotus sign. From between his eyebrows, a golden relic slowly appeared, finally solidifying with a sparkling light. As the lotus heart Bodhi appeared, Hang Chi's aura changed. His body began to rise upwards. Behind his head, 8 golden rings appeared. When combined with the brilliant golden light between his eyebrows, it was like Buddha had descended to the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A golden, shining pagoda fell down from the clouds, firmly suppressing the area around Hang-Chi. Even the divine dream space fiercely trembled, as if it would burst apart at any moment. This was Hang-Chi's 8-section stupa. 8 deities rushed out from the divine pagoda, and a powerful domain space formed around Hang-Chi. This was the samsara domain. However, the samsara domain was too low in rank. It was suppressed by the divine dream domain and limited in scope. From the audience's viewpoint, even if Hang-Chi used the 8-section stupa, he was still worse than Frost Dream. It would be extremely difficult for him to win. Hang-Chi waved his staff, and the massive golden pagoda came pressing down towards Frost Dream. Like before, Frost Dream simply stretched out a slender hand. In that moment, when the 8-section stupa came crashing down, a faint blue haze appeared above Frost Dream's head. This blue light rapidly expanded, nearly instantly transforming into an extremely large, icy blue divine hand. This hand was over a dozen miles tall. As it floated above the arena stage, it could be called a hand to cover the heavens. Bang! The 8-section stupa heavily crashed into the divine hand. But that hand steadily cradled the 8-section stupa. As the audience saw this, they all let out cries of shock. In the legends, it was said that a pagoda-carrying Empyrean existed, carrying a pagoda in a single hand. His supernatural might had been unrivaled. And now, Frost Dream's massive hand formed from the divine dream space was just like that pagoda-wielding Empyrean, with seemingly equal force. The 8-section stupa was blocked by Frost Dream's giant hand. Even so, Hang-Chi didn't panic. He began to murmur Buddhist sutras as the point between his eyebrows started to shine with a bright light. Buddhist symbols flew out from his body, recklessly dancing about in the air. These Buddha seals did not fly towards Frost Dream, but towards the area around the giant hand. They settled down in the air like little flags, forming a great sealing array formation. What is Hang-Chi doing? I don't know. The heroic young elites present simply weren't able to understand what was happening. Even those older masters weren't sure. Although their strength far surpassed Hang-Chi's in terms of perception and skill in observation, they weren't necessarily any better than an eternally talented youth like Hang-Chi. Hang-Chi linked his fingers together, instantly forming dozens of seals. These seals submerged into the void, and in that moment, the giant hand in the sky began to dim down. 8-section stupa, 8 gates golden lock. Hang-Chi shouted out loud. Then, those 8 deities on the 8-section stupa flew out, surrounding Frost Dream and turning into runic locks that sealed her within. For a time, the divine dream space violently trembled, as if it was about to be torn apart. There was even a fissure that ran down the giant hand, seeming as if it would burst apart at any moment. As Frost Dream saw this, her normally indifferent complexion finally changed just the tiniest bit. A trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. "You have seen through my divine dream space." Frost Dream's voice was tranquil and calm, beautiful to the senses. Her face was surrounded by a hazy mist similar to clouds that covered the night moon. It was an ethereal and breath-stealing sight. Junior apprentice Sister Frost Dream is too exaggerated. This poor monk does not possess the ability to see through the divine dream space. However, this poor monk believes that even though this divine dream domain is the dreamland of Junior apprentice Sister Frost Dream, and although Junior apprentice Sister Frost Dream is like a god within this space, it is still impossible for you to create anything you wish or manipulate the laws as you please. Otherwise, you simply would have needed to imagine an Empyrean, and this little monk would have instantly lost. Thus, this little monk carefully observed Fairy Maiden, and discovered that whether it was nightmare beasts that were created or divine walls or massive hands, the truth is that these things do not come from thin air. Rather, you have used a special type of energy that exists within the divine dream space to form them. It seems this is called divine dream energy, and everything that surpasses the upper limits of this energy cannot be created. So, this poor monk used the 8-section stupa to force Fairy Maiden to use over 90% of the divine dream energy available to resist it, gathering it in a single location within the divine dream space. Then, by locking it with these 8 golden chains, the circulation of the divine dream energy has been sealed off. If so, this sealed-off divine dream space has lost all significance. Heng Chi's words were calm and unhurried, but after hearing this, the audience was completely dumbfounded. In just a few moves, Heng Chi had seen through the weakness of the divine dream space. The 8-section stupa he sent out just now was not meant to attack Frost Dream, because he had already expected that an attack of this degree would be useless. Rather, his goal was to force Frost Dream to gather that divine dream energy within the divine dream space and then lock it with those 8 golden chains. If so, Frost Dream would be like a bird without wings, posing no threat at all. This seemed simple, but if one didn't possess the powerful abilities and sealing arrays of Heng Chi, then even if they knew the weakness of the divine dream space, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Everyone praised Heng Chi's calm and keen fighting sense. This ability came from over 30 years of hard work and training, so that's how it is. Senior apprentice Heng Chi's eyesight is indeed amazing. Even I have to admire your methods. However, my divine dream space is not limited to just this. As Frost Dream spoke, a lotus flower appeared beneath her feet. At the same time, she took out an icy blue zither from her spatial ring. This zither was crystal clear, shimmering with a faint light, as if it were carved from the purest ice. This zither had 18 strings and was also decorated with the carved image of a goddess. This was clearly Frost Dream's magic tool. Before now, Frost Dream had only used a lotus flower weapon. She had never taken out this zither. Frost Dream gently held the zither and sat down atop the lotus. Her slender fingers lightly caressed the zither strings. A divine zither sound appeared, rushing like rivers and lakes, like a song from the highest heavens, leaving one lost in dreams. This song is called the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. If I finish this song, I fear that senior apprentice brother Heng Chi will have no chance of winning. That is, unless you can end my song. Frost Dream was also a very low-key individual. If she dared to say that Heng Chi would lose once the song was finished, then she naturally had full confidence in it. Heng Chi smiled. Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream's zither skills are truly a wonder of the heavens. This poor monk would love to sit in repose and appreciate it, but if what junior apprentice sister Frost Dream says is true, and I will lose once this song is finished, then I can only make the first move. I apologize for trying to destroy such a beautiful song. Heng Chi summoned the wheel of samsara once more. The golden light between his eyebrows burned even brighter. This wheel of samsara was 10,000 feet in diameter, able to block the skies. Downfall of the 6 paths. Heng Chi formed a lotus sign with his hands. The relic between his eyebrows floated into the wheel of samsara. In that moment, 6 figures appeared within the wheel of samsara. These 6 figures were all different. Among them, there was one who was covered completely in blood. Their body was broken and torn, and they revealed blood-stained bones in several places, as if they had crawled up from the depths of hell. There was one that had a fierce expression with 3 heads and 6 arms, the arms carrying a vicious halberd, large axe, copper hammer, iron needle, and other such cruel instruments of destruction and torture. There was even one whose body shined with a golden light and had a great golden circle floating behind them, just like a living Buddha. These 6 figures came from the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of beasts, the path of Asura, the path of humanity, and the path of heaven. These were the 6 paths of samsara. As these 6 figures appeared, they all hurtled towards Frost Dream. Frost Dream's appearance was calm and unperturbed. Her hand stroked the zither, and her fingers nimbly plucked at the strings. All sorts of incomparably marvelous and gorgeous sounds came into existence. These sounds gathered around Frost Dream, transforming into an extremely beautiful drawing. This was a lush, verdant forest. Snow-capped mountains appeared in the distance. It was the beginning of spring, and with the melting of snow and ice, streams of bubbling water flowed down into springs. At this time it was already night. A round, full moon hung high in the skies, sprinkling the world with a cold and alluring moonlight, wrapping the universe in strands of mercurial silver. This beautiful scene was mesmerizing to the eyes, leaving one besotted. It was unimaginable that such a beautiful scene could be used to kill others. "This is the immortal melody Pure Lands," someone cried out from off the arena stage. In the mortal world, there were extremely skilled zither musicians who could use their songs to express the complex feelings and scenery of stories. They could use their music to depict beautiful images, making others feel fully immersed. But in the world of martial arts, a musician with a deep cultivation could truly possess the ability to transform that zither song into the most beautiful scenery. No longer was the imagination of the audience required. Rather, this scene clearly appeared. The zither music formed a domain, manifesting all the emotions and beauty of that song. This was the immortal melody Pure Lands. It's not that simple. This isn't just the immortal melody Pure Lands. Rather, Frost Dream has used the divine dream space and superimposed that with the immortal melody Pure Lands, creating a whole new domain, a domain that has a might which far surpasses the original divine dream space. This is a truly terrifying domain. Now, what Frost Dream is playing is not the sounds of the zither, but sounds of the Tao. Among the spectators, there were many extremely experienced old masters. An old man sighed with emotion. The divine dream domain was originally a dreamland domain skill, except that it was able to substantialize those dreams into reality. As for the immortal melody Pure Lands, it was also the same. It was able to substantialize illusions, with both complementing each other. Once combined, their strength was hard to imagine. Of course, wanting to fully fuse them together was extremely difficult. Unless one was extremely gifted, it was impossible to combine domain skills. Chapter 1320, The Final Pass. Chapter 1320, The Final Pass. For Frost Dream to possess such talent was simply unbelievable. The hundreds of millions of people present had no idea how Frost Dream was so powerful. If a normal extreme genius was born in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and was personally guided by Empyrean Divine Dream, they still wouldn't be able to grow to such a degree. Frost Dream was far too mysterious. No one knew just what secrets she was relying on to grow. Standing deep within the immortal melody Pure Lands, Frost Dream seemed as if she was in a completely different space and time. Even though she was standing there, it was like she was separated by the vast river of time, simply unable to be touched. When Hang Chi's 6 phantoms broke into the immortal melody Pure Lands, water splashed into the skies. The phantoms from the 3 evil paths, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts, were all purified by these waters, their bodies instantly vanishing into nothing. As for the Azura phantom that was neither good nor evil, it completely paused. Its once wild eyes lost all their light. The phantoms of the path of heaven and path of mortals still rushed towards Frost Dream. As for Frost Dream, she simply switched her tune, and a completely different sound emerged, turning into a brutal Buddha-slaying song, filled with murderous intent that rushed forth, splitting apart the earth and heavens. A terrifying killing intent filled this music, as wild and crazy as a rabid wolf. Even though the spectating young elites were dozens of miles away, in the face of this murder-filled sound, all of them found it hard to withstand this pressure. It was like their bodies could collapse and their organs break apart at any moment. After the phantom from the path of mortals entered the immortal melody Pure Lands, it emitted a sound like shattering glass as it was forcefully shattered by that savage dirge. As for the phantom from the path of heaven, it was clearly much stronger. It forcefully resisted that tremendous killing intent and shot towards Frost Dream. Frost Dream's expression was indifferent. As the phantom from the path of heaven rushed at Frost Dream, her hand swiped across the strings. Then 18 strings shot out, and with a popping sound the phantom was pierced through 18 times. It emitted a painful growl before disintegrating with a loud explosion. Like this, the 6 phantoms were all killed off by Frost Dream. The entire process appeared easy and simple, as if there hadn't been any difficulties at all. Moreover, when this was accompanied by the beautiful picturesque scene of the immortal melody Pure Lands, it was like Frost Dream wasn't killing these phantoms but purifying evil. As all of this was done, Frost Dream's expression was calm. She still quietly played her zither as before. All of her energy was placed into playing her zither, as if nothing around her was able to influence her. She had played 2/3 of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. After the final third, the song would be completed. Frost Dream said that as long as the Dream Soul Immortal Melody was completed, Hang-Chi would absolutely be defeated. Many people in the audience wanted to know just what would happen once the Dream Soul Immortal Melody reached its end. Does Hang-Chi have some other method to stop the Dream Soul Immortal Melody? Many people looked at Hang-Chi, waiting to see if he had another final last resort. He shouldn't. During Hang-Chi's battle with Lin Ming, he also used the Lotus Heart Bodhi. At that time, he could be described as going all out against Lin Ming. Now, he even used the 6 paths of samsara, a technique that is unique to the Lotus Heart Bodhi. I fear that even if Hang-Chi uses another move, he still won't be Frost Dream's match. I want to know just what will happen when the Dream Soul Immortal Melody is finished. Frost Dream said that once the Dream Soul Immortal Melody was over, Hang-Chi would definitely be defeated. It had to be said that when the Dream Soul Immortal Melody wasn't filled with a Buddha-slaying, killing intent, it was extremely pleasant to listen to, just like blissful sounds from heaven. Moreover, the immortal melody Pure Lands that were created were as beautiful as a poem. Just looking at it was intoxicating to the senses. Everyone wanted to experience the complete immortal melody Pure Lands. However, Hang-Chi might not be able to persist until the Dream Soul Immortal Melody ended. 1,000 feet away, Hang-Chi's complexion was pale. In a situation where he used the Lotus Heart Bodhi along with downfall of the 6 paths that created a tremendous pressure on him. After watching with his own eyes as Frost Dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody began percolating with its final crescendo of killing intent, Hang-Chi smiled. "I admit defeat." These words were not loud, but they spread through the entire audience. The audience, although they had long expected this result, were still somewhat disappointed as they listened to Hang-Chi to not be able to listen to the complete Dream Soul Immortal Melody and see just what phenomenon would occur at the end was truly regrettable. Frost Dream is too terrifying. Hang-Chi actually couldn't persist until Frost Dream finished the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Frost Dream's strength has already far surpassed those of her generation by an unbelievable degree. I really have no idea how she managed to cultivate to this state. I hear she is only 35 years old. 35 years. Compared to the 100 million years of life that an Empyrean lived, that was a time span unworthy of mentioning. If it were converted to mortal terms, that wouldn't even be a baby that was an hour old. Her future was limitless. In the contestant area, June Blue Moon quietly looked at Frost Dream, deep in thought. When he and Frost Dream fought, he had also been defeated. At this time, an old voice sounded out in June Blue Moon's mind. "Blue Moon, Frost Dream is no mortal. I fear that within the younger generation, there is no one that possesses the ability to defeat her. You do not need to think about it too much. Work hard and surpass Lin Ming and Hang Qi. That is the orthodox path. Those two are people you should still be able to overtake. As for Xiao Moxian, she will be extremely difficult to overcome. She is someone who is loved by destiny, and her talent has also reached an incredibly high degree. Even that Dragon Fong isn't someone you can underestimate. He may have lost to you this time, but that is because he has comprehended the 3 lives pupils far too recently, and is only able to open the state of all existence to void. Given enough time, even he may surpass you. This old man apparently understood a great deal about every situation. He even knew about the 3 lives pupils. I understand, Old Sword. June Blue Moon nodded. For him to refer to someone as Old Sword, it was clearly the artifact spirit in his divine sword. Like this, the divine realm first martial meeting had basically ended. There was only a single match left in the tournament. That was Frost Dream against Lin Ming. However, most of the audience didn't care for this match. After all, to them, this was nothing more than a passing match for formality's sake, not to mention that Lin Ming might not even wake up. Of course, there were also many people hoping that this match could be fought for several moves. These people were Frost Dream's diehard fans. They were willing to watch all of Frost Dream's matches, even if it was a match against Lin Ming that held no suspense at all. After Frost Dream defeated Hang Qi, her fame had finally reached its peak. Her mysteriousness, her holiness, her beauty, as well as her formidable strength, all of that together caused the countless young elites to go berserk for her. Of course, all of these young disciples, no matter what background they came from, could only secretly yearn for and admire Frost Dream from afar. No one was truly stupid enough to imagine they could one day obtain her favor. Frost Dream was an untouchable goddess in their hearts. They were all well aware that even if they were 10 times stronger or their background was 10 times deeper, it would still be impossible to match up to Frost Dream. The difference was simply too great. Big Sister Frost Dream, have you seen? They're going crazy outside. In the resting room of vast Universe Empyrean Palace, Xiao Moxian spoke with exaggerated gestures. The first martial meeting finals had ended, but people still hadn't left vast Universe World, in particular Frost Dream's fanatical fans. They gathered around the resting area hoping to see her beauty once more. Frost Dream only gently smiled. Towards all of these fans that were rabidly chasing after her, she had no feeling at all. She suddenly asked Xiao Moxian, "Little sister, how is Lin Ming doing?" Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian was startled. She had no idea why Frost Dream suddenly cared about Lin Ming so much. "I'm not too sure. He seems to be heavily wounded. He still hasn't woken up in the time enchantment." "Big sister, how come you're worried about him so much?" "No reason." Frost Dream lightly shook her head. The reason she asked about Lin Ming was only because her Master Divine Dream had said to her that she must fight Lin Ming during this first martial meeting. And at this time, within the time enchantment, Lin Ming had already reached the final stage of his training. He had stayed here for 500 days, nearly a year and a half in total. When Lin Ming entered the time enchantment, he was under 32 years of age. Now that a year and a half had passed, he was 33 years old. Whether it was an unintentional coincidence or the hand of fate at work, the age of 33 years just happened to match with the number of the 33 layered heavens. 1 year for 1 layered heavens. Let's begin. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had now completed all of his preparations. The only step remaining was the final pass. Within his mind, he had already deduced the divine seal art again and again. He was revolving all of his energy according to the divine seal art. The sphere of energy within his body formed from his true essence, and world power began to rapidly inflate. Heretical God Tree. Who? The phantom of the heretical god Tree appeared within Ming's inner world. the power of thunder, and fire flashed atop the crown of the tree. Thunder, heavenly tribulation; fire, heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming had used two types of heavenly tribulation at once, plunging them both into that sphere of energy. The power of thunder and fire were the wildest two of the 5 elements. Moreover, this was thunder heavenly tribulation and fire heavenly tribulation. The sphere of energy was already extremely unstable. With the massive amount of energy contained within, if Lin Ming couldn't control it, then his inner world would be instantly destroyed. At that time, his fate could be imagined. But now, Lin Ming still wasn't satisfied with the amount of energy before that explosion occurred. He even added thunder and fire heavenly tribulation to the mix. Without a doubt, the explosion would be even fiercer. But Lin Ming had seen the formation of a black hole, and he knew that the more energy and matter contained within that star before it erupted, the more violent the explosion would be. But at the same time, after that explosion, the gravitational suction force of the black hole that formed would be even more terrifying. A black hole could swallow even a sun. After the power of thunder and fire was absorbed by that sphere of energy, it became increasingly unstable, as if it were about to go crazy and explode at any moment. Still not enough. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. All of his muscles were pulled tight, and great drops of sweat were running down his forehead. At this stage, even the smallest error would bring him beyond redemption. The Divine Seal art was a cultivation method created by Empyrean Divine Seal. So how could it be easy? If even someone with Lin Ming's talent was having so much trouble, then anyone else that attempted this would simply be committing suicide. The energy became increasingly brutal. The sphere of energy was about to lose control at any moment. 3 essences as one. In one breath, Lin Ming poured his astral essence and spirit essence into his inner world. 3 energies gathered as one, barely neutralizing the rampant energy and forming a delicate balance. This was already the final stage, and this balance would only persist for a few breaths of time. But to Lin Ming, this was more than enough. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining like stars burning in the deep dark night. Bloom in full, beautiful flower. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.